Larry, the boss entrusted the draft pick to you, but that does not mean you can act recklessly. What on earth are you doing selecting a player from the Longwood national team? Alright, I know Yao Ming plays exceptionally well, but this Longwood player Lin Ke is absolutely unworthy of the no. 2 pick. You are making a complete mess of this. Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, even are they not all better players than Lin Ke? In New York inside Madison Square Garden. In the Pistons section, general manager Joe Dumars and head coach Larry Brown seemed to be locked in a fierce quarrel. They had a huge disagreement over whom to select in the draft. This year's draft was without question the focus of the entire basketball world because the heavens chosen one James was about to stride into the league. He would bring unprecedented talent and height to it. By now, James had already signed a 7-year Supermax endorsement deal with Nike worth as much as $93 million. His starting point was the kind of treatment once reserved only for Jordan. No other player of his generation could compare. Kobe in the same era had only been offered a 5-year $45 million deal from Nike. There were many reasons behind this disparity. Yet Kobe, already a 3-time champion, still could not outdo an 18-year-old kid in a shoe contract, who knew what he truly felt in his heart. The Pistons held the 2nd overall pick this time. James was out of their reach, but Wade, Anthony, Bosh, and the others were all there for them to choose from at will. The class of 2003 was hailed as another golden generation after the famed class of '96. Precisely because of this, Joe Dumars felt both furious and utterly perplexed. Joe Dumars was a Pistons legend, once a key member of the Bad Boys. As general manager, he had always enjoyed absolute authority on draft decisions. But the team owner had granted extensive power to Larry Brown, who had only taken over as head coach that season. They clearly wanted Brown to push the team further to compete for a championship. After being coaxed and pressured by the owner, Joe Dumars had no choice but to cooperate with Larry Brown in making the selection. Joe, calm down. I think your intentions are sound, but you've forgotten our goal for the new season. The boss has already given us clear orders. We are to go all out at any cost to win a championship. Under those circumstances, the draft no longer matters much to us. Even if you handed me LeBron, I still wouldn't spend the new season developing him. In the face of a championship, everything else steps aside. Let me be blunt with you. No matter which rookie we draft, his average playing time next season will not exceed 5. So I decided on a big man from Longwood who can also bring us greater commercial benefits. Yao has already helped the league open up the Longwood market. I'm sure the team's operations department knows what to do next. Larry Brown smiled faintly. He was completely confident he could persuade Joe Dumars. Not to mention he held a 1-vote veto in his hands. Larry Brown was more than satisfied with the authority the Pistons owner had delegated to him. What? 5 minutes. You win. Joe Dumars was genuinely stunned by Larry Brown's words. Didn't this mean that for Lin Ke, that kid from Longwood, his future in the league would be over before it even began? If a rookie could not be developed in his first season and Lin Ke's own talent ceiling was not particularly high, what hope did he have of ever breaking out? Lin Ke would become nothing more than the Pistons' lucky mascot for opening the Longwood market. As a former player himself, Joe Dumars could not help but feel a twinge of pity in his heart. He knew how vital opportunity was for a player. To receive such absurd treatment as the 2nd overall pick was a blatant humiliation. But now all Joe Dumars could do was silently wish Lin Ke good luck in his heart. I'm very glad to see you all. Perhaps a few seasons from now, it will be someone else standing here before you. After all, I've been in this position for At that very moment, as in years past, the figure of League Commissioner Stern appeared on stage. His words drew laughter from the general managers seated below. Joe Dumars could only straighten his mood and prepare for the draft to begin. Let's get started then. With the first pick, the Cavaliers select high school small forward LeBron James. LeBron James. Even before Stern finished speaking, a wave of cheers surged through the arena. Heaven's chosen one. The undisputed #1 pick. In the green room, LeBron James shot to his feet. He knew his professional career had officially begun. Aside from Jordan, hardly any player had ever started from a higher point than he. Given his age, one could even say his starting point surpassed Jordan's. He would have more years than anyone to chase more and more honors. In the end, he would surpass Jordan and become the GOAT. Yes, even before entering the league, LeBron James had already sketched out the blueprint of his career. LeBron put on the team cap and walked onto the stage, taking his place beside Stern. Stern looked at the young man before him, thoroughly satisfied. Jordan's emergence had carried the league to the entire world and solidified its status. The arrival of LeBron might very well push it to its peak and finally surpass football. Stern could not help letting his imagination wander in that direction. The future is yours. Do your best. Go for it. Stern smiled as he spoke to LeBron. I will. LeBron answered with a vigorous nod. The draft continued. Joe Dumars had no choice but to hand over the small slip of paper bearing the name Lin Ke. With the 2nd pick, the Detroit Pistons select from Longwood center Ahem. No small forward Lin Ke. Stern noticeably paused when reading the Pistons' choice. Lin Ke. A small forward from Longhua. 2 meters, 13 playing small forward. Another Yao Ming. But the name sounded unfamiliar. Naturally, Stern could not possibly keep track of every rookie's name. The unfamiliarity meant that Lin Ke had not been highly regarded in pre-draft projections. With Yao Ming already making his mark, another Longhua player might not necessarily help much more in opening that market. After all, Yao was not the only Longhua player in the league. Wang Zhizhi and Bader were there as well. Yet for various reasons both of them drew almost no attention in Longhua and almost none in the league either. Boom. The moment the Pistons' choice was heard, an uproar swept through the arena. What on earth? Had the Pistons gone mad picking a player no one believed in? Sitting in the very last row, Lin Ke was completely stunned. Did they just call my name? I was drafted. 2nd overall. Huh. This can't be a dream, can it? Lin Ke sprang to his feet and punched the air hard. To him, this was an enormous piece of good news. Wait. The Pistons. Larry Brown is the head coach. This is bad. I'm going to become the softest number 2 pick in history. Memories from his previous life flooded into Lin Ke's mind. In that other timeline, the Pistons had drafted Darko Milicic, and Darko was the very embodiment of a draft bust at number 2. Everything was ruined. Lin Ke, standing at a height of 2.13 meters and weighing 110 kilograms, plays as a small forward on the court. Indeed, he is a small forward. The reason is that Lin Ke's build, as well as his physicality and strength, cannot secure a position in the paint. However, his agility and speed are quite decent, although he cannot be compared to guards. Among small forwards, he ranks at an average level. Therefore, Lin Ke's performance in the paint is disastrous. However, leveraging his height advantage, he performs reasonably well as a small forward. But no matter how good he is, he cannot live up to the status of the 2nd overall pick. Lin Ke walked onto the stage with a bewildered heart and shook hands with Stern. Then, still in a daze, he met with the Pistons' general manager Joe Dumars and head coach Larry Brown. Finally, he signed his name on a 4-year rookie contract. For year 16, $83 million, with a starting salary of $6 million. It must be said that although Lin Ke is highly likely to become the least impressive 2nd overall pick, he has indeed earned this money. The rookie contract for the 2nd overall pick is significantly higher than that of subsequent picks. It is second only to that of the 1st overall pick. Unfortunately, Lin Ke has never truly regarded Lin Ke, so naturally, he wouldn't offer Lin Ke a sneaker endorsement contract. At the moment he signed, Lin Ke's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Lin Ke knows that being the 2nd overall pick is a position many players dream of, but he truly cannot find happiness in it. Memories of his past life tell him that Darko Milicic averaged only 4.7 minutes of playing time in his rookie season. That's right. It was that little. Given Darko Milicic's status as the 2nd overall pick, this is simply his average playing time is even less than that of a 2nd-round pick. If he could perform well, it would be a miracle. This won't do. I need to find a way out. System, help me. Lin Ke silently chanted in his heart. Having crossed over, he naturally wouldn't be an exception to having a system. However, the system had been dormant until now, and no matter how Lin Ke called out, it would not activate. It can't be that I've already gone to work, and only then does the system activate, right? It can't be. Ding. Detected that the host has become the chosen 2nd overall pick. The system is officially activated. A crisp and pleasant system prompt suddenly rang in Lin Ke's mind, causing him to shiver. What the heck? Here it comes, brother. Lin Ke's heart was filled with joy. He was very clear about his true. At most, he could barely be a water boy for an NBA team. If he were to be nurtured by the team and become a decent role player, or even a championship piece, that would be his limit. As for securing a starting position and then becoming an all-star or a superstar, that was simply impossible. But with the system, everything would be different. This would not only mean a promising future, but a future of soaring to great heights. Nice. Lin Ke began to carefully examine the system. System, name minimum consumption system. System description, in each game the host can achieve minimum consumption data. Within the range of minimum consumption data, it is guaranteed to be certainly obtained. For example, if the host's current minimum consumption data is 2 points and 1 rebound, then during the game, as long as the host initiates, whether it's a jump shot, mid-range shot, layup, or dunk, the host will definitely score 2 points, ignoring interference and blocks. Whether it's an offensive or defensive rebound, the host will certainly be able to grab it. However, once 2 points and 1 rebound have been acquired, it will no longer take effect. Minimum consumption. That name is quite interesting. And it also comes with certainly obtained. This is simply godly. With this, won't I be invincible on the court? Being invincible is so lonely. But I like it. After reading the description, Lin Ke was overjoyed. Being invincible from the start must be incredibly exhilarating. However, as Lin Ke continued to check, he realized he was too early to be happy. Ding. The host must select the type of minimum consumption data. Once selected, it cannot be changed. The system prompt continued to ring in Lin Ke's mind. Huh. I have to choose a type. Lin Ke read on carefully. The minimum consumption data types are scoring-oriented, rebounding-oriented, assisting-oriented, blocking-oriented, stealing-oriented, and all-around-oriented. There are a total of 6 types. For the first 5 types, once selected, the main statistical data will surge, even reaching an exaggerated level, while other data will be relatively lesser. The all-around type will average out all the statistics. I see. Lin Ke began to think seriously. Once chosen, it cannot be changed, which made Lin Ke cautious. The type he chooses must align with Lin Ke's current situation. After being selected by the Pistons, unless the team actively trades him, Lin Ke will not be able to leave the Pistons for quite some time. Even after the 4-year rookie contract ends, he will become a restricted free agent. As long as the Pistons match the contract, no matter what other teams offer, Lin Ke cannot leave. Therefore, Lin Ke must consider the Pistons' situation for the next few seasons. The upcoming new season will undoubtedly be the Pistons' strongest moment. The Pistons' Fab Five will lead the team to defeat the Lakers' F4 and win the championship. Yes, this is how it developed in the past life. In this life, if nothing unexpected happens, it should not change much. Because the conflicts within the Lakers' OK combination will not diminish due to Lin Ke's presence. Scoring focused. The Pistons will remain a standard Eastern powerhouse for many years with strict tactical discipline, making it difficult for Lin Ke to have unrestricted shooting opportunities. Rebounding focused. That would mean competing for food with Ben Wallace. That won't work either. Assisting focused. Billups is still around. Blocking and stealing focused. Focusing solely on these 2 aspects, if the minimum consumption data runs out, it seems to have little effect on the court. Let's go with all around. After much consideration, Lin Ke made his decision. In the new season, his average playing time will not be much more than that of Darko Milicic in his past life. Lin Ke has already prepared himself mentally for this. In that case, with limited playing time, if he can fill up the statistic columns every time, it will surely attract the attention of the media and fans. Lin Ke also knows that for a long time after 2005, advanced metrics like PER will become the mainstream standard for the media and fans to judge players' strengths. It might even become one of the criteria for MVP selections. And how to achieve a high PER? It lies in the comprehensiveness of the data. Isn't that how LeBron does it? Hey, thinking of this, Lin Ke couldn't help but chuckle. System. Set the minimum consumption data type to all around. Lin Ke silently chanted in his heart. Ding. Congratulations, host. The selected minimum consumption data type is all-purpose. The initial minimum consumption data has been generated. Level 121,111 points, assists, rebounds, blocks, steals. Ding. In every official match regular season playoffs, if the minimum consumption data is met and the team wins, you will earn system points 1. Ding. You are still 10 system points away from upgrading to level 2 minimum consumption data. A series of system prompts echoed in Lin Ke's mind. Lin Ke was momentarily taken aback. What? The initial minimum consumption data is only 21,111. Although the data columns are filled, Lin Ke still felt it was a bit too little. That's not right. Given his situation in the rookie season, it actually fits perfectly. In an average playing time of less than 5 minutes per game, achieving such data is acceptable. So one thing needs to be clarified: I shouldn't care about the playing time in my rookie season. But I must strive for full attendance. This means I must make sure to play in every game. Otherwise, even if the team wins, I won't earn any system points. Lin Ke organized his thoughts. Upon further reflection, he realized that joining the Pistons was a good thing. The Pistons are strong, so they will win many games. Lin Ke's potential to earn system points will thus be much easier. If he were on teams like the Cavaliers, Heat, or Raptors, winning wouldn't be so easy. But with the Pistons, Lin Ke can simply coast to victory. This is truly a case of the loss of the horse may turn out to be a blessing. Hey, many things when viewed from a different angle often turn disadvantages into advantages. From the perspective of the current system, the Pistons are simply Lin Ke's destined team. He can safely bide his time and develop. Once he accumulates enough system points, Lin Ke will be able to make a stunning debut. Yes, Lin Ke vigorously waved his arm. The future is mine. Time flies. For rookie players, the first competition of the summer is the Summer League. However, since the Summer League is not considered an official match in the system regular season playoffs, Lin Ke naturally cannot enjoy the bonus from the minimum consumption data. He can only rely on his true ability to compete. But frankly speaking, the level 1 data of 21,111 is not very useful in the Summer League. As expected, Lin Ke performed poorly in the Summer League. Compared to the golden generation of 03, Lin Ke quickly faded into obscurity. It was as if the 03 generation never had the second overall pick. By late September and early October, the teams in the league gathered. The new season is about to arrive. After finishing the Summer League, Lin Ke continued to train. However, talent has its limits. Hard work alone won't suffice. Ultimately, Lin Ke must rely on the system. But before Lin Ke can explode with the system's help, he still needs to put on a good show in training. On one hand, this can provide sufficient justification later. Everything I achieve comes from diligent training. On the other hand, the daily training also allows Lin Ke to feel more grounded. Every player's physical condition needs to be documented for me. I require detailed information. This is the tactical manual for the new season. Each player must memorize it. Starting tomorrow, add an extra training session daily focusing on defensive footwork. I require movement in defensive footwork to be accurate to within 1 centimeter. Detroit, the Palace of Auburn Hills. In the head coach's office, Larry Brown has entered a workaholic state. One directive after another was issued to his coaching staff, appearing organized and methodical. Larry Brown may face criticism for his coaching style or personality, but his attitude toward work is definitely not an issue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a 1-0-0 win coach in his past life and a championship-winning coach. Larry, aren't you going to pay attention to our second overall pick? He performed terribly in the summer league. Moreover, his performance in the recent training games has also been dismal. Perhaps we really misjudged him. Assistant coach Monroe couldn't help but bring it up. Terrible. Huh. I don't care. His poor performance actually makes me feel much less guilty. Monroe, don't focus on the rookie. Our goal for the new season is the championship, not to develop rookie. Larry Brown tapped the table, emphasizing to Monroe. I understand. Monroe scratched his head. Hey, this rookie encounters such a head coach. That's truly unfortunate. Whatever, let's get to work. Monroe shrugged and went to convey Larry Brown's instructions to the players. The head coach's indifference can often determine a rookie's status in the team. At this moment, Lin Ke felt like a mere invisible presence in the Pistons' locker room. However, after spending some time together, Lin Ke increasingly felt that coming to the Pistons was the right decision, because there is no bullying in this locker room. The Pistons' five-man core is a team of the people. If you were to judge who the leader of this team is from the perspective of player honors, you would conclude that the leader is Ben Wallace. DPOY All-Defensive Team and All-Star. Such honors do not appear simultaneously on any other Pistons player. If it weren't for Ben's average points being a bit lacking, there wouldn't even be a debate about who the Pistons leader is. Due to Ben's early experiences rising from an undrafted player to his current position, he understands the struggles involved. Therefore, even though Ben doesn't pay much attention to Lin Ke, he still exudes goodwill overall. Rasheed Wallace is known as the reigning emperor on the court, but off the court, he is a gentleman. Prince is unassuming and always quiet in the locker room. Hamilton is the same. Billups, on the other hand, is quite the firebrand. However, under the temptation of the championship, he has become remarkably mature and naturally won't bully rookies. As for the role players, Lin Ke doesn't need to worry about them. If the core players don't actively trip Lin Ke, how could the role players overstep their bounds? Additionally, with Lin Ke always smiling and never causing trouble and willingly helping out, he is very comfortable in the Pistons locker room. In such an environment, Lin Ke has welcomed the opening game of the new season. The Pistons will host the Raptors. The first thing Lin Ke needs to accomplish is to persuade Larry Brown to let him play. Just being on the court, even for just 1 minute, would allow him to start earning points. Coach, I'd like to talk with you. After the afternoon practice session, Lin Ke approached Larry Brown with a solemn expression. Tonight, the Detroit Pistons would host the Toronto Raptors at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Oh, certainly. I appreciate players who come directly to me with matters. Larry Brown regarded Lin Ke with a faint, knowing smile, as if he had already anticipated what the rookie intended to say. Coach, this season our goal is the NBA championship. I'm committed to contributing to the team, even if it means minimal playing time. Lin Ke spoke calmly. Haha. Since you know our championship objective, you must also understand that I cannot grant you substantial minutes. Wait, did you just say minimal playing time? Larry Brown stared at Lin Ke, momentarily bewildered, as though his ears had betrayed him. Are today's rookies truly this selfless, voluntarily sacrificing court time for the good of the team? Larry Brown felt a flicker of genuine curiosity toward Lin Ke. Exactly. I believe fewer than 5 minutes per game aligns best with my current capabilities. Excessive minutes would hinder the team, not elevate it. I possess full awareness of my own limitations. Lin Ke continued, articulating his perspective with quiet conviction. Larry Brown nearly chuckled aloud. Truly, a rookie with such unflinching self-awareness. Yet, was this young man lacking in competitive fire? Larry Brown mentally downgraded Lin Ke's resolve by a fraction. Since we've reached consensus on minutes, what then brings you to me today? Larry Brown's intrigue deepened. Coach, I'm indifferent to minutes. Even 1 minute per game would suffice. However, I request guaranteed appearance in every regular season game provided no injury. Lin Ke met Larry Brown's gaze squarely, his tone unwavering. Oh, Larry Brown was genuinely. 1 minute per game was effortlessly within his authority, even in the tightest contests. Yet Lin Ke sought not more minutes, but consistency, a full season appearance streak. That struck him as, was he attempting to break the league's consecutive game record? Lacking elite ability, was he instead chasing novelty, seeking attention through eccentricity? Not an unreasonable strategy. Today's youth think 3 steps ahead. I'll grant that request. And it won't truly be limited to just 1 minute. But it will never exceed 5. Prepare yourself accordingly. Larry Brown agreed. So long as Lin Ke remained cooperative and unobtrusive, a modest concession posed little risk. After all, Lin Ke was the No. 2 overall pick. If he stirred media scrutiny, Larry Brown himself would bear the fallout. Granting fewer than 5 minutes per game to the 2nd overall pick was admittedly extraordinary, but Larry Brown cared only for one thing. The championship. Coach is invincible. No further concerns from me. Hey. Lin Ke flashed a broad, easy grin. Done. Sir, young man. The Raptors arrive. October 31st to Detroit, the Palace of Auburn. The Pistons season opener loomed. In the locker room, Lin Ke dressed early, heart fluttering with quiet nerve. From tonight onward, his professional career would truly begin. And among the Raptors roster were several players bound to Lin Ke by shared history. Chief among them, Chris Bosh, the No. 4 overall pick. Pre-game media buzz framed the matchup as No. 2 versus No. 4. Also on the Raptors roster was Monk Botter, Lin Ke's compatriot. After drifting between teams for 2 seasons, Botter had finally signed with Toronto on a non-guaranteed that meant he could be waived at any moment. Indeed, in Lin Ke's prior life, Botter had been cut by the Raptors and never returned to the NBA. Lin, don't be nervous. Opportunity is earned, not given. Play well, you'll become vital. Ben Wallace approached Lin Ke before tip-off, clapping him firmly on the shoulder. It was no secret Lin Ke would receive scant opportunity this season. Though Larry Brown's decision seemed harsh for a rookie, Wallace and his teammates voiced no protest, for the championship superseded all else. Winning the title united every Piston who developing Lin Ke did not. Moreover, Lin Ke's performances in scrimmages had been underwhelming. Many teammates concluded he was a bust. Thanks, Ben. I'll do my absolute best. Lin Ke grinned, his composure remarkably steady. Ben nodded once, then turned away without another word. At 8 p.m., tip-off neared. Both starting lineups took the floor. Lin Ke and Botter exchanged brief, respectful nods along the sideline. Neither held a secure position on his respective roster, so neither had energy for idle chatter. After the final buzzer, Lin Ke planned to treat Botter to late-night noodles. With his rookie salary now deposited, Lin Ke faced no financial strain. His daily expenses were comfortable. Toronto's roster on paper was formidable: Vince Carter, Jalen Rose, Donyell Marshall, and of course rookie Chris. Yet after repeated ankle injuries inflicted by Bruce Bowen, Carter's body and spirit alike had grown detached, almost resigned. The former half-man, half-amazing, dunking sovereign now played with the quiet detachment of an employee clocking out, his competitive fire extinguished. Carter had thus descended from transcendent superstar to merely solid all-star. Meanwhile, Bosh earned a starting nod in his very first NBA game. Lin Ke sat at the far end of the Pistons bench. Detroit starters were the legendary going-to-work 5. Larry Brown, newly installed as head coach, prioritized cohesion over individual development. Lin Ke's growth would wait. Lin Ke watched the first 3 quarters unfold from the bench. Against Toronto, Detroit played with disciplined ferocity. Their twin Wallace frontcourt transformed the paint into a no-flee zone. Carter attempted 2 thunderous dunks, both swatted aside by Ben Wallace. The Defensive Player of the Year's dominance was terrifyingly absolute. Toronto resorted to perimeter shooting, which played perfectly into Detroit's hands. Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton, and Tayshaun Prince stifled Toronto's outside efficiency. After 3 quarters, Detroit led 8,161, a commanding 20-point advantage. The outcome was no longer in doubt. The final quarter devolved into garbage time. In later eras, a 20-point deficit might still feel salvageable, but not here, not now. Now's my turn, right? Lin Ke watched Larry Brown intently, hoping the coach would honor his promise and insert him for the 4th quarter. I've waited until the flowers bloomed and withered. I never expected that the 2nd draft pick would be kept on the bench by Coach Larry Brown. On the other hand, the 4th pick, Chris Bosh, has received a substantial amount of playing time. So far, the much-anticipated matchup between the 2nd pick and the 4th pick hasn't seen even a second of action. Kenny Smith said with a chuckle in the Turner Sports broadcast room. Beside him sat his old partner, the hefty Barkley. The 4th quarter has already turned into garbage time. I think it's only fair that Larry Brown should let Lin Ke have a chance to show his skills. The Pistons have been playing quite easily. Keeping the 2nd pick on the bench for the first 3 quarters is a bit unreasonable. Barkley also had a word for Lin Ke. He wasn't particularly fond of or supportive of Lin Ke, but he was just stating the facts. If Lin Ke performs poorly after he steps on the court, Barkley might just ridicule him. After all, wasn't Yao Ming mocked by Barkley back in the day? Of course, later on, Barkley ended up getting slapped in the face by Yao Ming. And to some extent, he became a fan of Yao. On the sidelines, sitting on the Raptors bench, Badier was alternating between standing and sitting, struggling to fit into the circle near the head coach. He knew himself that his time in the league might not be much longer. Why isn't the second pick getting any playing time? I hope he doesn't end up like me. Poo poo poo. I shouldn't say that. Badier felt anxious for Lin Ke in his heart. Fortunately, when the fourth quarter began, Badier saw Lin Ke stepping onto the court. Phew. He's here. I'm here. Lin Ke quickly shed his jacket, rubbed his hands, and walked onto the court. At that moment, Lin Ke felt a sense of ritual. Should he think of a flashy celebration move in advance? There are plenty of future classic celebration moves to draw inspiration from. For instance, Trae Young's bowing celebration. For instance, Lillard's watch celebration. For instance, Kawhi's head-shaking celebration. Coach Lee's watch celebration is nice. But that requires me to hit a few game winners or buzzer beaters to make the watch celebration tangible. That's not a difficult task for me. With the minimum consumption data buff, I can easily score in the final second of each quarter, achieving the effect of the watch celebration. I've made my decision, but I can't use it in this game for now. At this moment, as the fourth quarter just started, Lin Ke didn't know how long Coach Larry Brown would keep him on the court, so he had to quickly make the most of his time. The Pistons had the first possession, and Big Ben won the tip-off. After Mike James brought the ball past half court, he ignored Lin Ke's call for the ball and casually threw up a three-pointer. Damn, can't we have a bit of teamwork? Lin Ke felt a bit speechless, but it didn't matter. Without support from teammates, he'd create his own opportunities. Seeing that Mike James' shot was bound to miss, Lin Ke charged straight into the paint. The Raptors weren't closely guarding Lin Ke, allowing him to slip into the paint with ease. Clang. The sound of the rim echoed as expected. Minimum consumption data rebound, let's go. Lin Ke silently chanted in his heart, activating the rebound data buff. At the same time, Lin Ke pushed off the ground and soared into the air. On the other side, Bosh also leapt into the hype of the second pick versus the fourth pick finally materialized at this moment. It's worth noting that even though Lin Ke played small forward, he was still 2 centimeters taller than Bosh. It's absurd. The rebound is mine. Lin Ke shouted, grabbing the basketball with both hands in midair. With the buff activated, this result was entirely expected. Damn it. Bosh couldn't help but curse. He was just about to grab the ball. How did Lin Ke beat him to it? Yes. Minimum consumption data assist, let's go. Lin Ke continued to chant in his heart, his hands in motion as he passed the ball to Mike James outside the three-point line. Though you didn't pass to me, I will pass to you. This is what you call repaying virtue with virtue. But if you can't make the shot, it'll definitely knock you out. Lin Ke's inner dialogue was constantly unfolding. Outside the three-point line, Mike James received Lin Ke. At the moment he received the ball, Mike James felt a warm current flowing through his body, making him feel incredibly comfortable. A force seemed to be guiding him to unleash a three-point shot. What are you waiting for? Pull up. Shoot. Without a trace of hesitation. Make it. Lin Ke swish. The basketball seemed to hear Lin Ke's call, obediently falling into the net. Very good. 3 points scored. Assist obtained. In less than 20 seconds since stepping onto the court, Lin Ke had already recorded 1 rebound and 1 assist. Awesome. Rookie. Nice pass. Mike James gave Lin Ke a high five. He'll pass to you later. We'll support each other. Lin Ke chuckled. Huh. You little rascal. You're quite humorous. Mike James also burst into laughter. Oh wow. Kenny. The second pick is not a bust. This awareness of crashing the boards. This inside-out passing technique is impressive. Barkley exclaimed in the broadcast room. A rookie's debut performance like this is already quite remarkable. At the very least, it's clear that Lin Ke is not intimidated at all. Indeed, the class of 03 truly deserves the title of the Golden Generation. Kenny Smith nodded with a smile. On the court, Lin Ke felt so happy he could dance the cha-cha. This feeling of certainty was simply exhilarating. Lin Ke felt like he was playing at a higher dimension on the court. The only regret was that the current minimum consumption data was still a bit too low. However, once he earns enough system points and continues to raise the minimum consumption data level, Lin Ke will truly be on the path to invincibility. Just thinking about it excites him. Lin Ke felt a sense of, with the system in hand, the world is mine. This young man looks promising. At the sideline of the court, assistant coach Monroe exclaimed excitedly to head coach Larry Brown on the Pistons bench. Lin Ke's intensity and commanding presence during the game were utterly unlike his demeanor in practice. Could he be a clutch performer, born for high-stakes competition? Does he simply lack motivation during scrimmages? Impressive, he shows no stage fright. Still, he'll get no more than 5 minutes per game. Even in this match, Larry Brown offered a faint wry smile. Legendary coaches like him share one defining trait: unwavering conviction. In a sense, such tenacity is precisely what propels them to greatness. Unchanging in belief, unmoved by transient circumstances. Of course, that same conviction often renders them obsolete when swept aside by the league's tides of change. Yet it is precisely because they succeeded that they earned the title legendary coach. Far too many head coaches never achieve such success. Upon hearing Brown's words, Monroe's initial excitement quickly faded. Poor kid. Monroe could only offer Lin Ke a silent, sympathetic sigh. On the court, the Raptors launched their offensive play. Even with the game already lopsided, Toronto still sought to nurture Chris Bosh, granting him ample opportunity to shine. The ball swiftly found its way into Bosh's hands. Though Bosh would one day evolve into Bosh the board machine, for now, he played the classic power forward role. His game centered on post work, complemented by a reliable mid-range jumper. This time he opted for a textbook back-to-the-basket move. 2 hard shoulder drives followed by a swift half-turn into the lane. Near the rim, Bosh executed a sharp pump fake, lifting veteran Ben Wallace off his feet. The sequence flowed with seamless elegance. His raw talent blazed forth unmistakably. Just as Bosh inwardly marveled at his own dream step, a figure suddenly materialized before him and barked, "Step aside. System, activate minimum consumption trigger block." Snap. Lin Ke's massive hand intercepted Bosh's shot midair with surgical precision. Block 1. Oh my god. That Chinese rookie again. Is he this dominant? Wasn't he labeled a bust? He doesn't look like one. He's been on the floor less than a minute and already dominates both ends of the court. Did we just strike gold? Pistons fans erupted in stunned disbelief from the stands. Lin Ke's emphatic block against Bosh was nothing short of electrifying. Indeed, greatness often needs contrast, and Bosh unwittingly had laid the perfect stage, setting up the spotlight awaiting Lin Ke's masterstroke. Lin Ke delivered that stroke flawlessly, perfect, breathtaking. Roar. Landing, he raised the ball aloft in a thunderous one-handed roar. A brief, triumphant flourish. Then he passed to Mike James and sprinted up court. 1 rebound, 1 assist, 1 block, already secured. Only 2 points and 1 steal remained to complete the minimum consumption tally. Alas, the first-tier threshold remained frustratingly narrow. Without the guaranteed buff, replicating such brilliance would be nearly impossible. His true skill level would soon be exposed. Suddenly, Lin Ke realized Brown's early substitution might not be a setback, but a strategic preservation of mystique. Otherwise, he'd risk revealing his limitations. After crossing half-court, Mike James kept his word, immediately returning the favor by feeding Lin Ke the ball. Lin Ke stood squarely in his long 2 zone. Without hesitation, he rose and released a pure soaring jumper. Swish. The net sang crisp and clear. Under the guaranteed buff, his shot unfolded like poetry. Exquisite, flawless. 2 points secured. 1 steal remained to seal the deal. With that jump shot, Lin Ke claimed his first NBA point. Oh ho ho. He scored. Let me check. Whoa. He's already filling the stat sheet. Is a steal next? In the broadcast booth, Charles Barkley nearly spat out his drink watching Lin Ke's stats scroll across the screen. The pace was astonishing. What stunned Barkley even more was how swiftly Lin Ke completed that final steal. On court, Lin Ke burned with electric exhilaration. He'd just heard home fans chanting his name. Those cheers intoxicated him, resonating deep within his chest. Pure euphoria. As the Raptors initiated their next possession, and Bosh received the ball once more, Lin Ke lunged forward, seizing his final minimum consumption steal. Snap. Bosh, still pondering his offensive options, suddenly felt the ball vanish from his grasp. Lin Ke had ripped it cleanly away. Steal 1. A brazen, unrelenting snare. Thief. Unforgivable arrogance. Bosh exploded in fury. Yet, just as he vowed to dismantle Lin Ke in the fourth quarter, Brown pulled Lin Ke from the game. Huh. What sorcery is this? Could he possibly be afraid? Bosh conjured a reason even he couldn't believe. Lin, solid work. But only for this duration. For once, Larry Brown offered genuine praise. Lin Ke had already settled onto the bench. Hearing Brown's words, he flashed a wide grin. Coach. He gave a crisp, confident okay sign. Perfect timing. Lin Ke had achieved the minimum consumption benchmark: 2 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, 1 block, 1 steal. Stat sheet complete. Field goal percentage 100. Nice. Lin Ke resolved unless the minimum consumption tier upgraded, he'd limit further attempts, even with more minutes. This discipline would preserve his perfect shooting efficiency. He might become the first player in league history to finish an entire season at 100 field goal accuracy. Achieving that feat would etch his name in history, not through volume, but through immaculate, unprecedented precision. A tantalizing prospect. Lin Ke felt his heart hammering fiercely. Boundless potential. A luminous future. Yes. Clenching his fist, he drove it skyward in fierce, exultant triumph. Huh. Has Lolly Bueling already taken Lin Ke out so soon? It's already garbage time. Why he grant him more minutes? In those 3 minutes, Lin Ke's performance was almost flawless, but Kaylee remarked in the booth, astonished that Lolly Bueling had subbed him out so quickly. At that moment, Lin Ke's line read: 2 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, 1 block, 1 steal. Every box filled. In a perfect 100 shooting percentage. Based on those few minutes alone, Lin Ke unquestionably deserved the reputation of the second pick. Kelasi Boshi was utterly overpowered in his direct matchup with Lin Ke. Kenny Shimizu took up the thread with a smile. This is a little baffling. I guess Lalibulang might be running bench rotations as a drill. After all, their goal this season is the championship. Bakali shrugged. The very word championship always sent a small tremor through him. He had never won a title in his career. The ache lingered. So Lin Ke is unlikely to receive proper development on the Huasai team, he added. Unless Lin Ke arrives like Dimudinkoen did. An instant phenomenon upon debut, Kenny Shimizu said, shaking his head with a smile. For the remainder of the fourth quarter, Lalibulang indeed never returned Lin Ke to the floor. Lin Ke did not. Everything was exactly as it should be. 3, 2, 1. Lin Ke murmured as he watched the clock. The red light signaled the end of the game. A chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1 system point. The prompt arrived perfectly, leaving Lin Ke oddly content. Great journeys begin with small steps. System points must be collected one by one. If the Huasai team won 10 more games and Lin Ke appeared in each posting the minimum stat line, those 10 system points would be his. Then Lin Ke could upgrade the tier of his minimum stat requirement. Reaching the second tier would likely yield a substantial increase in the baseline. By that time, Lalibulang would be forced to adjust. There was little practical sense in seeking more minutes from him now. For the moment, Lin Ke's raw ability was not yet sufficient. Once it was, no one could hold back his ascent. Lin, nice game tonight. Keep it up. Dabin said, coming over to pat Lin Ke on the shoulder. Hey, just a light drizzle. I have a lot to improve, Lin Ke replied with modesty, which pleased Dabin. Dabin had no patience for posturing. Keep working hard, he called cheerfully as he left in a good mood. Lin Ke was in high spirits as well. He walked over to the Menglong side and greeted Badr. Daba, are you free to come out? Grab a late-night bite. Lin Ke offered. Of course, no problem. Badr answered readily. That night their conversation was very pleasant. Badr, aware that his time in the league was limited, shared his experience with Lin Ke without reserve. He gave many candid, useful suggestions. Though Badr's career had not been a roaring success, his experience far exceeded Lin Ke's. A rookie in the league, Lin Ke needed this guidance. Daba, how is the national team shaping up? Is it easy to... After some small talk, Lin Ke voiced the question that mattered to him now that he was in the league with the system activated. Who would not wish to become Longwa basketball's hero? Leading Longwa to Olympic gold would be a lifetime of glory. Well, the national team situation is somewhat complicated, Badr said. The waters run deep, he added with a smile. Right now, De Yao calls the shots. Got it, Lin Ke said, not pressing further. It sounded as if Badr was not entirely happy with his national team experience. The 2004 Olympics were next summer, only months away, so Lin Ke could not possibly make it in time. But Lin Ke was not anxious. Excelling at the 2008 home Olympics would suffice. By then his raw ability, amplified by the system, would grow to terrifying proportions. Selection for Longwa would be only fitting. After defeating the Menglong in the opener, the Huasai formally began their pursuit of the title. Lalibulang's standards in training were merciless, verging on the pathological. He would unleash scathing tirades at the slightest provocation. Sometimes Lin Ke thought perhaps only a scrappy outfit like the Piston Five could endure Lalibulang's tempestuous temperament. In practice, Lin Ke remained, as ever, ordinary. Lalibulang's initial high appraisal returned to a more measured view. That spectacular 3-minute burst in the opener might have been a brief blossom. Even so, Lalibulang honored his promise and put Lin Ke into every game. He still kept a tight leash on minutes, never allowing Lin Ke to exceed 5 minutes of play. Lin Ke did not fret about playing time in each contest. He reliably posted the minimum stat line: 2 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, 1 block, 1 steal. With a 100 field goal percentage, everyone realized this season's second pick was a curious anomaly. After 5 regular season games, the Huasai sat at 32. That record was hardly exceptional. Early cohesion issues explained some of it. Lin Ke, meanwhile, had accrued 3 system points. 7 more system points were needed to advance the minimum stat tier. Progress was steady. Soon the Huasai prepared for their 6th game, an away challenge against the Chishur. For the Huasai, it was routine. For Lin Ke, it was bristling with hype. The second pick, Lin Ke, was set to meet the first pick, Zanmusi, second pick versus first pick. The media began stoking the showdown well before tip-off. The so-called Little Emperor, Zanmusi, had been under intense scrutiny since his entry into the league, and he had not disappointed fans or reporters. In his debut, Zanmusi logged 42 minutes and exploded for 25.6 rebounds, 9 assists, and 4 steals, shooting 60 from the field. Unquestionably brilliant. Over the next 4 games, Zanmusi scored at least 20 in each. Such performance befit his status as the top pick. By contrast, the second pick's averages looked painfully meager: 2 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound, 1 block, 1. The lone notable figure was the perfect shooting percentage, 100, a small dazzling flourish. LeBron, N, what are your expectations for tonight's matchup against Lin Ke? N, can you still score over 20 points? Cleveland, Gundarina. Upon arriving at the arena, James was immediately surrounded by a swarm of media reporters. Unsurprisingly, the reporters' questions centered on the first-ever head-to-head between the No. 1 and No. 2 draft picks. And given Lin Ke's modest statistics and limited playing time, he would normally have drawn little journalistic interest. Yet every game Lin Ke posted identical numbers, with a perfect 100% shooting accuracy. And this bizarre consistency in its own peculiar way had captured the press's attention. Who is Lin Ke? I do not strike down nameless foes. And James spoke coolly. No. The encircling reporter's eyes instantly lit up. And that reply was explosively provocative, an outright dismissal of Lin Ke. To James, Lin Ke seemed to be a nonentity, not figure utterly absent from his awareness. In this month's KPI is saved, not quiet surge of delight rippled through the reporters' minds. Selective quotation is journalism's foundational craft. Yet, even selective quotation demands. Had James opened with effusive praise for Lin Ke, the reporter's sensationalist, shock headline angles would have vanished into thin air. Now, however, James was practically handing them a pillow, not perfect prop, for narrative amplification. And that said, his disregard for Lin Ke was not entirely baseless. Before tonight's tip-off, Lin Ke sat once again at the very end of the Pistons bench, and quietly awaiting his meager fleeting minutes on the court. Meanwhile, James scattered magnesium powder along the sideline, and savoring the thunderous cheers of the home crowd. And the broadcast cameras, too, were stirring up drama. They deliberately cut between tight close-ups of James and Lin Ke, exposing in stark contrast their vastly divergent positions to every fan in the arena. From the stands, Cavaliers fans erupted in mocking laughter and, how absurd. Does he really deserve the No. 2 pick? Dare he even be compared to our king? Haha, absolutely. I think LeBron loses just by glancing at Lin Ke once, in the most hollow No. 2 pick in NBA history, confirmed. Ha ha ha. In peals of laughter washed over Lin Ke seated at the far end of the bench, and his fury flared white-hot in an instant. Yet he swiftly quelled it. And, I'll note this down for now, and reckoning won't be long delayed. He'd settle accounts, one by one. And Lin Ke actually reached into a bag behind the bench and pulled out a small notebook, Knee's ever-present personal ledger. Cavaliers fans' mockery, in LeBron's dismissal. And he inscribed both lines neatly in his. Then he closed it, set it aside, and in that moment his mind stilled serene as deep water. In the game, rookie year, LeBron struggled to meaningfully elevate the Cavaliers against the Pistons. And the more Lin Ke observed the Pistons firsthand, the clearer it became this team had been grievously underestimated. In his past life, this very Pistons squad had dethroned the Lakers' F4 in claiming the championship crown. Yet many journalists and fans dismissed that title as stolen, as if the Lakers' OK duo could only falter, and only then would the Pistons stand a chance. And such a view was profoundly skewed. Lin Ke believed that individually no Piston could rival Kobe Bryant or Shaquille O'Neal. But, in Piston Five, Tigers as a unified force were fully capable of matching the OK duo. In Gary Payton and Karl Malone, they could be safely disregarded. One was injured, the other operated at less than 30% of his prime form. And should the Pistons and Lakers meet again in the finals, victory would hardly be assured for the Lakers. On the court, the Pistons imposed firm control over the Cavaliers from the opening tip-off. LeBron's unstoppable drives, so dominant across his first 5 games, sputtered and died against Detroit's interior dual Wallace tandem. Ben Wallace loved driving guards like LeBron, and his volleyball-style rejections rained down one after. Wallace reveled in every block, while LeBron absorbed a brutal jarring blow. In version 1.0, LeBron possessed notoriously poor shooting range. Larry Brown's defensive system demanded elite individual containment, and rarely relied on help defense or double teams. And coincidentally, all 5 Pistons excelled precisely there. Wallace's defensive prowess was unquestionably shrank, while the other 4 each rated solidly at a tire. And combined, their collective defensive might was terrifying. This nullified LeBron's passing brilliance. NAS Cavalier teammates simply couldn't shake free from Pistons defenders. Though Wallace often rotated to swat shots, he did so only as a final decisive act, leveraging his supernatural vertical leap to arrive just in time without ever losing position. That impeccable timing, in that, was Wallace's most invaluable asset on defense. Not only Lin Ke's guaranteed buff could hope to contend with him. At halftime, the Pistons led 4,534, not commanding 11-point advantage achieved under suffocating defensive pressure. This was the sheer awe-inspiring power of a true defensive juggernaut. And Lin Ke exhaled softly. And, likely I'll get minutes again in the fourth quarter. And during halftime, that was Lin Ke's quiet expectation. And yet he was mistaken. And with 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Larry Brown waved him onto the floor. A mild surprise flickered across Lin Ke's face. And go challenge the No. 1 pick Heaton. I'm afraid the fourth quarter may become garbage time. I doubt LeBron will play then. Larry Brown smiled, clearly pleased. NAS Detroit's lead had already surged beyond 15 points, hurtling toward 20. The Pistons' cohesion grew stronger by the game. Yes, coach. Within my allotted minutes. I'll make him call me dad. Lin Ke grinned broadly. Privately, he added, coach, garbage time. LeBron skipping it. You're mistaken. That's prime data grinding terror. Alright, not lighthearted jest. Version 1.0 LeBron hadn't yet adopted the flamboyant later-era style. Initially, he truly sought to walk the path of Jordan. His Nike team envisioned the same. Only minor deviations emerged later. You kid. Larry Brown shook his head, chuckling. Lin Ke shrugged off his warm-up jacket and stepped onto the hardwood. Natch. Come on. Hey. That kid from the Dragon Kingdom is making his entrance. To be honest, my favorite moment while commentating is seeing Lin Ke appear. In the Turner Sports broadcast room, Barkley was originally dozing off while commentating. In the face of the powerful Pistons, James, the #1 pick, seemed to have lost himself. This also made everyone realize that if James truly wanted to walk the path of the king, he still had a long way. This one-sided game was not interesting enough for Barkley. Meanwhile, Lin Ke was still firmly held down on the bench by Larry Brown. Honestly, Barkley was almost asleep just now. Charles, are you becoming a fan of Lin Ke now? That's not really your style. Back in the day, you were so keen to criticize Yao Ming. Kenny Smith nearby. Hey, let's not talk about the past. I'm not a fan of Lin Ke. I'm just very curious when his stats in each game will change. When will his shooting percentage not be 100%? Although he only takes one shot per game. But to make that one shot count is still quite difficult. Barkley chuckled. Coincidentally, Lin Ke hadn't taken a single free throw in the last 5 games. If he had, Barkley was very curious if Lin Ke could make it. If he did make it, it would be more than just 2 points. Lin Ke, hey, free throws are just about going with the flow. Free throws don't count towards shooting percentage. On the court, Lin Ke quickly appeared in front of James. At this moment, the Cavaliers were on the offensive, and the two happened to be matched up. Both are small forwards. James controlled the ball outside the three-point line, looking at Lin Ke with a disdainful expression. Just try it. James' drive was exceptionally decisive this time. If it was another Pistons player defending, James would still consider whether to call for a pick. But with Lin Ke defending, James felt that not driving hard would be a disservice to himself. Bang! James took a big step, and the physical confrontation came on strong. To be fair, Lin Ke's physical gifts were completely incomparable to James. In that moment, Lin Ke was knocked back 2 steps. James' bull-like charge was highly effective at this moment. On the sidelines, Larry Brown was shaking his head. This defensive performance was clearly lacking. James' physical gifts were on a whole different level compared to Lin Ke. However, in the next second, Larry Brown's eyes widened as he almost jumped up from the bench. On the court, after James swiftly moved past Lin Ke, he charged into the paint, rising up for a fierce dunk. Get down. Lin Ke, who had just been knocked back by James, felt a bit embarrassed, this time directly using minimum consumption data block. Block it. A dimensional attack from a higher latitude. James never expected that his sure dunk would be blocked by Lin Ke. In an astonishing manner, Lin Ke pressed his right hand firmly on the basketball, forcibly swiping it away from James' hands. Clang. James missed the dunk. After landing, he instinctively raised his hands to the referee for a foul, but the referee remained unmoved. Not to mention that this block was incredibly clean. Even if the referee wanted to blow a bad call, he couldn't. Guaranteed buff is definitely guaranteed success. There won't be a second outcome. That's just how dominant it is. Block 1. So satisfying. Lin Ke's mood instantly brightened. My God, this could be nominated for top 5 plays of the day. This block is truly incredible. In the broadcast room, Barkley let out a scream. He knows how to create atmosphere. However, Lin Ke's blood block was indeed explosive. This player, Lin Ke, is really hard to describe. It seems that in many aspects he does fall short compared to top potential players like LeBron. But he always manages to astonish everyone at the last moment. Kenny Smith also remarked with emotion, "That's exactly right. That's why I love watching this kid play. You never know what kind of surprise he will bring you in the next second." Barkley chuckled. On the court, Lin Ke picked up the basketball himself, quickly dribbled past half-court, and then made a no-look pass. Minimum consumption data assist. Swish. Hamilton caught it and shot immediately. The whole motion was incredibly smooth. A bit strange, but very satisfying. Hamilton shrugged. Hey. Lin Ke smiled and fist-bumped Hamilton. 1 assist and 1 block. It just came so easily. Just saying, in these 2 minutes they could crush James. So what if he's the #1 pick? He can still take him down. Lin Ke saw James once again controlling the ball over half-court and gestured for him to come. Damn it. This bust second pick is too arrogant. Exactly. He just blocked a shot. What's there to be? LeBron. Take him down. Destroy him. In the stands, some home fans of the Cavaliers began to shout. On the court, James also heard the fans' shouts. He prepared to teach Lin Ke a lesson. Just now James thought Lin Ke's block was an accident. He didn't believe Lin Ke could block him again. Lin Ke indeed couldn't block him again, but he could still steal. Taking advantage of James' continuous dribbling between his legs, Lin Ke suddenly lunged forward to defend. Without waiting for James to react. Smack! Lin Ke swiped the ball out of James' hand. Steal one. At this moment James was a bit rattled. He chased after Lin Ke like a madman. Lin Ke quickly passed the ball to Hamilton and began to stand in the corner to wait. He currently lacked three-point shooting ability. Because minimum consumption data scoring only accounted for 2 points, Lin Ke couldn't shoot a three-pointer. But he needed to create space. Seeing Lin Ke just standing there watching, showing no intention of participating in the offense, James felt even more displeased. If Lin Ke didn't attack, how could he block him back? Lin, are you just going to stand there? Are you brave enough to challenge me unknown? James spat trash. I have to say at this moment James really looked like a pure little lamb to Lin Ke. Childish. Watch closely, him going for the rebound. Before he finished speaking, Lin Ke swiftly dashed past James, charging into the paint. Bang! Hamilton really was very cooperative, hammering down hard, causing the rebound to appear. The rebound is mine. Lin Ke shouted, leaping up, grabbing this offensive rebound right from the top of the 21-meter-tall Cavaliers center Big Z. What the hell? James looked on in shock. Lin Ke snatched the rebound and quickly passed the ball to Hamilton. Hamilton launched a mid-range jumper again. This time it went in. Lin Ke and Hamilton were playing a two-man game. Oh my assist count seems to... Lin Ke felt a little surprise in his heart. His stats in this match were indeed about to change. The minimum consumption data is guaranteed at the lower limit, but there is no restriction on the upper limit. However, with Lin Ke's true combat power, it is challenging to expand his stats in high-level matches. It seems that assists are the easiest to rack up. As long as his teammates can score regardless of whether it was a good pass, it counts as a good assist. On the other side, James felt speechless. At this moment he felt a bit overwhelmed. The point difference had already approached 20 points. Of course that no longer mattered. What mattered was that he was actually being held down by Lin Ke. After Lin Ke came on, James was clearly schooled by, what on earth is going on? It's no wonder they say James is still quite sincere now. His first thought was not to manipulate post-game statistics or shift blame, but to confront Lin Ke head-on. Everyone's growth always requires a process. As the Cavaliers launched their offense, James dribbled past half-court, facing Lin Ke, without any intention of calling for a screen. However, at this moment Lin Ke felt a bit flustered. Damn. He had no blocks or steals in the minimum consumption data. In this situation it might be hard to defend against James. Let's take the initiative. Scare him. Lin Ke decided to turn defense into offense and rushed forward to initiate a death grip. Richard, double team. At the same time Lin Ke shouted to Hamilton. He definitely couldn't defend against but after the double team it could be taken care of. After hearing Lin Ke's shout, Hamilton rushed over. Lin Ke had just set him up with 2 assists and Hamilton decided to return the favor. After being double-teamed by Lin Ke and Hamilton, James was indeed a bit flustered. After all, this was young James. In a moment of carelessness, he was stripped by Hamilton. James was about to go crazy. He had played terribly in these 2 minutes. Fortunately, Hamilton missed the shot, but the rebound was snatched by Campbell. At this moment, there were only 20 seconds left in the third quarter. This meant the Pistons had the last offensive opportunity of the quarter. Give me that damn ball. Lin Ke shouted loudly and began to steal the show. The timing was just right. It was time to watch the clock. Campbell glanced at Hamilton and passed the ball to Lin Ke. Lin Ke retreated to the area near the logo to control the ball and waste time. He needed to consume the offensive possession time down to the last 4 seconds before launching an attack. The seconds ticked away. As the offensive possession time dwindled to the last 4 seconds, Lin Ke made his move. Bang! He stepped forward, initiating a physical confrontation with James. In terms of confrontation and strength, Lin Ke had no advantage. But under this certain buff, he still managed to hold his ground. With 2 quick steps, Lin Ke crossed the 3-point line and immediately pulled up for a jump shot. No need to worry about practicality or stability, a looking cool was all that mattered. The certain buff will handle everything. James leaped with all his might, attempting to block the shot. But Lin Ke not only drifted midair, his whole body was tilted. This made it impossible for James to block him. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Ke released the basketball at the last second. As the basketball was still in the air, the red light on the timer had already lit up. Swish! A perfectly timed buzzer beater. After landing, Lin Ke immediately composed himself and tapped his left wrist with his right hand. Noon has arrived. Oh, my God. What is that celebration move? Such a show-off attitude. Hitting a buzzer beater is impressive. To be fair, that shot was indeed quite spectacular. Dude, are you about to betray us? No way. I'm just stating the facts. No, you must stand by your own side unconditionally. In the stands, the Cavaliers' home fans nearly erupted into a quarrel. Lin Ke maintained his show-off expression until he reached the bench finally, breaking into a grin. The feeling of showing off was simply nice. Not bad, Lin. That was so cool. What a charismatic moment. This move can definitely work. If he hits a few more game winners, it could become his signature move. His teammates all came over and patted Lin Ke on the chest. Just at the moment Lin Ke completed the game winner, the towel crew on the sidelines exploded with excitement. Lin, nice performance. But your playing time for tonight is almost up. Larry Brown gave Lin Ke an apologetic look. Coach, thank you. Lin Ke chuckled. This was just perfect. If he stayed on the court any longer, he would start to feel nervous. My. Larry Brown was clearly taken aback, never expecting Lin Ke to respond this way. This made Larry Brown ponder for 5 seconds whether Lin Ke was sincere or being sarcastic. Thank you. Thank for what? Larry Brown shook his head slightly. He wouldn't easily change his rotation plan. Lin Ke's dazzling performance was still too brief. LeBron, you need to calm down. That kid is just lucky. As long as you keep your composure, you can easily. On the sidelines, the Cavaliers bench coach Paul Silas was encouraging James. Currently, Paul Silas was mainly focused on motivating James. After all, James was still just a kid, not yet 19. Though he seemed mature, he was still very inexperienced. On the other hand, Paul Silas noticed that Lin Ke had many awkward moments on the court. He felt Lin Ke didn't have any real skills. Averages of 21,111 can easily be explained by luck. When Lin Ke averages 5.5555, then he would be impressive. I understand. My mindset is steady. I will crush him. James was also getting angry. He was the first. No one could defeat the first overall pick. Carrying this fighting spirit, James continued to stay on the court as the fourth quarter began. Then he suddenly realized Lin Ke was no longer on the court. Wang Defa. The atmosphere had finally built up, and now he wasn't coming in. Honestly, James was genuinely flustered, utterly at a loss. He had waited an entire quarter for Lin Ke to re-enter the game, only to be left standing alone in his frustration. This wasn't about padding stats, it was raw, unswallowed pride. Wait, what? You strike me once, and then vanish. That's not how this ends. Step up and face me unknown. After the final buzzer, James stormed straight toward Lin Ke. Before James could utter a word, Ben Wallace, a mountain of muscle, stepped forward seemingly casual, yet deliberately placing himself one pace ahead of Lin Ke. James' fierce, blazing aura instantly deflated, his gaze softened, clearing like mist at dawn. My apologies. I'll take my leave, he murmured, not a single word spoken, and retreated, tail between his legs. Only when he rejoined his Cavaliers teammates did James feel even marginally safe. Yet glancing around at his squad, he suddenly realized something vital was missing: an 8 virtuous prince. This won't do. We absolutely must appoint a palace guard with sword at the ready. Otherwise we'll keep losing ground, James mused inwardly. This era still lingered in the twilight of brute force conflict. Brawls on the hardwood were far from rare. It wasn't until the infamous Palace of Auburn Hills melee that Stern launched sweeping reforms across the league, ushering in an era of unprecedented civility. James always played 3 moves ahead. He'd already instructed his agency to push the front office to acquire a certified enforcer, a true hard man, for the roster. Whether he saw court time mattered little. What mattered was his presence, the unwavering assurance of protection. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your team has secured victory. System points 1 awarded. A crisp chime resonated within Lin Ke's mind. Nice, he nodded, satisfied. Riding the coattails of a powerhouse squad truly accelerated system point accumulation. The Pistons' cohesion deepened with every game. Victories would only multiply from here. Though Lin Ke's minutes remained scarce, he consistently contributed during critical stretches, especially when bridging the starting and bench units, often widening the lead by just enough. His plus-minus statistics bore witness. Across 6 games, each registered a positive value. Alas, in this era, such advanced metrics remained invisible to media and fans alike. All eyes focused on star power, on elegance, leadership, and wins. As Lin Ke turned toward the locker room, 3 reporters approached him. Were they planning to interview him? Indeed, they were. Lin, at last your stat line has shifted. 2 points, 2 assists, 1 rebound, 1 block, 1 steal. Shooting 100%. How do you pull it off? A blonde reporter extended her microphone. Strikingly beautiful, Lin Ke couldn't help but glance twice. And her figure, absolutely breathtaking. Piece of cake. Just raindrops. Nothing but light drizzle. I'm simply built for versatility. Lin Ke flashed a wide grin. Then why don't you post bigger numbers? Her expression twisted playfully. A trap laid bare waiting for him. Because I'm still growing. As a rookie, I walk step by step. No shortcuts, no leaps. Unlike certain others, already crowning themselves king before taking their first stride. Lin Ke shrugged lightly. Truly the most beautiful women often wielded the sharpest wit. He'd meant to tease Coach Larry Brown. Just a light-hearted jab. But recalling the coach's rigid, unyielding demeanor, he thought better of it. If misinterpreted and Brown retaliated by benching him entirely, Lin Ke would be devastated. The blonde reporter's eyes lit up, her pulse quickening. She'd been angling to pivot toward James, and Lin Ke had just handed her the opening. Lin, what's your take on LeBron? Tonight he tallied 21 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, nearly a triple-double. Do you concede that his performance utterly eclipsed yours? She pushed the microphone closer, poised for impact. Young lady, you've got quite the list of questions. This is my final answer. Is this your first day on the job? 20 plus 7 qualifies as near triple. Then what's 20 plus na plus nine? Nearly triple. And if you'd watched the game, you'd know I dominated LeBron. In our 2-minute head-to-head, his tally read 0 points, 0 assists, 0 rebounds, 0 blocks, 0 steals, and 2 turnovers. So tell me, whose dominance was absolute? Lin Ke spread his hands, chuckled softly, and walked away without looking back. The 3 reporters stood frozen, exchanging stunned glances. This rookie's tongue was sharper than any blade. His verbal sparring flowed flawlessly. Wait, hold on. We hadn't even asked our question yet. The other 2 journalists finally snapped out of their daze. What the? So little coverage. All praise for James. Am I not even worthy of a name? The next morning, Lin Ke bought several newspapers, only to find James near triple-double, dominating every. Though Lin Ke had completely dismantled James in those 2 minutes, his name wasn't mentioned, not once. He had been rendered invisible by the press. Ugh. Lin Ke pulled out his notebook and inscribed his 3rd entry: media neglect. Come on, Coach Brown. Lead us to 6 more wins quickly. 6 more victories will bring my system points to 10, enough to upgrade the minimum performance threshold. He murmured softly to himself. Whether Coach Brown truly heard Lin Ke's silent plea, or simply felt a pang of guilt over his scant minutes, the Pistons erupted into unstoppable form. A whirlwind of execution, 6 straight wins achieved with astonishing ease. Emerging from their brief adjustment phase, the Pistons unleashed historic defensive might. Holding opponents to under 80 points became routine. Meanwhile, Detroit averaged nearly 90 points per game. With defense like that, an offense to match, who else could possibly win? After defeating the Wizards at home, Lin Ke finally heard that sweetest of system chimes ding. Congratulations, host. Your team has won. System points 1 awarded. Ding. Reminder, your accumulated system points have reached 10. You may now upgrade the minimum performance threshold. The regular season has been underway for some time. Every team has already played at least 10 games. Now let's take a brief look back at this season's rookie class. Dubbed the class of 2003, these rookies have truly lived up to their promise, fulfilling fans' highest expectations. LeBron James is averaging over 20.6 rebounds and 6 assists, a remarkably well-rounded performance. Carmelo Anthony edges him slightly in scoring, currently posting 22 points, 2 rebounds, and 5 assists. Chris Bosh trails somewhat, yet his near double-double averages of 11 points and 8 rebounds shine a promising light on his future. Dwayne Wade's line of 16 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists is respectable, but not quite outstanding. Overall, the race for Rookie of the Year appears destined to be a 2-man contest between LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony. Inside Turner Sports broadcast studio, Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith host a special segment titled Rookie Analysis. Kenny Smith is delivering his summary when Barkley interrupts. Wait, Kenny, did you forget someone? Barkley jabs lightly at Kenny with his pen as a nudge. Who? Lin Ke, replies Kenny. His stat line, 2 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, 1 steal, 1 block, is simply too unremarkable to merit mention. Kenny sighs helplessly. He hadn't intended to overlook Lin Ke, the No. 2 overall pick, but mentioning him now would feel less like recognition and more like public humiliation. After all, Lin Ke's per-game averages fall short even of many second-round and undrafted players, largely due to severely limited playing time. Yet fans rarely consider minutes played, they see only the raw numbers, and dismiss him outright. But Lin Ke's field goal percentage is 100%. Who else can claim that? Barkley adds with a grin. By season's end he'll stun everyone. Charles, are you engaging in low-grade praise, or high-grade shade? Kenny retorts. Lin Ke's already suffering enough with the Pistons. Let's not heap undue pressure on him. Truth be told, Kenny even holds reservations about Larry Brown. Lin Ke performed exceptionally well within his scarce minutes. Yet Brown refuses to grant Lin Ke even 1 extra minute on the court. A baffling stance indeed. Absolutely not. I genuinely believe in him. Barkley declares. Let's set aside Lin Ke for today. But in our season-end rookie analysis, he'll headline, front and center. Barkley speaks with unwavering seriousness. Fine. Have it your way, Kenny replies, shaking his head, mystified by the big man's sudden conviction. At last, the upgrade moment has arrived. Lin Ke rubs his hands together, brimming with anticipation upon returning to his Detroit apartment. Since the Palace of Auburn Hills lies far from downtown Detroit, Lin Ke opts to reside permanently at the Auburn Hills Hotel, conveniently adjacent to the arena. Given his current salary, staying at the hotel is entirely affordable and effortlessly solves daily concerns like meals and housekeeping. Simplicity is his priority. Renting a decent apartment isn't cheap either. As for buying property, Lin Ke has no such plans yet. His future remains uncertain. What if he purchases a luxury home, only to be traded days later? That would be absurd. Staying at the Auburn Hills Hotel remains the most practical choice, right beside the arena. System, upgrade the minimum performance threshold. Lin Ke commands inwardly. Ding. Congratulations, host. The minimum performance threshold has successfully upgraded. It has now advanced to Tier 2, 5 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, costing 10. Ding. Reminder, upgrading to Tier 3 requires 20 system points. The system's chime echoes clearly in Lin Ke's mind. Perfect. Lin Ke exhales in pure satisfaction. A 52,211 line dwarfs his previous 21,111 output by a wide margin. Now he can confidently attempt a guaranteed three-pointer, or draw a foul for a classic and one play. His offensive repertoire has instantly expanded. Each subsequent tier demands exponentially more system points he uses. Still, Detroit should win another 20 games this season. That's no problem at all. Which means I'll reach Tier 3 before the regular season ends. Then calling myself the versatile prince won't be mere bravado, it'll be justified. Tier 4, however, is out of reach this season. Lin Ke carefully calculates his projected progression. Satisfying. Time to sleep. Tomorrow night, my duel with Flash Wade begins. Lin Ke collapses onto his bed. Youth truly is an advantage. For now, Lin Ke decides to maintain the status quo. No proactive discussion with Larry Brown. Within just 3 to 5 minutes of court time, he can reliably deliver 52,211. Concentrated bursts of elite performance will make his impact unforgettable. More minutes aren't always better. Precision trumps volume. He'll approach Larry Brown only after unlocking Tier 3. November 21st, Detroit Palace. Tonight the Pistons host the Heat at home. Though not dominant, Miami boasts a balanced roster: Eddie Jones, Lamar Odom, Dwayne Wade, Steve Blake, and Karen Butler. Add Wang Zhizhi to the mix, and their scoring distribution becomes even more equitable. Still, they're far from elite. Wade hasn't yet blossomed, and Shaquille O'Neal hasn't yet migrated east. Detroit's winning streak should continue unbroken. Yet the true intrigue lies in the head-to-head clash between Lin Ke and Wade. Though Lin Ke's season averages appear underwhelming, some fans have already dubbed him the 3-minute Pippen, for in those fleeting minutes, he plays with Pippen-like versatility and poise. Wade, meanwhile, lags slightly behind his peers. If James and Anthony occupy the first tier, Wade belongs squarely in the second. Lin Ke, despite being selected second overall, is artificially grouped with both tiers. At 8 p.m., players from both teams emerge from the tunnel and begin warm-ups. Lin Ke radiates palpable excitement. Hey Ben, you've gotten even more muscular. Wow Rashid, your three-point shooting is sharp tonight. Yo Chauncey, pass me the ball tonight. I can hit threes now. Lin Ke practically struts down the sideline, greeting each teammate with infectious energy. Ben Wallace, Rashid Wallace, and Chauncey Billups exchange bewildered glances. What's gotten into this young man from Longwa? Did he take something? Why is he so unusually energized tonight? Larry Brown also noticed Lin Ke's unusual behavior. He felt a small pang of guilt in his heart, but soon brushed it aside. Larry Brown kept his promise, ensuring that Lin Ke played in every game, which was already quite good. The match soon began, and Lin Ke once again sat at the very end of the bench. Lin Ke was just about to greet Wang Zhizhi, but he noticed that Wang Zhizhi's expression was somewhat evasive, as if he didn't want to interact with Lin Ke. Sigh, Lin Ke thought to himself. He knew the reason. At this moment in the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Zhizhi was nearly untraceable. Wang Zhizhi had even appeared in some textbooks and exam papers, becoming a negative example. To be honest, this was quite messed up. Lin Ke felt powerless in this situation. During that relatively complete season with the Mavericks, Wang Zhizhi averaged 10.9 minutes per game, scoring 5.6 points. His three-point shooting percentage reached 41. For many fans didn't realize what such statistics are. These are the statistics of a standard role player in the league, and they are quite good. Under normal development, it wouldn't be impossible for Wang Zhizhi to grow into a starter for a weak team. Even if he couldn't reach the starting level, there would be no problem for a role player to average 10 minutes of playing time. Without that incident, Wang Zhizhi could definitely stay in the league for a long time. He might wander among several teams, but he would certainly be able to remain. Moreover, he could occasionally deliver an explosive performance. When you regard Wang Zhizhi as a role player, his weaknesses are not that fatal. Wang Zhizhi's three-point shooting and dazzling low-post moves are sufficient. Just like Nick Young, what else can he do besides scoring? But Nick Young played 12 seasons in the league. Similarly, Novak, once a teammate of Yao Ming, also played 11 seasons in the league. His average points were comparable to Wang Zhizhi's. A fun fact, after his rookie contract, Wang Zhizhi still received a mid-level contract with the Clippers. This was something Yi Jianlian couldn't achieve. After his rookie contract, Yi Jianlian went directly to the Mavericks for a minimum salary. The game progressed quickly, and Lin Ke sat on the bench watching the game while daydreaming. He wouldn't get a chance to play in the first half, so he was lost in thought. The Pistons found it very easy to handle the Heat, a so-called strong team. By halftime, the Pistons had limited the Heat's score to 37 points. It seemed that getting over 80 points in this game was a bit difficult for the Heat. With 3 minutes left in the third quarter, Lin Ke felt a stirring in his heart, thinking he would take the court soon. Sure enough, Larry Brown waved at Lin Ke almost at the same moment, granting him the opportunity to compete. This scene felt familiar. Lin Ke had once dominated James at this precise moment. One can't help but say that Larry Brown knows how to create an atmosphere. Lin Ke suddenly stood up, ready to enter the game. On the other side, at the very end of the Heat's bench, Wang Zhizhi looked at Lin Ke entering the game with envy. For the Heat, Wang Zhizhi could basically only play during garbage time. But it was not like that with the Mavericks. During his time with the Mavericks, Wang Zhizhi had even played in the playoffs. Staying on the court alongside Nowitzki was quite common. Just think about it, having two big men capable of shooting threes on the court simultaneously. If such a tactical system were properly developed, it would definitely be ahead of its time. In his previous life's latest season, a center capable of shooting threes was a tremendous advantage. Many things, just thinking about them feels regrettable. On the court, as Lin Ke stepped on, he wandered over to Wade's side. "Dwayne, prepare to face my wrath. I want to challenge you on." After dropping this line, Lin Ke ran back to his half of the court, leaving Wade bewildered. What the heck? What's going on? While Wade was confused, he also felt somewhat displeased. According to their positions, they were not matched up. In Wade's rookie season with the Heat, he often played as a point guard, because the shooting guard position was occupied by Eddie Jones. Eddie Jones was Kobe's backup when he was with the Lakers. Later, when Kobe grew up, he pushed Eddie Jones away. The Lakers management chose Kobe over Eddie Jones. Unfortunately for Eddie Jones, he was likely to be traded to make way for Wade. Riley treated Wade as a mini Jordan during his development. How could a mini Jordan play point guard? He surely had to play shooting guard. "Let me match up with Lin Ke later," Wade shouted to his teammates. After a second of consideration, the team's leader Eddie Jones nodded in agreement. Although Lin Ke was a small forward, he stood at 2.13 meters tall. This seemed quite ridiculous. Wade, standing at 1.93 meters facing Lin Ke on the offensive end, was a classic case of a smaller player taking on a bigger one, guaranteed to score easily. On the defensive end, Wade appeared to have a slight disadvantage, but Lin Ke, averaging 2 points, posed no real threat. This was how Eddie Jones perceived it. Wade thought so too. He was already ready to blow Lin Ke away. The Heat were on the offense. Wade brought the ball past half court, and Lin Ke naturally appeared in front of him. The Pistons players had already adapted to Lin Ke's frequent positional switches. Given Lin Ke's limited playing time and the impressive performances he delivered, they all indulged his improvisation. Even Larry Brown felt the same, treating it as compensation for Lin Ke. "Lin, he'll drive so hard you won't know what hit you," Wade taunted Lin Ke while rhythmically dribbling between his legs. "Oh really? Get ready, I'm about to steal the ball." A devilish smile appeared on Lin Ke's face. In the next second, Wade realized the basketball in his hands had vanished. What was originally a flawless dribble between his legs was disrupted by Lin Ke's long arms. At that moment, Lin Ke had to thank his great static talent. Standing at 2.13 meters tall with an excellent wingspan, he held an absolute advantage in the small forward position. This made many statistical achievements not seem so outrageous. If Lin Ke were short and had small arms, this steal would seem somewhat inhumane. Smack! Lin Ke activated the guaranteed buff for the minimum consumption data steal. Steal 1. This is the feel-good factor. Damn it! Wade cursed under his breath after Lin Ke stole the ball. The steal felt inexplicable, and a flare of anger burned in his chest. Young men crave contest. Wade surged after Lin Ke in a flash. Lin Ke was not especially fast, and Wade actually caught up to him at the free throw line. Just as Wade reached to pry the ball away and make a steal, he saw Lin Ke gather it, plant both feet, and with a fierce shove launch himself into the air. Good heavens! He was taking off from the free throw line. That defied reason. Did Lin Ke really possess such extraordinary athletic gifts? Wade was stunned. By the time he moved to swipe, it was already too late. Inside, Lin Ke throbbed with exhilaration. A free throw line dunk. Who would not yearn to attempt one, especially in a real game? With Lin Ke's actual physical gifts, such a dunk would most likely be impossible. Yet once the minimum consumption data, guaranteed buff, was triggered, any action conceivable on the court could manifest from Lin Ke in an instant. The free throw line dunk was naturally among them. He seized the ball with his right hand and hurled it mercilessly. Thanks to Lin Ke's large hand, the catch posed no difficulty. The thunderous dunk shook the entire backboard. The visual impact was utterly explosive. The home fans of the Huasai team instinctively clasped their heads and cried out in astonishment. That single play laid bare Lin Ke's physical talent. This was the face befitting the second draft pick. Who could say our pick had lost his worth? At the sideline, La Libu Lang's eyes showed a flicker of bewilderment. He turned to his assistant coach Min Luo and asked, has he ever shown such physical gifts in practice? No, Min Luo replied. Ahem. This kid seems to reveal his truest self only in games. He slacks off a bit during practice. Min Luo could offer no other explanation. La Libu Lang nodded, then shook his head again. Lin Ke appeared to possess genuine ability, and that unsettled La Libu Lang should he increase Lin Ke's minutes and make him part of the rotation. But remembering Lin Ke's tendency to coast in practice, La Libu Lang's displeasure resurfaced. His standards for training were uncompromising. 1 minute on stage, 10 years off stage. What right had Lin Ke to slack? La Libu Lang felt compelled to keep him in check. At present, the Huasai team's system operated smoothly, and their defense had become legendary. La Libu Lang saw no need to let Lin Ke become an X factor. On the court, Wada was mortified. He had become nothing more than the backdrop for Lin Ke's free throw line dunk. It was mortifying. Based on history, he probably won't score again, Wada thought. Next, it's my turn to perform. The Rihua team advanced. Wada handled the ball with greater composure, deliberately keeping Lin Ke at bay to avoid another turnover. In truth, Lin Ke could no longer easily rob Wada of the ball. Not impossible, but the chance was now vanishing. After a string of between-the-legs dribbles, Wada suddenly unleashed a sharp crossover. His right foot leapt the first step blisteringly quick. In an instant, Lin Ke was left in his wake. At that moment, Lin Ke's lateral slide and pivot seemed a touch slow. Bursting into the lane, Wada displayed his Mizongbu, the phantom footwork. Left, right, left. The Huasai bench center Kanbei Air was faked clean and could only watch as Wada flowed past. Just as Wada sealed the play with a deft layup, a shout exploded in his ear, making him jolt. It was Lin Ke's voice. Oh no, Wada felt a chill. But the ball had already left his hand. There was nothing he could do to rectify it. With both hands, Lin Ke swatted at the ball, delivering a volley-like rejection that sent Wada's attempt crashing against the backboard. The rebound Karomed back, and Kanbei Air secured the board. Block +1. Lin Ke's defensive display continued to astonish everyone. Impressive, some murmured. He seems to put on a performance like this nearly every game, others said. La Libu Lang is far too stubborn. In the broadcast booth, Ba Kuli wanted to cheer him on. Perhaps the coach's perspective differs from that of the fan. From the fan's vantage, those two possessions were utterly explosive defensively. But in La Libu Lang's eyes, not so much. Ken Nishimisi offered a professional read. Lin Ke's lateral movement was evidently not ideal. Odo Wei skirted past him too easily. That assessment held truth. Lin Ke's subsequent block acted as a remedy for his earlier shaky defense. He simply happened to make the recovery. To La Libu Lang, Lin Ke's defense had indeed been wanting. Yet there is a saying, quantitative change yields qualitative change. When those remedial blocks and steals accumulate frequently enough, they can overshadow the flaw of being beaten on. Whether offense or defense, the process matters, but the outcome determines the game. Sometimes you defend flawlessly and your opponent still buries impossible shots. You lose regardless. Similarly, a player who is occasionally beaten but consistently redeems himself with blocks is still delivering successful defense. What Lin Ke must do now is quietly amass system points until a qualitative leap is triggered. When that day comes, the title defensive master will be his. On the court, Wada's face had grown grave. He had been twice checked by Lin Ke and now understood in part how Jean Musi and Boucher had felt. Wada had often mocked Jean Musi and Boucher before deriding them as unable to handle the laziest second pick. Now the boomerang had flown back at him. Show me what else you've got. Bring it on, Wada thought, calculating Lin Ke had already tallied 2 points, 1 block, and 1 steal. Judging by prior games, Lin Ke might at most add 1 assist and 1 rebound more. That would make him scarcely threatening on either end. Lin Ke thought to himself, sorry brother, I've upgraded. The real show is still to come. The Pistons are on the offense and Mike James is dribbling past half court. Lin Ke is directly reaching out for the ball beyond the 3-point line at the top of the arc. Mike James is fast becoming good buddies with Lin Ke. The reason is simple, the two of them are honestly boosting each other's stats. This time is no different. After passing the ball to Lin Ke, Mike James makes a backdoor cut, swiftly driving towards the paint. Lin Ke's pass is perfectly timed. The player and the ball arrive simultaneously. Swish. Mike James catches the ball and goes straight for the layup. Nice. The basketball lands steadily in the hoop. Mike James scores 2 points. And Lin Ke gets an assist. 1. Well done. Lin Ke and Mike James high-five, sharing a smile. The mutual trust between teammates isn't a big deal, but the commercial boost between opponents is truly impressive. What? You ask how opponents can boost each other. When trailing by 10 points, I let you score 2 points, and you let me score 2 points, and this continues indefinitely. That's called a commercial boost. Because when both teams are scoring 2 points, the point difference can never shrink. Boosting stats doesn't affect the outcome of the game isn't that delightful. On the court, Wade is getting increasingly frustrated. He feels like a useless player. Just now Lin Ke was at the top of the arc distributing the ball, but Wade's positioning amounted to nothing. With the height difference between the two, Lin Ke's pass to Wade faces no interference. This is truly outrageous. The game continues, and time is running out in the third quarter. Wade again makes a strong drive towards Lin Ke, but hesitates at the last moment, clearly wary of Lin Ke's potential block. Although mathematically Lin Ke shouldn't be able to block again, but what if? At this point Wade is still just a rookie and doesn't possess that strong mental fortitude yet. Bang! Wade angrily makes a strong shot. Rebound. Lin Ke leaps and secures the rebound. When he only had one rebound target, Lin Ke would usually focus on offensive rebounds. That would maximize the value and make Lin Ke's performance shine brighter. But now that he has a minimum requirement of 2 rebounds, Lin Ke doesn't hesitate about both offensive and defensive rebounds. To earn system points aside from winning, the system requires Lin Ke to achieve a minimum consumption of stats. Currently Larry Brown is giving him too little playing time. Lin Ke can't afford to waste any. If he accidentally fails to meet the minimum consumption of stats, he would suffer a huge loss. Feeling like he's lost a fortune, Lin Ke passes the ball to Mike James and quickly charges towards the front court. After Mike James crosses half court, he passes the ball back to Lin Ke, who continues to distribute from the top of the arc. This time center Campbell is the target of Lin Ke's pass. Campbell is deep in position. As long as the ball is passed, he can go straight for the rim. How could Lin Ke let such an opportunity slip away? With a precise high lob, Lin Ke sends the ball into Campbell's hands. Swish. Campbell doesn't dribble, but immediately goes for a close-range floater. Steady. Another assist for Lin Ke. Now Lin Ke has achieved 2 points, 2 assists, 1 rebound, 1 block, and 1 steal. There are still 3 points and 1 rebound targets unused. Lin Ke glances at the timer, calculating in his mind. There are only 30 seconds left in the third quarter. If fortune smiles upon him, Lin Ke may stage another watch moment. The Heat are on the offense. Eddie Jonas' backdoor basket shot hits, stabilizing the Heat's footing. The Pistons are on offense, but Corals Williams ignores Lin Ke's call for the ball and goes for the shot himself. After all, Lin Ke is merely a water boy. It's completely normal for teammates to overlook his request for the ball. Bang! Corals Williams' mid-range shot misses. At this point, there are only 6 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Lin Ke feels as if he is surrounded by a blaze. The moment to show off has arrived. The rebound is mine. Lin Ke's loud shout shakes everyone around him, both teammates and opponents. In midair, Lin Ke disregards everything and firmly grips the basketball with both hands. Rebound 1. Upon landing, Lin Ke quickly sprints towards the three-point line. There's no time left. At this moment, several teammates are calling for the ball, but Lin Ke pretends he can't see them. Just outside the three-point line, Lin Ke turns his back to the hoop and has already jumped. In midair, he forcibly spins and instantly releases the shot. The moment the ball leaves his hand, the red light on the timer lights up. Oh, my God, what is that kid from Longwood doing? The audience gasps. After landing, Lin Ke doesn't wait for the ball to swish through the net. He starts tapping his left wrist with his right hand. Time's up. Swish. The crisp and pleasant sound of the basketball going through the net rings out just in time. Wow. Oh my. This is incredible. That was amazing. Not just the fans at the venue, everyone watching the game feels dazzled by Lin. Is it really possible to play like that? What if he misses? Wouldn't that be a disaster? Lin Ke, a disaster. That's something that could never happen. Do you understand the value of the minimum consumption of stats? 5 points, 2 assists, 2 rebounds, 1 block, and 1 steal. Clocking out for the day. Yo. After showing off, Lin Ke becomes lively again. It's precisely this contrast that makes Lin Ke's gesture of wearing a watch look exceptionally stylish. Impressive. Awesome. You really know how to show off. When returning to the bench, his teammates come over to ruffle Lin Ke's hair. Lin Ke starts to worry about his hair. It's almost being pulled out. On the other side, at the end of the Heat's bench, Wang Zhizhi quietly claps twice to cheer Lin Ke on. Wang Zhizhi glances at the scoreboard, feeling that he might have a chance to play a few minutes in this game, because the fourth quarter will once again become garbage time. I must say, during this period, the Pistons' performance has truly been explosive. It seems almost impossible to find a team in the league that can compete with the Pistons. But performance can fluctuate. Additionally, it depends on whether Larry Brown will take the initiative to rein it in. In the regular season, being too on fire isn't a good thing, especially for a championship contending team. Keeping the hottest performance for the playoffs is the way to go. What did I tell you? I knew Lin Ke's stats would gradually increase. 5 points, 2 assists, 2 rebounds, 1 block, and 1 steal. That's quite an improvement. Kenny, I have a strong premonition in my heart. What premonition? Kenny Smith prepares to play the straight man. Lin Ke might become the first player in the league to achieve an average of 105,555 stats. That's an average, you know. Barkley emphasizes. Hiss. Kenny Smith gasps. If such stats are truly achieved by Lin Ke, it would be an incredibly terrifying feat. It's even more terrifying than an average triple-double. There is no doubt that Wade was also defeated by Lin Ke. In the fourth quarter of the game, Wade, just like the former James, drew his sword and looked around lost in thought. Damn it, Lin Ke is not coming back on the court. This has really frustrated Wade. He had finally adjusted his mentality and state, but Lin Ke decided to stop playing with him again. Damn it. When can you have a normal playing time so that we can truly compete? Wade muttered as he glanced at the Pistons bench. Hi. Lin Ke sensed Wade's gaze and waved at him. Come on. Wade felt even more frustrated. This guy is a bit shameless. As the fourth quarter was nearing its end, Lin Ke saw Wang Zhizhi also getting a chance to play. To be honest, Wang Zhizhi's scoring efficiency is indeed quite high. 1 3-pointer, 1 inside step, and 5 points were secured, tying with Lin Ke in scoring. In terms of offensive talent, Wang Zhizhi is indeed remarkable. The game soon came to an end. The Pistons claimed another victory. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained system points 1. The system notification echoed in Lin Ke's mind, and he had grown quite accustomed to it. Zhizhi. Lin Ke walked over to Wang Zhizhi and called out, Xiao Ke. If there's a chance to eat together, I'm off. Wang Zhizhi waved at Lin Ke, leaving no opportunity for him to continue talking. Lin Ke scratched his head and could only sigh again. Just wait. Once Lin Ke becomes the absolute core of the team, perhaps he can help Wang Zhizhi out. The next day, many media outlets reported on Lin Ke. His improvement in statistics and the way he suppressed Wade again made many media and fans question his true combat power. A topic started circulating among fans: is Lin Ke truly weak, or is his performance limited by playing time? Some fans believe Lin Ke is genuinely weak, arguing that if he were strong enough, Larry Brown wouldn't limit his playing time. Even if he can't start, becoming a role player with an average of 10 minutes per game should be possible. Not like now, where he only averages 3 to 4 minutes. Others argue that Lin Ke is indeed strong. The fact that he cannot produce impressive statistics is solely due to limited playing time. The proof lies in his current shooting percentage being 100. Moreover, he fills up the stats sheet in every game, which is definitely something a mediocre player can't achieve. Both sides held their opinions and debated endlessly. However, as the season progressed, the support for Lin Ke among fans began to wane. The reason is that although Lin Ke's stats stabilized at 52,211, there were a few rare instances where Larry Brown granted him over 10 minutes of playing time, yet his stats remained unchanged at 52,211. This revealed Lin Ke's true nature to everyone. Lin Ke's output of 52,211 was not due to insufficient playing time, but rather because that was all he could produce. Suddenly, Lin Ke's attention dropped significantly. It wasn't enough. 52211 was insufficient for Lin Ke to be included in the discussion of the 0-3 golden generation. This is merely a performance of a second-round pick. Although filling up the stats sheet is a highlight, maintaining a shooting percentage of 100 is the miraculous point. Lin Ke did not mind the opinions of the media and fans. In his rookie season, he positioned himself as surviving quietly and developing steadily. During this period, Lin Ke watched the competition for Rookie of the Month each month with a smile. James and Anthony took turns shining. Wade and Bosch would occasionally make headlines. Only Lin Ke maintained absolute stability. So stable that it seemed unbelievable. Time quickly reached the end of January. The Pistons' win count continued to rise, finally reaching 30 on January 27th. This also meant that Lin Ke had accumulated 20 system points. He could once again upgrade the minimum upgrade the minimum consumption data. After returning to his residence, Lin Ke suppressed his excitement and silently thought, Ding, congratulations, host. Minimum consumption data upgraded to Tier 3, 105,522. Consumed system points 20. Ding. Reminder to the host. You still need system points 50 to upgrade to Tier 4. Oh no. Lin Ke was initially ecstatic. Then he felt a bit frustrated. The required system points for each upgrade of the minimum consumption data is indeed progressive. 50 system points would require spanning across seasons. Fortunately, Lin Ke is on the strong Pistons team. If he were on a tanking team, he might not even accumulate 50 system points across 2 seasons. Who says that a rookie can improve on a strong team? Lin Ke can. Smirking. JPG. Now I can go have a chat with that old man Larry Brown. 105,522 stats are hard to achieve in 3 minutes. I need at least 7 or 8 minutes for it to be more secure. Lin Ke pondered to himself. That old man Larry Brown is quite stubborn, but Lin Ke is very confident about how to persuade him. Fans and coaches view problems from different perspectives. In the eyes of fans, Lin Ke's average stats are still. However, in Larry Brown's eyes, Lin Ke's average stats miraculously stabilized from 21,111 to 52,211, and his shooting percentage has always been 100. Such stability is what makes the coaching staff feel terrified. From a tactical standpoint, having a Lin Ke with such stability is indeed valuable. Larry Brown gave Lin Ke more playing time several times voluntarily, because deep down he was starting to. Of course, Lin Ke's lack of statistical improvement during those times also slightly disappointed Larry Brown. Now, as long as Lin Ke proposes a bet agreement with Larry Brown, there's no doubt Larry Brown will agree. The next day, Lin Ke arrived at the training facility early and walked directly to Larry Brown when he saw him. "Shall we chat?" Lin Ke smiled widely at Larry Brown. "Then let's chat." It seemed Larry Brown knew what Lin Ke wanted to discuss. "Give me 8 to 10 minutes of playing time in each game. Allow me to play freely during that time. I can guarantee to produce 105,522 stats. If I fail to meet that in any game, you can retract that playing time at any time, starting from the next game. What do you say?" Lin Ke candidly expressed his demands. Larry Brown did not expect Lin Ke to be so straightforward. After a brief calculation, he felt it was worth it. 8 to 10 minutes of playing time isn't too long. Currently, the Pistons' performance in the regular season and their ranking in the Eastern Conference are quite stable. In terms of tactical rotations and team chemistry, things have basically solidified. Now Larry Brown is focusing more of his energy on the playoffs. In the regular season, the priority is to keep the players healthy and win or lose in a steady manner. Larry Brown thinks it's perfectly fine to give Lin Ke more playing time. Once the playoffs arrive, that's another matter. Larry Brown certainly won't agree to give Lin Ke as much playing time in the playoffs. If Lin Ke can truly guarantee to produce stats of 105,522, then it would mean he could contribute 20 points in 10 minutes, 10 points and 5 assists. In this day and age, scoring around 20 points in a single quarter is quite common. "Sure, Lin, I hope you won't let me down." Larry Brown smiled faintly and patted Lin Ke on the shoulder. He had a new idea in mind to treat Lin Ke as the X factor for the team. If they encounter something insurmountable in the playoffs, let Lin Ke come in and stir things up. The premise is that Lin Ke can truly deliver on what he said. Yes. Watching Larry Brown walk away, Lin Ke waved his arm vigorously. "It's done. This old man is quite interesting," he agreed without hesitation. "Who are we facing in the next game?" "All right. It's the Rockets. It's time for the showdown with Yao Ming." Lin Ke laughed. This season he has already faced Battier and Wang. He had never faced Yao Ming before. Now they are finally going to meet. This season there are 4 players from the Dragon Country in the league, which is a record. However, Battier left the Raptors and returned to the Dragon Country at the end of November last year. This departure also meant the end of Battier's journey in the league. Currently, there are 3 players from the Dragon Country in the league: Lin Ke, Yao Ming, and Wang Zhizhi. In Houston, the entire Pistons team has arrived at their hotel. The schedule isn't too tight, so the Pistons arrived at the away game a day in advance. That night, Yao Ming took the initiative to invite Lin Ke out for a late-night snack. Yao Ming was very warm and acted like a big brother in front of Lin Ke. "Are you used to the food here? I'm planning to open a restaurant here. When it's ready, you can come by and enjoy the flavors of our Dragon Country," Yao Ming said with a smile. "I'm looking forward to it." Lin Ke was showcasing his culinary skills while feeling quite emotional inside. Those who are doing well have a different aura. This season, Yao Ming has undoubtedly become the core of the team's inside game, establishing his position. Yao Ming is now receiving focused training from the Rockets management, and as a key figure in the basketball exchange between the Dragon Country and the United States, his commercial value and influence have skyrocketed. In this regard, Lin Ke truly cannot compare with Yao Ming. "Xiao Ke, you've made significant progress in your rookie season. How do you manage to fill out the stats sheet in every game and maintain a shooting percentage of 100? Yao Ming curiously asked. That's a secret. It's the kind you cannot reveal. Once I do, you'll know how to defend against me." Lin Ke chuckled. That's true. Then let's meet on the court tomorrow night. At that time, I won't hold back," Yao Ming said confidently. This season the Pistons are very strong, but Yao Ming believes he can lead the team to challenge them. Yao Ming has a significant advantage in the paint. It's tough for Ben Wallace to defend against Yao Ming unknown. "Big Yao, get ready mentally. He'll surprise you." Lin Ke winked. Yao Ming smiled again, clearly not taking it too seriously. In under 5 minutes of playing time, what kind of surprise could there be? On January 29th, at 8 p.m., the Toyota Center was already packed with people. Facing a strong team like the Pistons naturally attracts more Rockets fans to come watch the game. Yao Ming's continued growth also fills the Rockets fans with anticipation for the future. After coming out of the player tunnel, Lin Ke was in a very good mood. If his previous stats of 52,211 were still somewhat like playing the role, then stats of 105,522 would definitely make him an important part of the team. The focus is on being well-rounded. As the game began, Lin Ke was still sitting on the bench. However, his seat was no longer at the very end. This also to some extent highlights that Lin Ke's status in the team has improved. In the first half of the first quarter, Yao Ming was locked in a fierce battle with the Wallaces, both teams evenly matched. This season the Rockets have not yet welcomed Tracy McGrady. Therefore they are much stronger in terms of roster depth. Yao Ming, Francis, and Mobley give the Rockets many offensive options. Unlike the following Yao McGrady combination from his past life, where the ball was overly concentrated and other role players were lackluster. Ironically, both Yao Ming and McGrady were injured one after another, which is quite frustrating. If Lin Ke had his way, the Rockets should not have made that trade to acquire McGrady. With 7 minutes left in the first quarter, the two teams were tied at 1-5-1-5. Tied. At this moment, an unexpected substitution suddenly appeared. Lin, get ready to... Larry Brown pointed at Lin Ke. Lin Ke jumped up immediately. He hadn't been idle on the bench tonight. He had been waiting for Larry Brown's call. His teammates looked a bit surprised, clearly not expecting Lin Ke to enter the game so early. Hey! Lin Ke flashed a smile at his teammates, his expression full of pride. Don't mess it up. I need you to break the balance on the court. Larry Brown reminded Lin Ke. Don't worry, coach. You know me. Lin Ke boldly replied. It's a give-and-take situation. Since Larry Brown let Lin Ke play so early, Lin Ke would certainly not let him down. Big Yao. Sorry, I'm going to take you all down. Lin Ke stepped onto the court. On the other side, Yao Ming also showed a surprised expression. Jim, keep an eye on my fellow countryman. Yao Ming shouted to the starting small forward Jim Jackson, pointing at Lin Ke, who had just stepped onto the court. Leave it to me. Jim Jackson nodded, but didn't take it to heart. However, soon he would wish he had called his mom back. On the court, the Pistons are on the offensive. At this moment, Lin Ke has replaced Prince while the other four players are still. This means that it is Lin Ke's first time playing alongside the starters. Hey, I'm a little excited. Lin Ke rubbed his hands together. Billups dribbled the ball past half court. The Pistons' strategy is primarily focused on extreme defense. Their offensive tactics are not very numerous. The offense mainly revolves around Billups' ball control, with him distributing the ball. Hamilton focuses on off-ball movement to receive and shoot. Rasheed Wallace takes on the interior offensive duties. Prince can play both off-ball and on-ball, making him quite versatile. And Ben is primarily there for easy baskets or second-chance points after grabbing offensive rebounds. Now Lin Ke has taken Prince's position. After a brief thought, Billups passed the ball to Lin Ke to handle. On one hand, when a substitute player comes on, they are theoretically expected to contribute. If they just run back and forth without doing anything, it's as if they never came on. Because substitute players don't get much playing time. On the other hand, Lin Ke had previously shown exceptional performance in his brief appearances, earning Billups' trust. After receiving the ball, Lin Ke smiled and nodded at Billups. He hadn't expected to touch the ball so early. Lin Ke had planned to fight for an offensive rebound to gain possession. Unexpectedly, Billups turned out to be a good guy. In light of this, Lin Ke adjusted his approach, first initiating a play from the top of the arc. After receiving the ball, Hamilton began his usual off-ball movement. Lin Ke's pass this time was incredibly daring. Just as Hamilton reached under the basket, Lin Ke executed a bounce pass that sent the ball into the paint. This pass caught everyone off guard, including Hamilton himself. Fortunately, Hamilton, focusing on off-ball offense, was always ready to receive the ball. So when the ball was passed to him, he immediately went for a layup. Although Yao Ming was standing not far away, he failed to react in time to interfere. A brilliant pass. Awesome. Billups watched with wide eyes. As a point guard, he knew all too well the value of Lin Ke's pass. From the timing to the force of the pass, everything was just right. Any slight deficiency would have resulted in a turnover. This kid. He really knows how to show off. But you can flaunt all you want on offense, just don't drop the ball on defense. On the sidelines, Larry Brown nodded with a smile. Coaches who emphasize defense often do not pay as much attention to offense. The Pistons also have plenty of offensive resources. The starting five, except for Ben, all possess the ability to handle the ball, which is quite rare. People say the Lakers' F4 this season is intimidating, but in reality Malone and Payton are struggling to keep up with the intensity. And the Lakers, with their F4, also have four players capable of creating their own shots, making them on par with the Pistons. Currently, they lag slightly behind the Pistons. Because the Pistons have Lin Ke, this X factor. 1 assist secured. Lin Ke happily jogged back to his half of the court. By playing alongside the starters, Lin Ke felt less defensive pressure. If he were to be beaten inside, Ben would be there to help. He felt very secure. Moreover, Lin Ke's static talent is evident. As long as Lin Ke doesn't easily lose his position, it would be very difficult for his counterpart to score over him. Standing at 2.13 meters, Lin Ke has a significant height advantage at the small forward position. For instance, the Rockets' small forward Jim Jackson is only 1.98 meters tall. As long as Lin Ke doesn't allow Jim Jackson to drive past him, he can easily cover him. During the Rockets' offense, after Francis crossed half court, he immediately looked for Yao Ming. Yao Ming's average points per game this season have risen to first on the team. He is undeniably the offensive core. Yao Ming received the ball from Francis in the paint, backing down against Ben. Ben had just tried to sneak around, but failed. Yao Ming's height put some pressure on Ben, he was just so tall. Moreover, Yao Ming's offensive maneuvers are clearly much more varied than Shaquille O'Neal's. He can turn and shoot a fadeaway. Damn, this move is something Ben truly cannot defend against. There's no strength to use. Bang. Yao Ming indeed executed that move. He backed into Ben to find his rhythm, then quickly turned and shot. Swish. It went in smoothly. Ben could only watch in disbelief, unable to catch up. That's ridiculous. Ben really wished his afro could grow a bit longer. His height is truly a disadvantage. Ben, in the next possession, I'll double team with you. You have no objections, right? Lin Ke ran over to Ben and asked. Moi. No objections. As long as we can stop Yao, what objection could I have? I'm not the kind of idiot who insists on unknown defense for the sake of pride. Ben said angrily. Transparent. Lin Ke gave Ben a thumbs up and chuckled. The score on the scoreboard changed to 17-17, still tied. The Pistons are on the offensive and Billups continues to pass the ball to Lin Ke. This time Hamilton is clearly being guarded more closely by Mobley. However, Rasheed Wallace's sudden cut still created an opportunity. The ball arrived just in time. Lin Ke once again delivered an unexpected pass. After receiving the ball, Rasheed Wallace made no adjustments and simply went for a powerful dunk. Bang! It was that simple. Yao Ming's quick recovery to block failed. 19-17. The Pistons regained the lead. So satisfying. Lin Ke let out a groan. This kind of pass without the worry of turnovers is simply too enjoyable. Within 5 assists, Lin Ke is like a magician. The Rockets are on the offensive, continuing to attack Yao Ming. This time, after Ben held his ground on the first attempt, Lin Ke dashed towards Yao Ming. Oh my! Yao Ming dared not dribble much longer, quickly gathering the ball and preparing for a strong shot. Here we go. Smack. At this moment, Lin Ke's jump seemed to have received a massive buff, soaring unusually high, and from the side, he blocked Yao Ming's shot down. Block 1. Wow. Even Yao Ming's high release point can be blocked. Fellow countrymen meeting fellow countrymen, no mercy at all. Wait. Which basketball expert can enlighten us about Lin Ke? I've never heard of him before. You haven't heard much, have you? Do you know that DeBa and DeG are also in the league? Chill. Let's not mention DeG. Across the ocean, Dragon Country fans are going wild. Yao Ming's games are often broadcasted by Dragon Country Sports Channel, and it's the first time Dragon Country fans are seeing Lin Ke play. Suddenly they realize this Lin Ke is quite impressive. Frankly speaking, Lin Ke finally played this game with exhilarating freedom. The elevation of the minimum playing time threshold and Larry Brown's decision to grant Lin Ke significantly more court time allowed him, for the first time before all eyes, to fully unleash the power of his innate guaranteed buff. Moreover, Lin Ke relentlessly targeted Yao Ming, blocking 2 shots, and stealing the ball twice. This nearly ignited Yao Ming's temper. Yet it was hardly Lin Ke's fault. After all, Yao Ming was the Rockets' undisputed offensive cornerstone. Under Jeff Van Gundy's system, every Rockets' offensive possession now inevitably flowed through Yao Ming. Given such circumstances, how could Lin Ke possibly resist focusing his defensive intensity on Yao Ming? In the first quarter's final 5 minutes, Lin Ke delivered 2 points, 4 assists, 3 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. Such statistics were undeniably outstanding. During those 5 minutes, Lin Ke orchestrated both ends of the Pistons' game with masterful clarity and precision. Consequently, Detroit shifted from a tightly contested battle into a commanding 7-point lead, 2,720. The scoreboard froze at that score as the first quarter ended. Even the most skeptical fans could now unmistakably perceive Lin Ke's profound influence over the game's flow. Good heavens. Lin, your progress is genuinely astonishing. On the bench, Ben Wallace scratched his head, visibly taken aback. Those blocks. Those steals. Ben felt as though Lin Ke were encroaching upon his own domain. Chauncey Billups shared the same unsettling sensation. Those assists. That playmaking vision. Chauncey sensed he could confidently cede primary ball handling responsibilities in offense. It truly felt like a reversal of natural order. Well done. Our agreement stands. Larry Brown approached, nodding with a rare approving smile toward Richard Hamilton, usually reserved, let out a soft, surprised murmur. He noticed that the notoriously irascible Coach Brown seemed unusually amiable toward Lin Ke. Lin Ke was invariably the one player least scolded during team talks. Rubbing his nose, Hamilton quietly speculated, half-jokingly, whether some undefeatable arrangement existed between Lin Ke and Larry Brown. Indeed, he was a man of quiet intensity, but no such arrangement existed. Larry Brown's uncommon warmth toward Lin Ke stemmed from a lingering sense of guilt. Restricting a second overall pick's playing time to such an extreme degree was frankly absurd, especially given Lin Ke's dazzling performances within those limited minutes. Unlike Darko Milicic in his prior timeline, whose play remained bewilderingly inconsistent. Now, as Larry Brown deliberately expanded Lin Ke's role, Lin Ke not only fulfilled his promise, he exceeded expectations. Thus, naturally, Larry Brown had no reason to reprimand him. It was as simple as that. Lin, you'll stay in for this. I'll give you another 5 minutes, and push the lead beyond 10 points. Larry Brown set Lin Ke a new objective. No problem. Lin Ke replied, each word deliberate, his presence radiating unwavering confidence. With 8 points, 1 assist, and 2 rebounds still unspent, leading the Pistons on another surge posed no challenge whatsoever. Such was his unshakable self-assurance. Lin Ke continued to battle. This left many people shocked once again. Tonight's match is undoubtedly a milestone, a stepping stone on Lin Ke's path to greatness. At this moment, Yao Ming furrowed his brow. Lin Ke could continue to fight, but after playing the first quarter, Yao Ming had to sit on the bench to rest. Yao Ming was somewhat worried that the Rockets would be swept away by the Pistons. Why do I have such thoughts? Is Lin Ke really that strong? Yao Ming's expression suddenly became much more serious. Competition is omnipresent. Competing within the league is one aspect for Yao Ming, competing internationally, and within the realm of Dragon Nation basketball, is another. In the context of Dragon Nation basketball, Yao Ming originally had no rivals. Battelle, let's not mention, was lacking in strength. Wang Zhizhi was rendered ineffective. If he didn't open his heavenly eye now, one could say he was completely finished. Yao Ming was in a leading position, but now Lin Ke had emerged. Although Lin Ke wasn't within the Dragon Nation basketball system, when he performed exceptionally, he would definitely be noticed by the Dragon Nation. In some ways, Yao Ming was also a bit petty. In a past life, Yao Ming had joked during Yi Jianlian's retirement ceremony that when he learned there was a young player who made the national team early, he immediately did additional training, doing several extra sets of bench presses. Dragon Nation basketball and football are both too deep. No need to elaborate. At this moment, Yao Ming felt a hint of threat. No matter what, Yao Ming had to suppress Lin Ke in terms of data, honors, and team performance. But Yao Ming had already realized that in terms of team performance, he was completely at a disadvantage. The Rockets' record couldn't compare to the Pistons. This season, the Pistons had declared their championship aspirations. If Lin Ke played a more crucial role in the Pistons, and they won the championship together, the gap in honors and team performance between him and Yao Ming would be immense. Yao Ming suddenly realized that the only thing he could use to suppress Lin Ke was data. Damn it, what a situation this is. Yao Ming felt somewhat distressed. He knew that having such thoughts was wrong. As fellow players of the Dragon Nation, they should help each other. But in the adult world, the most important thing is interests. At this moment, Lin Ke had no idea of the internal struggles Yao Ming was facing. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Regarding the national team, Lin Ke only wanted to lead the Dragon Nation team to compete for the gold medal at the 2008 Olympics in his homeland. At other times, he would just go with the flow. He would attend whenever the national team called him. When faced with some factional competition, he couldn't be bothered. He just needed to focus on doing his own job. On the court, the Rockets initiated the offense. Francis and Mobley remained on the court. Yao Ming needed more rest, while the two of them didn't need it as much. As long as Yao Ming was on the court, he would be the offensive core, so Francis and Mobley actually didn't expend much effort. At this moment, bringing in the bench lineup was just right. Francis controlled the ball across half court. With Yao Ming absent, Francis decisively made his move. After consecutive crossovers, Francis cleanly got past Mike James. Facing Lin Ke's help defense, Francis chose to take a quick shot. Swish. The basketball went through the net. After losing the minimum consumption data, blocks and steals, Lin Ke's defense had become quite standard. 2-2-2-7. Francis led the Rockets to recover 2 points. Francis's playing style is explosive, and he's like a shorter version of Westbrook. And Lin Ke watched, sighing in admiration. It's truly poignant how brother Francis ultimately ended up behind bars. And on the Pistons' offensive possession, Mike James advanced past half court and obediently passed the ball to Lin Ke. If Lin Ke sustains this level of performance, he'll surely secure the sixth-man role, elevating his status above Mike James himself. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Ke found himself face-to-face with Old Cat Mobley, a player even shorter at just 193 meters. This season, the Rockets' greatest perimeter weakness lies in their lack of height, an undeniable testament to Yao Ming's immense defensive value. After all, 3 undersized perimeter players inevitably form a defensive sieve. Lin Ke assumed a triple threat stance, then launched a lightning-fast three-pointer. The shot caught Mobley completely off guard. He merely raised his hand on instinct, offering negligible. The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air, and swish, and dropped cleanly through the net. In three-point shooting, effortless, sublime. Yes, Lin Ke clenched his fist and thrust his arm skyward. And nothing compares to the exhilaration of a deep three. And he would summon a downpour of threes upon Toyota Center. 3022. And the lead had widened to 8 points, just 2 shy of Larry Brown's target. And push forward. Push. Push. And the Rockets mounted another attack. Francis drove hard once more. And boom. and he exploded into the paint for a thunderous dunk. His vertical leap remained astonishingly explosive. In 24-30, Francis appeared locked in a fierce duel with Lin Ke. Would Lin Ke fall behind? Scarcely across half-court, he raised his hand, demanding the ball from Mike James. Then without hesitation, launched a shot from beyond the logo. A deep long-range three, let's do it. Lin Ke grew bolder by the minute. Wang Defa. And this is sheer recklessness. Larry Brown could barely remain seated on the sideline. They felt Lin Ke had gone far beyond free reign into outright recklessness. Yet the next second Brown settled back onto the bench. Well done, he thought inwardly. Swish, nah, crisp resonant swish echoed through the arena. Nah, deep three, perfectly drained. Non-court Lin Ke struck another pose of effortless cool. He tapped his wrist impassively. High noon has arrived. 33-24. The margin widened by another point. Francis was growing heated. Determined to answer with a response three, he rose up beyond the arc and clang. Swing your hammer high. Another brick. +1. Lin Ke's sword snatched the rebound and instantly fed the ball to Mike James before sprinting ahead. Ball handling wasn't Lin Ke's forte. He never dribbled for its own sake. Reaching the front court, he pivoted, backing down Mobley firmly inside the three-point line. With only 2 points remaining toward his minimum statistical threshold, a three was no longer viable. So this time Mike James didn't wait for Lin Ke's signal. He surged forward and delivered the pass instantly. Lin Ke caught, spun, and released a smooth leaning jump shot. No chance for a Rockets double team. Poetic in motion. Swish, and another clean net ripple. 35-24. The gap stretched to 11 points. Bingo, mission accomplished. None more assist, and one more rebound, and Lin Ke could call it a day. BZZD. Van Gundy called a timeout. No choice. Mere minutes Lin Ke had nearly dismantled the Rockets single-handedly. That kid was extraordinary. His performance rivaled any elite star in the league. The sole caveat. His volume hadn't yet matched his efficiency. His critical hit rate had already spiked off the charts. Yao. Who is that kid? How is he this good? Van Gundy turned to Yao Ming. He knew little about Lin Ke, but assumed as a fellow Longwood native Yao might. Coach. I don't know much about him either, Yao replied with a wry smile. Truth be told, he'd only learned Lin Ke was the No. 2 overall pick after reading the news. Fine. Van Gundy shook his head. Meanwhile on the Pistons bench, laughter bubbled anew. Teammates collectively chanted 666 for Lin Ke. The rookie had truly climbed. Each phase brought a quantum leap in ability, a notion upon reflection almost unnerving, and even more baffling. His consistently lackluster showing in practice games. Where teammates once doubted his skill, they now suspected he'd been sandbagging all along. That in turn earned him deeper respect. To openly slack off right under Larry Brown's watch took audacity. Larry Brown could only raise a thumb toward Lin Ke. No words needed. Lin Ke had delivered. That was the mark of a true player. Coach, 5 minutes aren't up yet. Don't sub me out, Lin Ke insisted urgently. His minimum statistical quota remained unfulfilled. You little rascal. If you keep your words, so will I. From now on you'll earn no less than 10 minutes per game. As long as you continue to deliver. Brown chuckled, then relented. When play resumed, Lin Ke returned, but briefly. After securing 1 assist and 1 rebound, he promptly requested a substitution. Brown, once again stunned by Lin Ke, obliged. With a double-digit lead secured, Brown believed the rest would unfold effortlessly. The Rockets, and Yao Ming, were still too raw. Their raw talent simply fell short. Seeing Lin Ke exit cleanly, Yao nearly choked on his own frustration. He'd been primed for a proper showdown, only to swing at empty air. James Wade and Bosch sent Yao a silent thumbs up. A comical image flashed across the screen. From there the outcome held no suspense. The Pistons seized control and sustained their advantage until the final buzzer. Another Pistons victory. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 1 system point. Lin Ke began accumulating system points once more. At the next upgrade, Lin Ke would advance toward stardom, perhaps even superstardom. The future gleamed. Xiao, shall we catch up again later? After the game, Yao Ming extended another invitation to Lin Ke, only to be politely declined this time. Tomorrow night the Pistons would face a grueling back-to-back road game against the Denver Nuggets. Lin Ke's long-awaited showdown with Carmelo Anthony, the legendary brother Guo of society. This would mark the final high-stakes confrontation among the fabled class of 2003, and after tonight's performance no one would dare dismiss Lin Ke as a bust second pick ever again. Surely Anthony himself was watching Lin Ke's game right now. Alright then, we'll reunite another time. I hope we meet again this summer, in the national team. Then we'll truly fight side by side. Yao Ming nodded thoughtfully, and added one more remark. Moi. Agreed. Lin Ke smiled, and nodded in return. He suspected Yao Ming had merely spoken in passing. Making the national team was no simple feat. Lin Ke understood this clearly and refused to dwell on it. Lin Ke now turned his focus fully toward his duel with Anthony. Among the class of 2003, none matured technically sooner than Anthony. As a rookie, Anthony already wielded an unstoppable triple-threat offensive arsenal. In unknown matchups, he remained undefeated, and in sheer scoring prowess, he stood alone among his peers. Yet over time, Anthony's path narrowed steadily. His rate of improvement simply could not rival LeBron James's meteoric ascent. In the previous timeline during the 2004-05 season, LeBron had already posted staggering averages of 27 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, a truly awe-inspiring display. Meanwhile, Anthony hovered around 20 points per game, even dipping slightly below his rookie-year output, leaving many with the unsettling impression that he had fallen behind. Perhaps it was Anthony's inherent personality flaws that held him back. The next morning, the Pistons boarded an early flight bound for the high-altitude terrain of Denver. Lin Ke felt a subtle weariness settle in. Back-to-back games were taxing enough, but competing at altitude compounded the exhaustion, layering debuffs upon the Pistons like a curse. Deep down, head coach Larry Brown had already adopted a strategic concession mindset. He saw no need for the Pistons to exhaust themselves in this contest. Lin, tonight I plan to give you significantly more playing time. I'll rotate the lineup more aggressively. Whether we win or not depends entirely on your performance. After landing, the Pistons checked into their hotel for a brief afternoon rest. Their coach Brown sought Lin Ke out personally to deliver the message in advance. I see. Lin Ke nodded, instantly grasping Brown's intent tonight would be a deliberately subdued, strategically surrendered affair. Should Lin Ke somehow force a victory through sheer will and dominance, so much the better. Coach, please keep me on the floor for the entire fourth quarter. Lin Ke voiced his request plainly. If he weren't entrusted with decisive moments, he'd have no chance to shape. That prospect frankly sat ill with him. Agreed. Consider it done. You seem remarkably confident. I must admit, I'm genuinely intrigued by how you'll perform in the final quarter. Larry Brown offered a faint, knowing smile, the quiet spark of genuine anticipation flickering deep within his gaze. At 8 o'clock sharp, Pepsi Center Arena. Attendance was strong. The stands brimmed with eager fans. Nuggets supporters were especially captivated by the clash between Anthony and Lin Ke. Indeed, times had changed. After all this build-up, this matchup between the third and second overall picks finally carried real weight, true gravitas. Though Lin Ke's minutes remained modest, his stat line, 10 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, was impossible to ignore. Just as Lin Ke settled onto the bench, Anthony approached him deliberately, clearly intending to exchange a few words. What could he possibly want to say? Was this pre-game trash talk? Lin Ke wondered inwardly. Lin, I hope we match up in crunch time tonight. Don't end up sitting here again when it matters most. Anthony grinned, gesturing playfully toward the bench. Carmelo, that depends entirely on how you define crunch time. In my view, every moment I step onto the court is crunch time, because I'm the one who pulls away from the pack. Lin Ke flashed a bold, unapologetic grin. Bold? Then let's go all out tonight. Anthony extended a fist to Lin Ke, met it with a firm, resonant tap. Watching Anthony walk away, Lin Ke scratched his head. Something about that exchange felt oddly incongruous. Was it provocation? Not quite. Was it camaraderie? Not quite either. There lingered a faint, unmistakable spark of tension. Lin Ke had half expected Anthony to be hot-tempered, ready to ambush the team bus at any provocation. The game began swiftly, and true to form, Larry Brown executed sweeping rotations. The starting five played just 5 minutes before being pulled en masse. The famously cautious Brown had broken protocol entirely, 5 in 5 out. His intention to concede strategically was unmistakable. Such rotation maximized protection for core players, minimizing injury risk. The season had already entered its second half. For a championship-contending squad like the Pistons, preserving full health, especially among starters, was paramount. Intentionally resting key players during select regular season games was simply sound, high-value strategy. A surprise win from the reserves would be pure windfall, but Lin Ke did not enter the game immediately. Sometimes Lin Ke suspected Brown harbored a faint, mischievous delight in managing his minutes. Lin Ke remained seated on the bench, right through the entire third quarter. Unbelievable. Had Brown not inserted him at the start of the fourth quarter, Lin Ke's gaze toward the coach might well have turned profoundly, hauntingly wistful. An entire quarter, it'll do. Time to unleash my sealed power and carry this team. Lin Ke glanced up at the scoreboard, 6,072. The Pistons trailed by 12. That margin convinced the home crowd they held victory firmly in hand. Their thunderous cheers betrayed precisely that certainty. I'm here to disrupt. No. I'm the road arena silencer. Lin Ke murmured quietly. Denver opened the possession. Anthony sat on the bench, conserving energy. Whether he'd even take the floor depended entirely on whether the Pistons could close the gap. If the deficit widened irreversibly and the fourth quarter devolved into garbage time, Anthony would remain bent. Earl Boykins brought the ball up court, a point guard standing barely 5 feet 5 inches tall. Before him stood Muggsy Bogues at 5 feet tall, the original Bug. Now came Boykins the Sprite, 5 feet 5 inches of relentless fire. Was it fate that every great undersized guard bore a surname ending in ski? Together they redefined the archetype, leaving indelible legacies in the league's annals. Compared to them, Allen Iverson towered. At this moment facing Lin Ke is Rodney White. Rodney White stands at 2.06 meters tall and weighs 108 kilograms, making him a true match for Lin Ke. Earl Boykins chose to call for a pick to drive and distribute. Lin Ke began to shift for assistance defense. To quickly close the score gap, solid defense is essential. Counterattacks during the transition between offense and defense always represent the fastest scoring method. Earl Boykins noticed Lin Ke stepping up for assistance defense, faking a shot before attempting to pass the ball to Rodney White. Not happening. Lin Ke extended his long arm and directly intercepted the ball. Minimum consumption data steal activated. When it's time to act, you must act. Steal 1. Damn it. Earl Boykins cursed under his breath. Lin Ke's physique significantly enlarges his defensive coverage area. In front of Lin Ke, Earl Boykins appeared particularly small. Earl Boykins was a bit too arrogant. Even without using guaranteed buff, Lin Ke had a high probability of intercepting the ball. But with guaranteed buff, why not use it? It's more stable. With only one segment of playing time, Lin Ke didn't need to consider how to allocate the usage of minimum consumption data. If Larry Brown had Lin Ke starting for over 30 minutes, he would need to think about how to reasonably allocate the usage of minimum consumption data. If he used it all at once, Lin Ke would become ineffective in the subsequent games. It cannot be that simplistic. Charge, charge, charge. After intercepting the ball, Lin Ke shouted a few times at Mike James. Mike James immediately understood and rushed toward the front court. As they approached the three-point line, Lin Ke's pass arrived as expected. After catching the ball, Mike James originally intended to drive further inside the three-point line, but at this moment a mysterious force was pulling him to shoot a three-pointer. Mike James did not resist this pull. He had already adapted to Lin Ke's passing buff. So what are we? Shoot it. Rise up. Steady your hands. Three-pointer released. Rejoice, young man. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. 6-3-7-2. The score gap instantly returned to within 10 points. The Pistons' counterattack horn officially sounded. Well done. Lin Ke high-fived Mike James. The chemistry between these two good friends is getting better and better. Let's keep it going. Lin Ke rubbed his hands together, his fighting spirit almost materializing. Earl Boykins once again controlled the ball past half court, this time playing much more cautiously, passing the ball to Rodney White. Rodney White froze for a moment after catching the ball. Why did you pass it to me? This rookie is really too reckless. You should target the weaknesses of other positions on the Pistons. Smack. Lin Ke did not give Rodney White a chance to ponder, quickly swiping the basketball from his hands during his moment of distraction. Steal 11. This time Lin Ke's shout was unnecessary as Mike James took off early towards the front court. Outside the three-point line, Mike James made a quick stop, arriving just as the ball did. Mike James smoothly caught Lin Ke's pass. Another three-pointer launched. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. Another three-pointer. The score gap returned to 6 points. Beep. Nuggets head coach Jeff Bzdelik called a timeout. Anthony on the bench couldn't sit still. Just 1 minute into the fourth quarter, the score gap had shrunk to 6 points. Weren't they supposed to have a secure 12-point lead? Anthony's expression had turned extremely serious. He remembered Lin Ke's words before the game, as long as I am on the court, it's clutch time. Now the game really has been turned into clutch time by Lin Ke. What a situation. Coach, let me play. Anthony actively sought to be included. Jeff Bzdelik nodded and did not refuse. Let's play a bit steadier from now on. Lin Ke's defensive consistency is hard to maintain. He has just a few tricks, and we can get through it. Jeff Bzdelik tapped the tactical board. One must admit those who can be head coaches generally have some skill. Jeff Bzdelik noticed that Lin Ke's defense explodes during the 2 minutes he is on the court. After achieving 2 blocks and 2 steals, Lin Ke's defensive prowess became mediocre. Understood. The Nuggets players nodded in agreement. The timeout quickly ended and the game resumed. Jeff Bzdelik not only brought Anthony in, but also Andre. Andre Miller is a very steady traditional point guard, also referred to as Mo Wenway by Dragon Country fans. He looks quite similar. Grinning. This is aimed at completely stabilizing the pace of the game. The Pistons had just been soaring with their fast breaks, and the Nuggets were completely thrown off their rhythm. On the court, Andre Miller leisurely dribbled the ball past half court. Anthony directly faced off against Lin Ke this time. Near the free throw line, Anthony backed into Lin Ke, reaching out for the ball. After thinking for 2 seconds, Andre Miller chose to pass the ball. At this moment, he felt that a better strategy was for him to back down against Mike James, as that would provide a greater matchup advantage. However, as Anthony is a key player being developed by the Nuggets, his request for the ball at this moment, if Andre Miller didn't pass, it would seem to disregard Anthony's abilities. Andre Miller prioritized his own job security and passed the ball. Anthony took the ball and backed down against Lin Ke. To be fair, Lin Ke had not faced a back-down situation against James Wade or Bosh before. Those players primarily focused on face-up attacks. Of course, Lin Ke never directly matched up with Bosh. Now Anthony was giving Lin Ke a chance to experience low-post offense and defense. Low-post offense is very hard to defend against. Often whether or not the shot goes in depends on the offensive player's feel for the game. However, Lin Ke believes in the power of the system's guaranteed buff. If it's labeled guaranteed success, then it must lead to successful blocks. Lin Ke was already prepared. Bang! Bang! Anthony backed into Lin Ke, colliding with him twice. Lin Ke felt that Anthony's physicality and strength were genuinely formidable. If he took it seriously, he could unleash even greater energy on both ends. But Anthony tends to be a bit too lackadaisical in his play. Bang! After another back hit, Anthony swiftly spun and jumped for a fadeaway shot. No one from the 0-3 generation had executed this move better than Anthony. Many home fans in the stands stood up, raising their arms ready to cheer. Once the main player steps onto the court, the situation stabilizes. They are sure to win this game. The next second, smack! A large hand grabbed the basketball. Anthony never expected that his backleaning jump shot could be directly blocked by Lin Ke. After landing, Anthony saw Lin Ke standing in front of him, holding the basketball, with one hand feeling somewhat surreal. However, through slow motion, it was revealed that after Anthony's last back bump, Lin Ke had forcefully halted his movement and stepped forward to the right. By the time Anthony took his shot, Lin Ke's jump and wingspan were perfectly positioned to cover the defense range. Everything was quite reasonable. One can only say that Lin Ke's timing and defense reached an exquisite level. Moreover, he was completely unaffected by Anthony's back fake. Oh, my God. This defensive awareness. It's truly Schrodinger's defense. At one moment, it's incredibly strong. At another moment, it becomes very ordinary. In the broadcast room, Barkley exclaimed in astonishment. However, he soon felt a bit smug. Lin Ke's increasing strength only highlights the excellence of Lord Bas' vision at that time. What was that saying again? Talent determines the offensive height. Attitude determines the defensive height. Defense relies heavily on proactivity. Even if your physical conditions are good, if your defense is passive, you'll naturally be left with nothing. Kenny Smith next to him provided a scientific explanation. Exactly. That's the principle. If I had gone all out to grab rebounds back in the day, Dennis Rodman wouldn't have been the rebounding king. Barkley nodded in agreement. On the court, Lin Ke passed the ball to Mike James while performing a palm flip gesture. This was a signal between him and Mike James. It was time for a change of roles. Previously, Lin Ke was racking up assists while Mike James was scoring. Now it was Lin Ke's turn to score, while Mike James would rack up assists. Of course, Lin Ke still had assists to give, but some variation was always needed in the game. This time, Andre Miller's defensive speed was incredibly fast, and upon seeing this, Mike James decided not to rush in recklessly. The opponents wouldn't allow you to keep launching counterattacks, unless everyone was just playing for commercial exchanges. Mike James understood this immediately. That damn chemistry. He skillfully controlled the ball past half court. Lin Ke wandered around the paint, and then Campbell set a screen for him without the ball, allowing Lin Ke to quickly rush towards the three-point line. Anthony was briefly delayed by Campbell, losing track of Lin Ke. Wasn't this the opportunity they needed? Outside the three-point line, it was Lin Ke's turn to fire. Receive the ball. Rise up. Release. Fire in the hole. Swish. The three-point rain began to pour down. 6-9-7-2. The point difference was narrowed to 3 points. Such a rapid scoring pace. Anthony was momentarily stunned. Larry Brown, sitting on the bench, was also somewhat dazed. This terrifying offensive capability. Is this really the Pistons team he coached? Why does it resemble the former Warriors and Supersonics teams? Shouldn't Larry Brown's teams be defensive battles with very slow pacing? Larry Brown chuckled to himself, raising his evaluation of Lin Ke once again. Perhaps Lin Ke could truly become the X factor in the playoffs. Basketball at its core is a game of putting the ball into the hoop. Unlike football, basketball emphasizes scoring more. In football, one can have 0 goals, but in basketball there will always be points scored. No matter how extraordinary your defense is, it's impossible to prevent the opponents from scoring entirely. Thus, as a professional coach, Larry Brown naturally could set aside his preferences to embrace Lin Ke, this X factor. Moreover, Larry Brown wasn't completely devoid of offensive strategies. To be fair, he was still a step above coaches like Thibodeau, who only focus on defense. With the 76ers, it seemed like they relied solely on Iverson's one-man show. But in reality, Larry Brown designed numerous strategies to crash the offensive boards, creating ample second-chance opportunities. The 76ers' offensive possession ending rate was not low. With the Pistons, Larry Brown had even more offensive strategies. Setting aside Larry Brown's personal character issues, Lin Ke felt that Larry Brown deserved the title of a great coach. Furthermore, Larry Brown had always been very cordial towards Lin Ke, so Lin Ke naturally had no ill feelings towards him. Who knows, in the future when Larry Brown faces a public crisis and everyone turns against him, Lin Ke might stand up to support him. In his past life, players like Billups had all turned against Larry Brown. Only Iverson stood up to support his mentor Larry Brown. On the court, the game continued. After bringing the ball past half-court, Andre Miller ignored Anthony's request for the ball and decided to stabilize the situation himself. If they couldn't score this time and the Pistons made another three-pointer, the point difference would be erased. Andre Miller backed down Mike James inside the three-point line, initiating a post-up. In his past life, Andre Miller once scored 50 points in a game relying solely on this type of post-up, showing his impressive skills. Facing Mike James' defense, Andre Miller felt that this post-up would be almost guaranteed. Bang! Andre Miller bumped against Mike James twice, then performed a half-spin and jumped to shoot. Unlike Anthony, Andre Miller did not lean back. Got it. As soon as the ball left his hand, Andre Miller felt it was going in. However, he still underestimated the complexity of the offensive environment. If it were a simple 1v1, the ball would definitely go in. But in a dynamic game, it's not as straightforward as 1v1. Lin Ke had been watching Andre Miller's movements, and when he executed his post-up combo, Lin Ke swiftly rushed in. One could say that Anthony was indeed a bit inexperienced. At this moment, he forgot to shout a reminder to Andre Miller. This led Andre Miller to be completely unaware that Lin Ke was providing help defense. With a powerful push-off, Lin Ke soared into the air. Good things come in pairs. Another block. Clapped. In midair, Lin Ke once again precisely grabbed the basketball. Block 1-1. Oh, my God. This is beyond human. Consecutive blocks. This is just explosive. The audience erupted in cheers, fans of the Nuggets covering their heads with both hands, their feelings extremely complicated. Is this game about to end? Lin Ke's continuous hat grabs evidently put the home fans of the Nuggets on the defensive. Moreover, the point difference is now only 3 points. The 12-point gap is about to vanish in an instant. After landing, Lin Ke steadily passed the ball to Mike James and dashed toward the front court. Anthony's defense this time is noticeably more aggressive, quickly closing in on Lin Ke. During their run, they tugged at each other, and the tension was palpable. The referees have loosened their calls in the final quarter, showing no intention to blow the whistle. Hey, over here. Nearing the three-point line, Lin Ke used one arm to push Anthony away while reaching out for the ball with the other hand. At this moment, Anthony was like a piece of gum sticking to Lin Ke. Mike James, fully trusting Lin Ke, passed the ball to him without hesitation. Mutual trust. The key point is trust. Lin Ke considers himself a person of great integrity. After receiving Mike James' pass, Lin Ke ignored Anthony's death grip and forcefully pulled up for a leaning three-pointer. Arrogant. Too damn arrogant. In this moment, Anthony felt like he was about to explode with anger. He jumped up quickly, pressing his arm forward, making a maximum effort to interfere. But it was ineffective. The basketball seemed to be precisely guided, accurately finding its way to the hoop and dropping in. Swish. The sound the Nuggets fans dreaded the most rang out once again. This three-pointer completely erased the previous 12-point deficit. 7-2, 7-2. The score is tied. The audience fell silent. Truly a home court silencer. What does a 12-point lead matter? Lin Ke vigorously waved his arm, his muttering never ceasing. This shot was just too satisfying. In previous games, Lin Ke mostly played during garbage time when the outcome was already decided. No matter if the Pistons were winning or losing, Lin Ke's presence was merely decorative, and sometimes even that was unnecessary. There was no timely assistance. But this game is different. Lin Ke is leading the team to achieve a remarkable 12-point comeback. The significance is entirely different. Beep. Nuggets head coach Jeff Budenholzer had to call another timeout. He realized that the previous timeout was in vain. Substituting in Anthony and Andre Miller brought no effect. It truly felt like a wasted call. As he walked to the sidelines, Anthony's expression was somewhat dazed. This face-to-face confrontation made Anthony feel that Lin Ke was terrifyingly strong. Much stronger than James Wade and Bosh. A thought of unresistible arose in Anthony's mind. Oh, surely his Dow heart hasn't shattered. So domineering. Lin Ke's shot was so domineering. This is a typical superstar play. Lin Ke may not yet be a superstar, but he already possesses the potential to become one. This kind of belief that every shot will go in is essential for superstars. Lin Ke surprisingly possesses such qualities so early, so rare. In the broadcast room, Barkley started to cheer for Lin Ke in a flashy manner. Generally, rookies tend to face a rookie wall. In fact, LeBron and others experienced some decline in performance during that period. But with Lin Ke, it seems there is no rookie wall presence. Although Lin Ke's average statistics are low, he is exceptionally stable, showing almost no fluctuations. And over time Lin Ke's stats evolve. This is truly remarkable. I have reason to reasonably speculate that Lin Ke is playing possum. His true abilities far exceed what the data reflects. But he deliberately doesn't show everything, instead focusing on statistical techniques, a clear dark humor. Kenny Smith beside him also chuckled and shook his head. I think your analysis makes a lot of sense. Back then, if I were to control myself to score only 18 points per game, I could do it easily. If you want me to control my rebounds to only grab 10, I could also do that. Damn it. Lin Ke is truly a talent. Barkley grew more excited as he thought. The league would be much more interesting with more players like Lin Ke. If everyone were like Duncan acting like a fool, it would be too dull. When playing, don't be like a robot. On the sidelines, Larry Brown was at a loss for words. He had no tactics to deploy, letting Lin Ke play freely. Although his expression was calm as water, the corner of Larry Brown's mouth couldn't help but reveal the Pistons truly found a great treasure. Larry Brown had initially just picked a random second overall pick, but unexpectedly selected a true gem. As the timeout continued, the game resumed. Larry Brown still let Lin Ke play with the bench unit. Meanwhile, on the Nuggets side, Jeff Budenholzer had swapped in all the starters. In this game, Jeff Budenholzer did not want to lose. The Nuggets' goal this season is to make the playoffs, and winning at home is a must. Not swapping in the starters. Too much arrogance. I don't believe the starters can't compete with the bench. Jeff Budenholzer felt a surge of anger as he saw Larry Brown showing no intention to send in the starters. He felt a sense of being looked down upon. On the court, Andre Miller brought the ball past half court. With all the starters back, the Nuggets appeared strong and full of vigor. Andre Miller called for Nene's pick. Using the screen, he easily shed Mike James' defense. Then, after drawing Campbell's defense, Andre Miller elegantly tossed the ball into the air. Camby soared, catching the basketball midair and forcefully slamming it toward the basket. Boom. A powerful dunk. The Nuggets finally scored. They had just suffered a 120 run from the Pistons. 7-4-7-2. The Nuggets regained the lead. Awesome. Explosive. With our starters back, we'll definitely secure the win. Exactly. Let the Pistons pay the price for their arrogance. The Nuggets fans, who had been silent for a long time, finally erupted into cheers again. However, the Nuggets fans' joy lasted less than 3 seconds. Turning around, Lin Ke made a jump pass, delivering the ball accurately to Chucky Atkins, who was lurking in the corner. Swish. Chucky Atkins made a swift shot, sinking the three-pointer. 7-5-7-4. It's the Pistons' turn to take the lead. This was also the first time the Pistons had taken the lead in this game. The Nuggets are about to collapse. Lin Ke has shown no signs of altitude sickness at all. This is already Lin Ke's fourth offensive rebound. The twin tower combination of Camby and Nene is at a disadvantage against Lin Foam in the battle for rebounds. This is simply outrageous. The mindset of the Nuggets fans is on the verge of breaking down. What are these two giants doing? Are they wandering on the court or catwalking? Under Lin Ke's relentless pursuit of offensive rebounds, the Pistons' possession efficiency is extremely high. The point difference has opened up to about 5 points and has been maintained. No matter how hard the Nuggets' main lineup tries, they simply cannot close the gap. Meanwhile, Lin Ke is leading the bench players to the end. The game is quickly entering its final 30 seconds. Lin Ke has already recorded 8 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. With just 2 seconds left, Lin Ke is saving it for the end. What if a last-second shot is needed? But clearly this game won't require that. With 30 seconds left, the Pistons have possession and are leading by 4 points. It's hard for the Pistons to lose now. After crossing half-court, Mike James quickly passed the ball to Lin Ke. The Nuggets did not immediately foul, clearly wanting to defend one more time. If they can stop them and hit a three-pointer quickly, there might still be a chance at the end. If they can't stop them, then it's game over. Lin Ke with the ball faces Anthony's defense. This time Lin Ke did not waste too much time, and after seizing the opportunity, he took a strong step to the right and charged at Anthony. Anthony's lateral speed is surprisingly quick, and Lin Ke couldn't completely shake him off. At the same time, Camby rushed in from the paint, forming a double team on Lin Ke. Lin Ke is unflustered. He stops abruptly, pulls up, releases. The entire sequence of movements flows seamlessly, and the shot is taken with great determination. Will it go in? Everyone's gaze is fixed on the basketball soaring through the air. If this shot goes in, the game will lose also. If it doesn't go in, the Nuggets might still have one last chance. Swish. It is over. The Nuggets have no more opportunities. With a 6-point lead, only 6 seconds left in the game. Lin Ke's expression is emotionless as he taps his left wrist with his right hand. It's watch time. You'll gradually get used to it. At this moment, Anthony wears a hint of reluctance on his face. He is lost. The Nuggets have given up. 6 points in 6 seconds is not impossible, but the hope is extremely slim. but playing so meticulously in the regular season is meaningless. Beep. The red light on the timer lights up. The game is over. The Pistons have won a match they were supposed to. Lin Ke has truly influenced the outcome of a game for the first time. Roar. In the center of the court, Lin Ke raises his arms and roars. He is frantically venting the emotions within him. The past scorn, the past doubts, the past dismissals. From this night on, may they all go to hell. Lin, how exactly did you do all this? At the post-game press conference, a reporter stood up and asked Lin Ke this question. This was the first time Larry Brown brought Lin Ke to the post-game press conference. Another player present was Ben Wallace. Can I ask you a question? Lin Ke did not answer directly, but countered with a question to the reporter. Of course. The reporter was clearly taken aback. When playing ball, is it for stats or for... Lin Ke replied with a faint smile. Stats. Victory. I believe these two are not in conflict. Michael can have both stats and championships. A sly smile appeared on the reporter's face. How could such a question stump me? Oh. Lin Ke suddenly realized that this response seemed fine. But when it comes to talking, how could Lin Ke lose? Michael did not manage to have it all. In the first 7 years of his career, his stats were explosive, but they did not bring him a single championship. It was only after he made sacrifices in stats that he touched the threshold of a championship. Therefore, what I care about more is whether I can contribute to the team's victory, not whether I should focus on playing time, nor should I care about whether my stats can improve. Improving stats is merely a byproduct of achieving victory in the game. Lin Ke smiled faintly. This statement is quite beautiful. Although Lin Ke insists stats are also important. Without achieving the minimum required stats, even if the team wins, there will be no system points. How can that be acceptable? But talking nicely after 2 lifetimes, Lin Ke is certainly not a naive fool. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted in applause. The media reporters all looked at Lin Ke with newfound respect. A capable player with emotional intelligence, he is simply a potential candidate for a superstar. Larry Brown, who was nearby, listened very satisfyingly. Lin Ke's idea of prioritizing victory resonates deeply with him. He is a truly good player. Larry Brown thought to himself at this moment. Like attracts like. Currently, this Pistons team indeed consists of such players. None of the starting 5 care about their own stats, and it goes without saying for the role players. After defeating the Nuggets, the Pistons unexpectedly achieved back-to-back victories. In the subsequent games, Larry Brown gave Lin Ke more playing time, and Lin Ke consistently delivered stable stats of 105,522. Such stats have a significant impact on the outcome of the games. The Pistons, caught off guard once again, launched a 10-game winning streak. Lin Ke's sudden evolution clearly made opposing teams feel uncomfortable. Often some deadlock situations are resolved with Lin Ke's presence. Before the All-Star weekend arrives, the Pistons successfully pushed the Pacers out of the top spot in the East, becoming the new Eastern Conference leaders. At the same time, they also have the best record in the entire league. Oh my, Lin Ke is really impressive. However, after the All-Star game, it is necessary to tone it down a bit. Winning too much in the regular season is not necessarily a good thing. The best form should be saved for the playoffs. In Detroit, at the Palace of Auburn Hills. In the head coach's office, Larry Brown looked at the recent statistics and couldn't help but smile. Lin Ke is indeed a fierce warrior. This All-Star weekend held no relevance for Lin Ke. Even without an official rule barring rookies from selection, Lin Ke stood no chance of earning an All-Star nod. His per-game statistics and public appeal were simply too weak. Indeed, not a single member of the legendary 2003 draft class made the All-Star roster. Clearly, neither LeBron James, nor Dwayne Wade, or Carmelo Anthony had delivered sufficiently dazzling performances or numbers to sway fan votes in their favor. The Pistons, however, did boast one All-Star representative, Ben Wallace. This season, his popularity among fans soared. He ranked second only to Vince Carter in All-Star voting. His vote tally trailed Carter's by only a narrow margin. Little wonder this Pistons squad was widely regarded as Ben Wallace's team. Beyond his limited offensive presence, Wallace excelled in every other facet of the game. Had he averaged around 20 points per game, he would have been a legitimate MVP candidate. This is no exaggeration. Wallace's defensive impact was extraordinary. While his teammates opted to unwind and rest during the break, Lin Ke remained in Detroit, training daily at the arena as usual. Firstly, Lin Ke had no desire to join the spectacle. Next season, however, he would stand a real chance at earning All-Star honors. Then truly would be his moment to shine. Secondly, to lend credibility to his dramatic statistical leap, Lin Ke needed to cultivate the image of relentless day-after-day diligence. In time, others would craft compelling narratives to justify his rise. When one achieves true greatness, eminent scholars will naturally step forward to expound upon it. Clang, clang, swish, swish. Lin Ke's on-court performance during practice remained perplexingly inconsistent. Yet the trainer's perspectives had shifted markedly. Lin must be deliberately seeking awkward shooting angles in practice. to make those same shots flow effortlessly in games. Exactly. Observe how rarely his blocks or steals succeed during drills. He's accumulating failure in practice to fortify resilience in actual games. You're missing the deeper wisdom. There's an ancient saying in Longwa, temper finds steel only where the blade meets the edge. A cluster of trainers murmured conspiratorially nearby. Lin Ke. Unconventional reasoning. Indeed, eminent scholars had already begun composing treatises in his defense. On the court, victory alone reigns supreme, all else is ephemeral. Mediocrity is the gravest sin. Following the All-Star break, the Pistons maintained unwavering consistency, finishing the regular season with an outstanding 6,121 record. Remarkably, this feat was accomplished even as Larry Brown deliberately limited Lin Ke's playing time. Had he received more minutes, Detroit's win total would surely have climbed higher. Yet for the Pistons, additional victories held little practical significance. They had already secured the league's best regular season record. For Lin Ke, however, those extra wins carried weight, each translated into precious system points. By season's end, he had amassed 31. 19 points short of the 50 required. He calculated that advancing deep into the playoffs and carrying that momentum into next season would reliably elevate his minimum consumption stats to Tier 4. Delightful. System. Does winning a playoff game double system points? Lin Ke couldn't resist asking inwardly. Ding. Response to host: no. The system's chime resonated within Lin Ke's mind. Then, no bonus for winning the championship either. Lin Ke pressed further, unwilling to accept defeat. Ding. Response to host: that reward exists, but first secure the championship. The system chimed again. Oh ho. It truly exists. Lin Ke's pulse quickened. Suddenly, claiming the title felt more urgent, more vividly desirable than ever before. Precisely so. A championship without reward would defy all logic. On April 17th, the 2003-04 postseason officially commenced. Among the high-drafted members of the 2003 class, 3 competed in the playoffs: Lin Ke, Dwayne Wade, and Carmelo Anthony. LeBron James and Chris Bosh, meanwhile, missed the postseason entirely. In terms of early development, Lin Ke, Wade, and Anthony held a distinct advantage. The Pistons' first-round opponent was the Boston Celtics. That Celtics squad, led by Paul Pierce, possessed little distinction and proved utterly powerless against Detroit. 40. Detroit swept them with startling speed, so swift that Lin Ke barely registered the sweep's completion. Throughout the series, Larry Brown's rotations remained notably conservative. Lin Ke's minutes plummeted to just 7 per game, costing him 2 contests where he failed to meet his minimum consumption stats, forfeiting system points entirely. Lin Ke seethed, inwardly convinced he'd lost a fortune. Yet in the playoffs, Brown grew unyielding. Lin Ke wisely refrained from pressing futile demands. For a rookie to earn expanded playoff minutes, he must first prove himself indispensable in pivotal moments. Lin Ke needed to deliver a signature performance. In the second round, Detroit faced the Miami Heat. Undeniably, Wade's trajectory began at extraordinary altitude. His rookie season culminated in an Eastern Conference semifinal appearance. Recall, many elite stars never even set foot inside a conference semifinal. Take Tracy McGrady, for instance. His brief, reluctant stint with the Spurs, best left unmentioned. Still, against Detroit, Miami offered no resistance. The Pistons swept them 40 once more. Lin Ke earned only 2 more system points in this series. Internally, he cursed Larry Brown repeatedly. Couldn't Brown spare him a few extra minutes? Lately, Lin Ke's composure had frayed, not only over lost system points, but also the announcement of the Rookie of the Year award. LeBron James claimed the controversial honor. Lin Ke knew full well his own averages disqualified him, but still, missing this singular opportunity gnawed at him. From a collector's perspective, this omission represented a permanent gap, an irreplaceable void in his accolades. The Pistons are truly dominant this season. They look destined for the finals. So far, they're the only playoff team with a perfect record, twice sweeping their opponents. Unbelievably formidable. Can the Pacers pose any real threat? I suspect this year's finals will almost certainly feature the Lakers versus the Pistons. Pistons 5, Tigers versus Lakers Fab 4. What a spectacle. Detroit's postseason dominance stunned even seasoned observers. How could this seemingly unremarkable team, led by the defensively brilliant but offensively muted Ben Wallace, unleash such staggering power in the playoffs? What? You say they finished first in the regular season. To most, especially analysts, that achievement carries little weight. Only the playoffs bear true legitimacy, the crucible where greatness is forged and validated. Detroit, the Palace of Auburn Hills. Larry Brown was once again burning the midnight oil in his office, reviewing game tapes. The Pistons had swept through the first 2 rounds of the playoffs with unnerving ease, yet that very smoothness unsettled him. Everything has 2 sides. The Pistons' effortless advancement can conserve their physical stamina and mental energy, allowing them to rest and prepare with strategic advantage. Yet without the crucible of adversity, The grit, the grind. They risked faltering when confronted with true pressure and decisive challenges. Their Eastern Conference Finals opponent was the Indiana Pacers. In the first round, they defeated the Milwaukee Bucks 41. In the second, they pushed the New Jersey Nets to a dramatic Game 7. Ultimately, Reggie Miller sealed their passage with a clutch three-pointer, a heart-stopping last-second triumph. At 39 years old, Miller remained astonishingly fierce in the postseason. He was quite simply a player forged for playoff intensity. While in the regular season, he often coasted. Scoring 20 points per game was commonplace among league veterans. On paper, nothing about Miller's averages betrayed why he was revered as a superstar. True Jermaine O'Neal and Ron Artest played with ferocity, but in moments of truth the Pacers still leaned upon Reggie Miller alone. Larry Brown replayed Miller's performances multiple times, then jotted notes into his tactical notebook. Afterward, he turned his thoughts to Lin Ke, how best to deploy him. Lin Ke's playoff performances had been consistently solid, yet Brown handled him with marked caution. A reflex born of habit, rookies lacking experience often unraveled under high-stakes pressure. Let him remain in factor, Brown mused. When the team hits a wall, perhaps that will be Lin Ke's moment. Brown abandoned the notion of inserting Lin Ke into a more pivotal rotation role. Stability came first, relentless defense, unwavering discipline, and the singular pursuit of the championship. Brown steeled his resolve. On May 22nd, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals arrived. Cars already filled the parking lots surrounding the Palace of Auburn Hills. Located far from downtown with no public transit access, the arena could only be reached by car. Fortunately, its vast parking lot prevented gridlock. The crowd tonight is extraordinary, Lin Ke observed during warm-ups. Every seat is filled. Did they even sell standing room tickets? The Palace had hosted full houses during the regular season, but tonight felt different, denser, charged with the electric gravity of the Eastern Finals. Forget the first 2 rounds, Brown exhorted. This is a fresh beginning. Every man must rise, fully alert, fully committed. The Pacers are a magical team, resilient, relentless, impossible to dismiss. Never underestimate. On the sideline, Brown held his clipboard, delivering final instructions to his players. Yet beneath his calm exterior stirred an unsettling premonition. The game began swiftly. Lin Ke remained seated on the bench, his path to a starting role still distant. In the first quarter, the Pistons played cohesively, seizing a 2,622 lead. But the second quarter brought sudden turbulence. Detroit's shooting went cold. Clank after clank echoed through the arena, while the Pacers, led by Jermaine O'Neal and Ron Artest, surged within 110 run. 1,526. By halftime, the Pacers had overturned the deficit and seized control. Lin Ke sat helplessly on the bench, frustration simmering. Brown showed no intention of sending Lin Ke into the fray. The more dire the situation grew, the more concerned. At halftime, the Pistons' locker room fell silent. No longer buoyant, no longer carefree. Faces tightened, expressions hardened. In the prior rounds, Detroit had dominated from tip-off onward, leading wire to wire in nearly every contest. Now trailing at halftime, they faced a scenario entirely unfamiliar. Defense, defense, defense. Brown bellowed. I don't care if your shots clang off the rim, but I do care if you let them score with ease. His voice cracked like thunder. He would rather watch a brutal, low-scoring slugfest than witness the Pacers glide effortlessly past his defense. His players bowed their heads. Their defensive focus had indeed slipped, attention fractured, discipline frayed. The finals are one step away, Brown continued. Don't falter now. With that final warning, he turned away, no further words needed. Coach, I need to speak with you. As Brown finished his tirade, Lin Ke stepped forward. I know what you're about to say, but right now I want no dissenting voices. Victory is all that matters. Brown's tone was icy, his patience exhausted. Under mounting pressure, even the calmest temper could ignite like gunpowder. I will deliver victory. Will you give me 1 quarter? Just 1 quarter, and I'll turn this game into a walkover. He added, raising the stakes. 1 quarter. I guarantee dominance. Truth be told, since the playoffs began, Lin Ke hadn't played a single game with freedom or flow. From minutes to role, he'd been systematically marginalized, reducing his impact on outcomes to near zero. His stats remained steady, but statistics amassed through empty volume carry none of the weight of those earned by shifting tides and deciding moments. To grind out system points, Lin Ke had forced himself to chase numbers until he felt sick. The sensation was utterly different. Still so confident. Brown scoffed. Wake up, it's the Eastern Conference Finals. This isn't the regular season. Just answer. Do you dare? Lin Ke's voice lost all deference. Humph. Fine. You get 1 quarter. If by the end of the third quarter you haven't built a 10-point lead, you won't play another minute in these playoffs. Provoked, Brown made the decision with grim resolve. No. Problem. Lin Ke enunciated each word with deliberate force. A flicker lit Brown's eyes. This confidence was unlike anything he'd seen. Still, results would settle everything. Yes. Having secured Brown's agreement, Lin Ke exhaled, energized, focused. Did he feel pressure? No. With the system in hand, the world was his domain. And with guaranteed minimum stats as his safety net, what truly did he have to fear? Rick Carlisle noticed Larry Brown substituting Prince with Lin Ke, furrowing his brow slightly. He had studied Lin Ke quite a bit. The conclusion was quite peculiar. Sometimes you would feel that Lin Ke's impact on the game was comparable to that of, but at other times you might think of Lin Ke as a stat stuffer clocking in mundane stats like 105522 and calling it a day. This sense of incongruity left Carlisle somewhat baffled regarding Lin Ke's true combat strength. Or rather, at such critical moments in the playoffs, what kind of energy could Lin Ke unleash? Meta. Watch out for that kid from the Dragon Country. Carlisle called out to his fellow small forward Arteist, giving him a reminder. Don't worry, coach. I'll teach that kid a lesson with my physicality and strength. Arteist waved it. Carlisle nodded. Teaching a rookie a lesson through physical confrontation was often a very effective strategy. Newcomers generally struggle to adapt to the level of physicality and intensity in the playoffs. On the court, Jamal Tinsley dribbled past half court and then passed the ball to the big man Shaquille O'Neal. Reggie Miller was constantly moving without the ball, looking for gaps in the Pistons' defense. Hamilton was closely following Reggie Miller, denying him any chance to break free. After clearing one side, Shaquille O'Neal prepared to post up against Rasheed Wallace. In the second quarter, Shaquille O'Neal felt good, and his turnaround jumper was highly effective. This time he was ready to repeat the same trick. However, Lin Ke would no longer give Shaquille O'Neal a textbook opportunity to attack. He seized the moment, abandoning Arteist and charging towards Shaquille O'Neal. Larry Brown on the sidelines was nearly jumping out of his seat. This was a serious violation of his defensive requirements. Larry Brown emphasized absolute man-to-man defense. Regardless of how the opponent moved, there should be no help defense. Even when the opponent set screens, they should not switch, but instead quickly return to their assigned defender by navigating around the screens. With the Pistons' defensive ability, it was possible to meet Larry Brown's demands. But Lin Ke's true defensive capability truly fell short. Therefore, actively providing help defense utilizing the minimum consumption data for a guaranteed buff was the optimal solution. On the court, Shaquille O'Neal caught a glimpse of Lin Ke. He immediately secured the ball, and seeing Arteist unguarded was about to pass it. If he made the pass, Arteist would have a wide-open shot beyond the three-point line. Smack! Just as Shaquille O'Neal passed the ball, Lin Ke intercepted it. The guaranteed buff was no steal one. Oh no. Larry Brown returned to the bench, trying to calm himself down. That's right. This is Lin Ke's style. On the court, after stealing the ball, Lin Ke immediately passed it to Billups and sprinted towards the front court. The Pistons' overall rhythm was slow, but occasionally they would burst out in a fast break. Hamilton had already shaken off the aging Reggie Miller and was charging towards the front court. After Billups pushed the ball past half court, he suddenly remembered something and passed the ball back to Lin Ke. After receiving the pass, Lin Ke saw Hamilton positioned in the left corner for a three-pointer and quickly passed the ball over. Minimum consumption data assist activated. Upon receiving the ball, Hamilton's movements became incredibly smooth. He rose up. He took the shot. There was no hesitation. Get in. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. Nice. The Pistons executed an extremely fluid fast break. 4-4-4-8. The Pistons had narrowed the gap to 4 points. If only I had been on the court earlier. Why complicate things like this? Lin Ke muttered. Having such an invincible presence and not utilizing it was truly a waste. With the boost from minimum consumption data, Lin Ke could elevate any team to achieve a high critical hit rate. This was not merely about scoring, but also involved psychological pressure on the opposing players. After a burst of momentum, the lead might not be as significant, and Lin Ke had exhausted his options. However, once the opponent's morale was severely shaken, they often struggled to find their rhythm. At that moment, as long as Lin Ke's teammates weren't too poor, they could often maintain the lead and steadily secure. Although Lin Ke had exhausted his options, others were unaware. This allowed Lin Ke to stand on the court as a deterrent. Let me take him on. Arteist shouted when he saw Jamal Tinsley dribbling the ball near the three-point line again. He was ready to use his big elbow to wear Lin Ke down. After receiving the ball, Arteist moved swiftly, raising his left arm to deliver an elbow to Lin Ke before continuing to overpower him towards the three-point line. To be honest, Lin Ke truly could not compete with Arteist in terms of physicality. But that didn't mean Lin Ke couldn't pull off an impressive steal. Smack! Lin Ke seized the opportunity and with lightning-fast hands swatted the basketball out of Arteist's hands. It was incredibly precise with no hint of foul. Arteist suddenly realized the ball was gone while dribbling. By the time he reacted, he found Lin Ke, whom he had been overpowering, had already scooped up the basketball and tossed it towards the front court. A quarterback-style long pass. It was Hamilton again. At this moment, Hamilton seemed to have unlimited stamina. He was truly fast. With a quick stop beyond the three-point line, Hamilton launched a trailing three-pointer with no one guarding him. Larry Brown nearly jumped up again. Everything was in chaos. All of it. Why weren't they following the game plan? In such a fast break, Larry Brown still preferred a more stable layup or dunk to finish. What's with the three-pointer? But the next moment, Larry Brown returned to the bench. Calm down. Swish. The crisp sound of the basketball swishing through the net rang out again. Hamilton hit 2 consecutive three-pointers, and Lin Ke's assists were piling up. 4-7, 4-8. The gap had narrowed to 1 point. In the stands, the Pistons' home fans erupted in, "That's more like it. Lin Ke should have been put on the court earlier. Why not just let him start?" Many Pistons fans thought to themselves, "Prince the Little Prince, wait. Is my starting position about to be taken away like this?" Beep. Carlisle called a timeout. The Pacers were somewhat stunned. The worst-case scenario had emerged. Lin Ke was not merely a stat stuffer. Lin Ke was a true superstar. The Pistons' five-man lineup was already formidable enough, and now adding a true superstar. How could the Pacers compete? Was this a six-man lineup? We need to play smarter on the offensive end. We must be more steady. It is better to miss a shot than to get blocked. That way the opponent won't be able to counterattack. Additionally, we need to retreat faster. Guys, this is the Eastern Conference Finals. We are so close to the finals. Everyone get your spirits up. On the sidelines, Carlisle is laying out the tactics. He noticed that the Pacers had been too chaotic just now. Especially Artest, who shouldn't have challenged Lin Ke. Of course, it's not entirely Artest's fault. Carlisle had previously agreed to let Artest challenge Lin Ke physically. However, this strategy turned out to be somewhat ineffective. The Pacers players all nodded. They still have faith in Carlisle. Meanwhile, they all want to fight for a championship for Reggie Miller. Reggie Miller's career would be perfect with just one championship. Speaking of which, Carlisle was the head coach of the Pistons last season and led them to the Eastern Conference Finals. He knows the Pistons very well. Although Larry Brown changed the team's defensive system, most of the players are the same, and Carlisle is familiar with their characteristics. The only variable lies with Lin Ke. Carlisle found himself somewhat unable to see through Lin Ke. The timeout is over, and the game continues. Upon stepping back onto the court, Lin Ke felt a sense of solid ground. He was born for such grand occasions. No matter what, he must secure a starting position next season. At this moment, Lin Ke set a small goal for himself. In the subsequent game, Carlisle quickly realized that none of the strategies and emphasis he had laid out during the timeout were executed. Lin Ke made consecutive steals and blocks, successfully helping the Pistons take the lead. Soon after, Lin Ke and Ben Wallace were relentless in grabbing offensive rebounds. Despite both teams' shooting percentages starting to drop, the abundance of offensive rebounds granted the Pistons too many second-chance opportunities. Meanwhile, the Pacers couldn't secure a single offensive rebound. As the score gap widened, the Pacers realized they were gradually falling behind the Pistons. By the time the third quarter was nearing its end, Lin Ke made several assists from the top of the arc, helping Billups and Hamilton to hit consecutive three-pointers. The overall shooting percentage of the Pistons was not high, but their three-point shooting percentage was ridiculously high. By the end of the third quarter, the Pistons had indeed led the Pacers by over 10 points with a 12-point lead. What? Carlisle scratched his head, left speechless. Originally, the Pacers had a great situation at halftime, but they had turned it around in the third quarter. This left Carlisle feeling incredulous. Lin Ke had recorded 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals in the third quarter. No points. The key point is no points. Without scoring, Lin Ke contributed through passing, defense, and offensive rebounding, leading the team from behind to a lead, which is truly impressive. Hee. Lin Ke grinned. The reason he hadn't scored was intentional. Just as Larry Brown said, this is the Eastern Conference Finals. Lin Ke wants to win. Data is secondary. Lin Ke wouldn't really sacrifice the team's victory just to accumulate minimum consumption data. Losing also doesn't yield system points. Therefore, one must accumulate minimum consumption data while ensuring the victory of the game. The ideal state is, of course, not to focus on data. As the game progresses, both victory and minimum consumption data can be achieved. As long as Lin Ke is given enough playing time and the strategy revolves around him, this shouldn't be a problem. Right now, Lin Ke is unsure if Larry Brown will give him playing time in the fourth quarter, but the 10-point scoring quota must be reserved. If the Pistons pull any tricks in the fourth quarter, Lin Ke can once again become the savior. Whether he plays is one thing, or whether he can perform immediately after coming on is another. Lin Ke is always ready. They still wanted to give it a shot. With just 5 minutes left in the game, veteran Reggie Miller suddenly entered the zone. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive three-pointers brought the Pistons to a halt. Thanks to Reggie Miller's three-point barrage, the Pacers narrowed the gap to just 5 points. Oh my. The Pacers have always been this resilient. Lin Ke suddenly recalled the latest season of the Pacers from his past life. No matter how far behind, the Pacers seemed to have the confidence to fight back. This was truly impressive. It appeared that this was the tradition of the Pacers. But that's okay. As long as Lin Ke steps onto the court, he could instantly score 10 points. Now it all depended on whether Larry Brown would give Lin Ke that opportunity. Lin Ke looked at Larry Brown. At that moment, Larry Brown happened to look at Lin Ke as well. Lin, get ready to go in. Do what you need to do. Larry Brown shouted out loud. Unbeknownst to him, he had indeed placed more expectations on Lin Ke. Both Big Ben and Billups raised their eyebrows. This kid Lin Ke is rising through the ranks quite quickly. They had no objections to Lin Ke taking on more responsibilities. This Pistons team is unprecedentedly united. They all share a common goal, which is the championship. Everything else is secondary. No one among the Pistons 5 cares about their individual statistics. Perhaps by the end of this playoff journey, the 5 will become the 6. It will definitely happen. I guarantee I will complete the task. Lin Ke stood up abruptly, his eyes shining. The coach's trust filled Lin Ke's heart with positive energy. The timeout ended and the game resumed. Larry Brown sent out a lineup of Big Ben, Rasheed Wallace, Lin Ke, Hamilton, and Billups again. Considering Lin Ke's height, this was a standard tall lineup. Height is a natural advantage on the basketball court. Just standing there can greatly disrupt the shooting attempts of the offensive players in front of you. Carlisle felt a shiver when he saw Lin Ke back on the court. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Is Lin Ke about to start scoring like crazy? Based on Lin Ke's past statistics, he still has 10 points to score. Carlisle thought it through and immediately felt something was off. Damn it. Who plays based on statistics? Not scoring to the max feels uncomfortable, right? The Pistons launched an attack, and after Chauncey Billups crossed half court, he was observing his teammates' movements. More specifically, he was watching Lin Ke's positioning. This time Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace set up a double screen for Lin Ke, resembling an elevator door tactic. Lin Ke quickly maneuvered from the inside to the three-point line. Meanwhile, the Pacers' defense showed a bit of confusion. Billups swiftly passed the ball to Lin Ke. Lin Ke caught the ball and shot with lightning speed. This was a typical single-motion shot. However, for Lin Ke, the shooting posture wasn't important, because his success or failure had nothing to do with such matters. It was related to Lin Ke's minimum scoring data. Swish. The basketball drew a perfect arc in the air and obediently landed in the hoop. Nice. The point difference instantly returned to 8 points, heading towards 10. Cool. In the stands, the Pistons' home fans felt relieved. As soon as Lin Ke appeared on the court, he felt very stable. Damn it. He really came. On the sidelines, Carlisle felt his bad premonition turning into reality. The Pacers attacked, and Reggie Miller continued to fire from beyond the arc, hoping to make an answer ball. Unfortunately, under Hamilton's relentless interference, Reggie Miller couldn't make another shot. Hitting 3 out of 4 three-pointers is certainly impressive, but at this moment, missing this shot felt somewhat fatal. Turning back, Lin Ke shot over Arteist from beyond the arc. Swish. Another one in. The point difference had already widened to 11 points. Back to square one. At this moment, the faces of the Pacers players revealed expressions of frustration. Even the calmest Reggie Miller showed some fluctuation in his mood. What is this? A flurry of actions like a tiger, only to realize they are stuck in place. Is their margin for error so low when playing against Lin Ke? Do they have to make every shot to compete with Lin Ke? Honestly, at this moment, countless people felt a sense of incongruity. The sudden explosive power displayed by Lin Ke exceeded everyone's imagination. This style of play, this ability to break through, this influence on the outcome of the game, is something only superstar-level players can achieve. Has Lin Ke truly grown to this level? Many people thought of Magic Johnson at this moment, the man who won the Finals MVP in his rookie season. With the remaining games, the suspense instantly disappeared. Once the Pacers players relaxed that tension in their hearts, it was hard to summon it back. After all, this is game 1 of an away match. A losing won't affect the Pacers' overall strategy. For the Pacers, winning 1 game in the 2 away matches of G1 and G2 is a big win, while losing 2 is within the normal range. Winning the 2 home games of G3 and G4 is all that matters. And for the Pistons, these 2 home games are a must-win. In the final minute, Lin Ke scored another 4 points, also filling up his minimum scoring data. What a joy. The game quickly came to an end. 98-4. The Pistons held their home court and secured the victory in Game 1. The biggest contributor to this game was undoubtedly Lin Ke. 10 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks, 2 steals. Familiar numbers, familiar taste. The difference is that this was achieved by Lin Ke in the Eastern Conference Finals, which holds completely different significance. The impact on the outcome of the game is also completely different. Phew. No problem. No slip-up. I can give myself a 9 out of 10. At the moment the game ended, Lin Ke burst into a hearty laugh. He might have some issues, but many choices on the court also tested Lin Ke's decision-making ability. Lin Ke can definitely achieve the minimum scoring data, but that doesn't mean he won't make mistakes. Another important factor is the chemistry with his teammates. When to pass, when to shoot, when to fight for rebounds. These all have their nuances. Fortunately, Lin Ke integrated very well into the starting lineup. This is a good start. Lin, Lin, Lin. Unexpectedly, the audience started chanting Lin Ke's name, and it was quite harmonious. Lin Ke's performance in this game undoubtedly left a deep impression on the home fans. The Pistons fans are increasingly accepting this second overall pick. Regardless, after this game, the label of the most mediocre second overall pick was completely shed from Lin Ke. Even if LeBron James were to play, he wouldn't be able to deliver such an explosive performance in this season's Eastern Conference Finals. Hearing the cheers from the fans, Lin Ke's mood became even more joyful. He waved to the fans in the stands. After returning to the locker room, Lin Ke felt his heart still pounding rapidly. Clearly, he hadn't calmed down from the excitement. Lin, get ready. Let's head to the post-game press conference. Larry Brown came over smiling at Lin Ke. It seemed Larry Brown was in a very good mood. How could he not be? If it weren't for Lin Ke's explosive performance tonight, the Pistons might have lost. It's not that the Pistons' 5 Tigers are overrated, but rather that the previous matches went too smoothly, and the players couldn't tighten up. Although the Pacers fought to the last second in the last round, their condition remained consistent. In this game, they also delivered a better performance. Of course, this better performance came to a halt with Lin Ke's appearance. Larry Brown avoided the pressure and blame of losing, and his mood was quite nice. Once the Pistons' 5 Tigers regained their form along with Lin Ke, who could stop the Pistons from winning the championship. Larry Brown was also about to become a championship coach. Just thinking about it was exciting. Okay, I'm going to take a shower first. Hee. Lin Ke chuckled. It was time to engage in a battle of wits with the media reporters. Lin Ke thought it was amusing to banter with reporters. Lin, how do you think you performed in this game? What score would you give yourself? Can you continue this performance in the upcoming games? After settling down, the reporters quickly threw out their questions. I think I can give myself a 9 for tonight. The last point is to avoid being too arrogant. Lin Ke's response elicited laughter from the journalists. Whether I can maintain this performance in the upcoming games depends on whether my coach gives me more opportunities to showcase myself. Lin Ke flashed a grin at Larry Brown. This moment was different from the previous one. The third tier of minimum scoring data had given Lin Ke enough confidence. He could joke with Larry Brown. You little rascal. Larry Brown shook his head and laughed. The Pistons won the G1 match in the Eastern Conference Finals, a result that didn't surprise many. However, the process left many astonished. The rookie, once dubbed the most lackluster second overall pick, Lin Ke, turned out to be the biggest contributor to the Pistons' victory. This was indeed unexpected for many. In an instant, the debate over who truly deserves the Rookie of the Year award reignited fervently among fans. Previously, Lin Ke was never a topic of discussion for the Rookie of the Year among fans. But now things have changed. Based on team performance and the significance of the games, it seems Lin Ke is the most deserving candidate for the Rookie of the Year award. James did not make it to the playoffs. Anthony's Nuggets also exited in the first round. Only Lin Ke is still striving for the championship. If Lin Ke were to snag an FMVP in the finals, giving the Rookie of the Year award to James instead of Lin Ke would not be a loss for Lin Ke, but a loss for the award itself. Of course, the Rookie of the Year pertains to the regular season. Lin Ke's performance in the regular season was indeed not quite up to par. However, fans often don't think this way. The pressure is now on James. If anyone does not want the Pistons to win the championship this season, it must be beep beep beep. Lin Ke hummed a tune as he walked into the Palace of Auburn Hills. His mood was these past few days. Lin Ke's greatest joy was buying various sports newspapers to see media personalities. This feeling was simply sublime. Lin Ke expressed his delight. Next, let's hear your cheers, even more. Tonight, the Pistons will continue to face the Pacers at home. The Eastern Conference G2 match is just around the corner. The most troubled person these days is Carlisle. Carlisle is a person who pursues tactical excellence. After seeing Lin Ke's performance in G1, he certainly wouldn't overlook it. These past few days, Carlisle has been searching for ways to limit Lin Ke, ensuring he no longer becomes this factor for the Pistons. But he hasn't thought of any good solutions. Lin Ke currently has too few game samples. Such a dramatic performance is even rarer. This makes it difficult for Carlisle to identify a pattern. With only 2 days between games, it is a bit too little for Carlisle. But the game must go on. In tonight's match, Carlisle still needs the Pacers to give it their all. Let's give the warmest applause to welcome our super rookie Lin Ke. The DJ at the venue specially shouted out for Lin Ke tonight. This also signifies that Lin Ke's status within the Pistons is genuinely on the rise. At this moment, calling Lin Ke the super sixth man of the Pistons is no longer an issue. Lin Ke smiled and waved to the fans, then took a seat on the bench. Still not a starter, but Lin Ke's position is getting closer to Larry Brown. This is a reflection of his rising status. At 8 p.m., the game officially began. Both teams' starting lineups saw no significant changes. From the very start, the Pistons ramped up their defensive aggression. The blacksmith began his work from the very first second of the game. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the blacksmith echoed continuously in the Palace of Auburn Hills. At the end of the first quarter, the score was an extremely low 16-14. The Pistons scored primarily through Ben Wallace's offensive rebounds. Others, whether it was Billups or Hamilton, all struggled to make shots from beyond the arc. The Pacers were the same. It was difficult to score from the perimeter, and they could only force their way inside. Oh no, the defensive intensity is truly strong. The two sides seem to be in a wrestling match. Lin Ke watched from the bench feeling quite moved. Fans often like to regard the 80s and 90s as the era of the strongest defensive intensity in the league, but it's not quite that simple. The actual peak of defensive intensity in the league was during the decade from 1996 to 2005. The improvement of defensive systems and the allowance of zone defense brought about a significant shift in defense, which unsettled offensive players. Although the establishment of the 3-second defensive rule benefits the offensive side, knowing how to seize opportunities to attack the basket in and out of the 3-second area requires a lot of game experience to master. Thus, this period can also be regarded as one of the toughest eras in the league. Every game the hoop was bound to be hammered out of shape. It was at this time that the league was at the tail end of an extreme defensive era. In a few more seasons, the overall style of the league will shift towards offense. Of course, the transition won't be. The final tail end of the defensive era is likely represented by the 09-10 season finals between the Lakers and the Celtics, known as the Yellow-Green Battle. After that, the league's small ball era will be upon us. However, this defensive-oriented style will further highlight Lin Ke's role, because Lin Ke's scoring quota in the minimum consumption data is guaranteed to be met. In the future small ball era, the scores will easily surpass 130. In that case, Lin Ke's 10 points will hardly make a ripple. However, with the average score per game currently around 80, or even scraping to 70 points, Lin Ke's 10 points will be worth their weight in gold. Lin Ke is the decisive factor in the game. At the start of the season, I thought I was in for a hellish beginning. Why does it feel like a heavenly start now? Hey, Lin Ke couldn't help but laugh. Larry Brown beside him also noticed the smile on Lin Ke's face. This kid, he is truly quite relaxed. Doesn't he feel nervous? Then let's give him some pressure. Lin, get ready to enter the game. By halftime, let's aim to extend our lead to over 10 points. Larry Brown said. Lin Ke almost spat out his drink. Old man, do you think leading by 10 points is that easy? If it weren't for our luck, this would be an impossible task. No problem. Nevertheless, Lin Ke still agreed readily. It's all about making Larry Brown's reliance on him a habit. In subsequent games, whenever the team is trailing, Larry Brown will probably immediately bring Lin Ke onto the court. Before solidifying his starting position, this is quite a delightful situation. Wow, did this kid act? He wouldn't have pulled it off again, would he? Larry Brown was also surprised. He had come to respect Lin Ke. This is a talent. Lin Ke made his entrance. Instantly, the arena erupted in cheers. Pistons fans had grown increasingly fond of this rookie sensation. Each appearance brought dazzling yet consistent performances. How could fans not fall in love? More importantly, Lin Ke never settled for mere statistical steadiness. He advanced in discernible progressive leaps. That was truly extraordinary. Now many fans eagerly anticipated how far he would soar after his next. Could he average a triple-double? The entire league would detonate. Since Oscar Robertson, the legendary Big O, achieved that feat in the ancient era, no player had replicated it. Should Lin Ke accomplish an average triple-double, the MVP trophy would be his without question. The first player of the new millennium to do so would inevitably claim the award. In his past life, that player was Russell Westbrook. This time, it must be Lin Ke. Do not challenge Lin Ke on offense. Emphasize crisp passing and cutting. Meta. Draw Lin Ke out to the corner, three-point zone. Upon Lin Ke's entrance, Coach Carlisle tensed instantly and urgently instructed his players. Simultaneously, he directed Meta World Peace to pull Lin Ke as far as possible toward the corner three-point line, thereby minimizing Lin Ke's defensive impact in help rotations. This was Carlisle's optimal countermeasure. Whether it would prove effective remained to be seen. In the crucible of competition. Understood. The Pacers players roared in unison. Their locker room chemistry was exceptional, a force multiplier that amplified their collective strength. On the court, reserve point guard Anthony Johnson advanced the ball across half-court for the Pacers. At that moment, Meta World Peace and Jermaine O'Neal anchored the second unit. Meta swiftly cut to the left corner three-point area, but Lin Ke did not follow. Instead, he stationed himself near the left free-throw line. He continuously adjusted his positioning, always remaining precisely between the ball handler and Meta, thus sealing off any direct pass from Johnson to Meta. If Johnson dared to attempt such a pass, Lin Ke would intercept it without hesitation. True to form, he drove to the opposite side and fed the ball into the post to Jermaine O'Neal, who faced up against Campbell. Boom, boom. O'Neal delivered two hard post moves. Just as he gathered the ball for a drive to the rim, a blur surged toward him with startling speed. Whoa. O'Neal's pulse spiked. He recognized the figure instantly. Lin Ke. Lin Ke's steal and shot block prowess needed no introduction. The Pacers had already experienced it firsthand in the previous game. O'Neal's playmaking was mediocre and his ability to break double teams severely limited. His frame lacked the requisite bulk for the interior, and his lower body strength proved insufficient. He struggled to hold position, inviting turnovers. Panicked, O'Neal flung the ball toward Meta in the corner, only for Lin Ke to snatch it cleanly midair. A spectacular interception. Damn it, Meta muttered, puffing a cigarette in the corner. The coach's plan was sound, but Lin Ke refused. What now? Should he return to the corner on the next possession? Doubt flickered across Meta's face. Go. On the sideline, Coach Carlisle nearly leapt in disbelief. How had Lin Ke stolen that ball? O'Neal's decision-making had been abysmal, but assigning blame was futile. The Pistons' fast break was already underway. Mike James raced across half-court and fired a pass to the trailing Lin Ke. Get up on him, Carlisle thought in alarm. Lin Ke rose, released, logo shot. He launched it from beyond the center court emblem. It flew. Let the basketball hang in the air. Swish. A crisp, resonant net ripple echoed through the arena. A defiant, unstoppable basket. Brilliant glass. That's the pure, exhilarating feeling. Lin Ke almost broke into a cha-cha. So elated he forgot to strike his signature watch moment pose. Indeed, Lin Ke deeply admired his predecessor Damian Lillard. That masterful composure, flawless facial control, was unmatched. Lin Ke, by contrast, kept nearly cracking a smile. 1914. The margin instantly ballooned to 5 points. Whoa. That three-pointer. Was that even within range? He's gone berserk. Lin Ke actually dared to take that. I just caught Larry Brown's expression. It was priceless. Haha. Rick Carlisle looked like he might burst into tears. If Lin Ke keeps launching threes like this, how can the Pacers possibly defend? Impossible to stop. We are champions. Home fans in the stands began chanting in unison. The sheer thrill of watching was electrifying. Lin Ke once again stunned everyone. Deep-range threes had been made before, even in this era, but never as routine weaponry. Those rare makes usually occurred under duress, when the shot clock dwindled to 0. Each one sparked gasps and thunderous applause. Lin Ke, however, treated deep threes as standard artillery, delivering visceral awe. His performance had only just begun. Steal assist. Block outlet pass logo shot. Offensive rebound dime catch contested corner 3. Lin Ke filled the stat sheet at blinding speed, and within 3 minutes the lead swelled beyond 10. Larry Brown stood frozen on the sideline, dumbfounded. I merely suggested you build a 10-point lead. I didn't expect you to actually do it. And so rapidly. Such dominance had pushed the Pacers to the brink of collapse. Coach, they've got to cheat. At halftime the scoreboard read 4,634. The Pistons led by 12. Lin Ke continued embodying his word, his Bond persona. You can always trust Lin Ke on the court. That conviction had already taken root in Larry Brown's mind. Fuck. During halftime, the normally composed Rick Carlisle unleashed a torrent of profanity in the Pacers' locker room. Lin Ke's uncompromising style had plunged Carlisle into profound self-doubt. He simply had. Game 2 appeared unwinnable. The Pacers would return home trailing 0-2, their home court advantage irretrievably lost. In the second half, Lin Ke's influence persisted. Regarding the allocation of the minimum consumption data, Lin Ke had already gleaned a number of valuable insights. That allowed Lin Ke to sway more than 20 minutes of the contest. For the Husai team, that was entirely sufficient. It must be emphasized that the Husai team is intrinsically stronger than the Bushingja team. The Bushingja team could scarcely maintain a precarious balance before the Husai quintet, and Lin Ke's appearance instantly shattered that fragile equilibrium. It was as if he had broken the Bushingja team's final straw. By the end of the third quarter, the Husai team had extended its lead to 17 points. In this defense-dominant era, such a margin is virtually unbridgeable. Lin Ke sat out the final quarter and returned to the bench with an air of effortless composure. The atmosphere at AO Ben Shan Palace Arena swelled with unrestrained joy. The Husai team's passage to the finals now seemed scarcely in doubt. With Lin Ke as its factor, the scales of victory tilted ever more decisively in their favor. The Husai team, just as 10 years prior, would storm back into the finals and reclaim former glory. Carlisle, defeated in spirit, pulled his entire starting 5 and conceded. When the clock ran out, the series score read 20. The Husai team had defended both of its home courts and was advancing through the series with steady resolve. Coach, I did it again. Any reward? After the game, Lin Ke sidled up to La Libu Lang and, what do you want as a reward? La Libu Lang was in high spirits. Pleased by Lin Ke, he answered offhand. What La Libu Lang had not expected was Lin Ke's uncanny knack for seizing opportunities. FMVP, fair competition. Lin Ke chuckled softly. What do you mean? La Libu Lang was momentarily at a loss for words. By the time he grasped what Lin Ke was proposing, he was utterly dumbfounded. Lin, that idea is dangerous. If you stop playing team basketball, the squad could lose. You're still young and improving at lightning speed. There is no need to rush. After a measured breath, Libu Lang spoke with gravity. He had wanted to scold Lin Ke sternly, but reconsidered. Lin Ke's contribution to the team was plainly visible. The club's dependence on him had risen markedly almost without anyone noticing. If Lin Ke were to slack off in the coming games, it would erode the team's combat effectiveness. Isn't that precisely what happened to the Rin team out west? Their locker room atmosphere had steadily decayed. Libu Lang did not want the Huasai team to follow that same path, and for the first time, he faced the issue squarely. Not every player was like the Huasai Five Tigers, untroubled by ambition. A young talent such as Lin Ke, brimming with potential, would inevitably desire more once he made his name. It was only human nature. Just joking. Don't worry, coach. But next season's FMVP is definitely mine. Lin Ke said this with a steely expression, though he knew he lacked the seasoning to truly contest the FMVP now. His 105522 stat line was comprehensive, yet not explosive. Especially scoring. Averaging 10 points per game was still a little light. He had no real case for FMVP. Lin Ke's situation resembled De Ben's. He suffered from insufficient scoring. Had De Ben averaged 20 points, the FMVP would have been his. Next season's FMVP. Go ahead and take it. Libu Lang exhaled, amused by Lin Ke's audacity. He sounded as if he had already reserved next season's championship. The next decade will belong to you, Libu Lang mused. The following day, leading outlets dissected last night's Game 2 between the Huasai team and the Buxingzhi team. Mentions of Lin Ke proliferated. Praise for him grew louder. Inevitably, Zhang Musi and Dong Ni Weida and Bo Shi were trotted out again and again for comparison with Lin Ke. The conclusion reached was that Lin Ke excelled at clutch moments. He made an immediate vital impact whenever he stepped onto the court. At present, others could not match that. By striking from behind, Lin Ke's playoff surge had effectively allowed him to overtake Zhang Musi and his peers. This convinced many fans that being drafted into a strong title-contending team was no misfortune. That observation was undeniably true. Had Lin Ke landed on a tanking team, he would have been doomed. The accumulation of system points would have become exceedingly difficult. Lin Ke's weak per-game numbers could no longer be blamed on limited minutes. The risk of being written off was very real. This is a fine system, he marveled. Los Angeles C. Tan Pu Tai Center. The Rin team had just finished a 2-game road trip and now stood tied 11. A respectable scoreline. The Rin team had reclaimed home court advantage. As the Zen master approached the practice court, he saw Kobe and Aoni Air practicing their shots. Yet the two exchanged no words and were no longer the inseparable OK duo. Elsewhere, Ma Long and Pei Dun appeared equally sullen. The team's atmosphere felt markedly deflated. The Huasai team looks poised to sweep into the finals. Does that not unsettle any of you? Our championship this season is far from secure, the Zen master said, drawing the attention of the F4. They all turned toward him. I know you underestimated the Huasai team before, but you must take them seriously now. They have Lin Ke as an... I can't quite read that kid, the Zen master said calmly. The internal discord had reached a point, even he struggled. He would have to present a powerful external foe to shift focus away from internal strife. A tactic that often proved effective. They'll handle them, he declared. Kobe muttered, can De Ben even stir when I'm in front of him? Aoni Air smiled softly. Lashida isn't a match for me. Ma Long flexed his biceps. Leave Changshi to me. Pei Dun added. What about Lin Ke? Who will deal with him? Kobe. The Zen master began calling names. The Eastern Conference Finals games G3 and G4 will take place at the home court of the Pacers. However, both the media and fans have lost faith in the Pacers. The latest strength demonstrated by the Pistons has shocked many. Previously, the Pistons' 5 Tigers were still regarded as an average team, mainly because the Pistons lacked obvious superstars. Neither Big Ben nor Billups is quite at the level of a superstar. But now Lin Ke's strong rise has given the Pistons an additional 15-minute superstar. This has a tremendous impact on the outcome of the game. A superstar is indeed a superstar. This point is indisputable. Lin Ke truly delivered a top-tier superstar performance in just 15 minutes. This effectively compensates for the Pistons' last shortcoming: insufficient critical moment shooting percentage. The Pacers cannot resolve this in a short time, so they cannot compete with the Pistons. Even having home court advantage isn't enough. And indeed, this is the case. In Game G3, the Pacers fought valiantly. Every time the Pistons widened the score, Reggie Miller responded with a three-pointer, keeping the team close in the game. In this game, Larry Brown's utilization of Lin Ke has clearly become more adept. He deployed Lin Ke at the most opportune moments, delivering 2 powerful blows in succession, leading the Pacers to defeat. In G3, the Pacers were left with no temper to express. They gave their all, even while feeling good, yet still lost the game. This is simply a lack of hard power. They just can't compete. Thus, there is no regret. By G4, the Pacers were already in a state of semi-giving up. The Pistons didn't play too aggressively either. Both teams finished G4 in a commercial mutual brushing manner. 4-0. The Pistons completed a sweep once again. They advanced to the finals in an invincible manner. After the game, Lin Ke was extremely excited. Wasn't he just touching the floor of the finals? It feels a bit so easy. At this moment, Lin Ke thought about summoning Paul, who hasn't entered the league, yet let's team up. I'll take you to fly, and in no time you'll touch the floor of the finals. Lin, your future is truly limitless. If it weren't for your sudden emergence in this series, we would have had a chance to win. While Lin Ke was lost in thought, Reggie Miller came to his side smiling and saying, Reggie, that statement is incorrect. Even if the Pistons didn't have me, they would still be able to beat you. Lin Ke chuckled. That's the truth. In my past life, without Lin Ke, Darko Milicic was nearly forgotten, yet the Pistons still triumphed over the Pacers 4-2, advancing to the finals. This life will be no exception. Lin Ke's presence makes it easier for the Pistons to win, adding icing on. Big Ben, floating nearby, happened to hear Lin Ke's response, and immediately gave him a thumbs up. This guy is good. He remains grounded in the face of events. Without waiting for Reggie Miller to respond, Lin Ke added, Reggie, have you considered joining the Pistons next season so we can collaborate to win a championship? That way your career would be perfect. Don't think about the idea of one person, one city. It's meaningless. What's better than having a championship in hand for enjoyment? Lin Ke waved his host, starting to poach for the Pistons. You really are. Reggie Miller shook his head and laughed. He was utterly baffled by Lin Ke's wild thoughts. Does he really want to leave the Pacers to compete for a championship? They have already reached the Eastern Conference Finals this season, not far from the championship. Forget it. Let's fight with the young players in the team again next season. Leaving the Pacers for the Pistons is, first, there's no guarantee of winning again. Our repeating championships isn't that easy. Secondly, Reggie Miller's reputation will definitely decline significantly. Who knows, Pacers fans might burn jerseys. After so many years with the Pacers, Reggie Miller has already become a totem of the city of Indiana. If he chooses to leave, wouldn't everything be ruined? Reggie Miller didn't want to talk more. After hugging Lin Ke, he walked toward the locker room. It seems recruitment failed. Lin Ke scratched his head. Being a person, one must have integrity. Not everyone will wander around for a chance. Lin Ke subconsciously thought about his future. Will he stay long-term with the Pistons? One person, one city. Or a nomadic dynasty? Lin Ke smiled. There is still plenty of time to make such decisions. What Lin Ke needs to do now is to steadily follow the team to secure this season's championship. Then quickly secure the starting small forward position. Next season, strive to lead the team to achieve back-to-back championships. In his past life, the Pistons lost to the Spurs in the finals of the next season. After that, even though they remain a powerhouse in the East, they are increasingly distant from the finals and the championship. In this life, with the current foundation of the Pistons, Lin Ke might not be unable to lead the team to establish a dynasty. Of course, establishing a dynasty is not an easy task. But Lin Ke can indeed rely on the Pistons' championship window over the next 2 seasons to make a valiant attempt. After that, it will be impossible. Lin Ke's renewal after his rookie contract expires will significantly encroach upon the Pistons' salary space. The Pistons' 5 Tigers are likely to disband, just like in his past life. The disbandment of many teams, besides failing to meet expectations in performance, is fundamentally due to salary space and luxury tax. Unless the team owner has infinite money to spend. Otherwise, paying luxury tax year after year is unbearable for anyone. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained system points 1. The system prompt sounded timely. In this series, Lin Ke has indeed collected all 4 system points. Very nice. Currently, Lin Ke has accumulated a total of 39 system points. He is just 11 system points away from being able to upgrade the minimum consumption data again. Feeling great. Now it's time to consider the finals. Lin Ke vigorously swung his arm. May 31st, a Los Angeles Staples Center. As Kobe steadily made his free throw, the Timberwolves lost their last chance. 9-6-9-0. The Lakers secured the crucial G6 game. At the same time, they changed the series score to 4-2. The Lakers' F4 did not falter in the Western Conference Finals. They eliminated the Timberwolves and powerfully advanced to the finals. Their finals opponent is the well-rested Pistons. On June 6th, the finals G1 is here. The Pistons still hold the home advantage in the championship. However, the current finals format is 232, not the familiar 2-2-1-1-1 that everyone knows. This means that the Pistons must secure both home games G1 and G2, leaving no room for error. If the Lakers steal a victory, they will have 3 consecutive home games ahead. If they perform well, they could sweep the series. The Pistons might not even get a chance to return to their home court. The concept of home advantage would be moot. If the finals are decided within 5 games, the team that originally had home advantage will have no advantage at all. Good morning. Lin Ke woke up very early today. Perhaps he was too excited, causing him to have trouble sleeping. Lin Ke decided to go for a run around Auburn Hills. Stamina is not a problem for him. Currently, his playing time is around 20 minutes. In the afternoon, during a simple adaptive training session, Lin Ke noticed that his teammates seemed different than usual. Ben Wallace was occasionally adjusting his explosive hairstyle. Rasheed Wallace did a push-up every time he made a three-pointer. Chauncey Billups was focused on the court deep, and Rip Hamilton was sitting on the sidelines reading a poetry collection. Prince was the only one among the Pistons' 5 stars who seemed normal, practicing back-to-the-basket moves. It turns out I'm not the only one too excited. Lin Ke found it amusing. Since everyone was playing in the finals for the first time, it's natural to feel a bit nervous. Speaking of which, the Lakers have far more finals experience than the Pistons. At 8 p.m., both teams arrived at the courtside warming up as the main match was about to commence. The DJ on site made a grand introduction for each Pistons starting player. This time Lin Ke was not included. He was still a bit away from a starting position. Lin Ke was observing Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. As the most powerful duo of the new century, Kobe and Shaq had a long history of love and hate. In this match, the Pistons' interior defense would face significant challenges. The game quickly began. The Lakers immediately focused their attacks on O'Neal. At first, both teams were in a testing phase, with Ben Wallace single covering O'Neal. They pushed the physical battle to its limits. But ultimately, it was the physically fit O'Neal who had the upper hand. He dunked on Ben Wallace 4 times in a row, leaving Ben feeling lightheaded. However, Ben's mental resilience was strong, and he showed no signs of change in his attitude. He continued to diligently do everything he could. After withstanding O'Neal's 4 powerful moves, Ben began to play aggressively in front of him. At this moment, O'Neal started having difficulty receiving the ball. Although he had just dunked 4 times to his delight, O'Neal also experienced considerable fatigue. Meanwhile, Ben was looking for ways to confront O'Neal, completely undeterred by their significant weight difference. At this point, O'Neal was also impressed. On the Pistons side, with Billups hitting 3 out of 3 and 3 free throws, they managed to hold their ground against the Lakers. 2-2-1-9. At the end of the first quarter, the Pistons were still leading the Lakers by 3 points. Yes, we really are strong. So what if the Lakers have their F4? We can still suppress them. Lin Ke hasn't even stepped on the court yet. He should come in during the second quarter, aiming to extend the lead to over 10 points. This has already become Lin Ke's passive skill. In the stands, Pistons fans laughed heartily. Tonight's atmosphere for watching the game was still relaxed and joyful. As the second quarter was about to begin, Lin Ke eagerly looked towards Larry Brown, waiting to be called onto the court. Wait a bit longer. Larry Brown signaled Lin Ke to be patient. This was not because Larry Brown had become conservative in the finals, but because he wanted the Pistons' 5 stars to wear down the Lakers more. When the critical moment arrives, he would bring in Lin Ke. Lin Ke could potentially lead the game to a sweeping victory. That feeling would be exhilarating. Lin Ke understood Larry Brown's intention and returned to the bench. Time passed quickly in the second quarter. 1-8-2-2. The Pistons lost 4 points in the second quarter. At halftime, the Pistons trailed the Lakers by 1 point with a score of 4-0-4-1. Lin Ke knew he would be on the court right at the start of the third quarter. The intensity of the game in the first half was extremely high. Ben and Rasheed Wallace had worked together to exhaust O'Neal's stamina significantly. In the second half, O'Neal's energy might become an issue. During halftime in the Lakers' locker room, Phil Jackson's expression was not good. Although the Lakers were still leading by 1 point, they had not gained an advantage in the game. What made Phil even more anxious was that Malone had gone 0 for 5 in the first half. Such a poor performance allowed Rasheed Wallace to clamp down on O'Neal with confidence. O'Neal was suffering greatly. Both Wallaces were muscular monsters, each louder than the last. It was truly remarkable. Phil looked again at Peyton's stats and felt like he might explode, going 0 for 3. Although they were called F4, it was still the OK duo in action. Phil felt the pressure was too much, and he was losing control. As for Kobe, his 5 for 12 in the first half was acceptable. Shaq, Kobe, in the second half you both must play with more aggression. Phil didn't want to talk to Malone and Peyton, directly motivating Kobe and Shaq. This was Phil's usual tactic, using this method of ignoring to stimulate the competitiveness of neglected players. But Malone and Peyton were not rookies, they were seasoned veterans. Phil's words had no effect on them. They were immune. Come on. They were there to ride the coattails to win a championship ring, not to fight for FMVP. Was there really a need to fight hard? Such a mindset is not just talk. If he were still with the Jazz, Malone would definitely fight hard. But with the Lakers, Malone truly lacked that motivation. Hey, Phil sighed lightly. He could see a bit of Malone and Peyton's little thoughts. Now Phil was feeling very worried. Larry Brown had not yet made his move. Lin Ke had not yet stepped onto the court. Could the Lakers really hold up in the second half? Frankly, the media and the fans alike broadly favor the Lakers. The Lakers' dynastic rise has deeply engraved the might of the OK duo in the public consciousness. With the additions of Malone and Peyton, the numbers may cast them as role players. Yet a great many journalists and supporters still believe that in decisive moments, Malone and Peyton will reveal the bearing of true superstars. Under that conviction, when the Lakers led the Pistons by a point at halftime, media and fans alike felt the outcome was secure for the Lakers. The Lakers would take Game 1 and regain home court advantage, settling matters across the 3 home games from G3 to G5. This is in essence an information asymmetry. Only the Zen master truly understood how dire the Lakers' internal state had become. That in turn opened an opportunity for the bookmakers to coax bets on the Lakers and mercilessly harvest the gullible. The 15-minute halftime soon passed, and the second half began. As the players returned to the court, the home crowd's cheers rose again from the stands. Pistons fans were likewise pleased with the first half. Without Lin Ke on the floor, the team trailed by only. Once Lin Ke entered the game, would he not easily overturn the score? When one examines a matter from different angles and standpoints, one often reaches completely opposite conclusions. Sure enough, La Libu Lang brought Lin Ke on at the outset of the third quarter. This time, La Libu Lang refrained from assigning Lin Ke the modest task of securing a 10-point lead. After all, this was the finals. La Libu Lang feared imposing excessive pressure on Lin Ke that might cause him to falter. Lin Ke, impossible. I am frighteningly consistent. With a solid foundation, winning the opening jump ball is practically guaranteed. Although he may be a bit short, his speed and jumping ability are truly formidable. Typically, a center does not possess such explosive leaping speed. Gary Payton dribbled across half court and then passed the ball to Kobe. Lin Ke appeared right in front of Kobe. Kobe was initially contemplating whether to pass the ball to Shaquille O'Neal, but upon seeing Lin Ke defending against him, he immediately changed his mind and decided to take it to the hoop himself. His reasoning was quite simple. It is said that Lin Ke is the deciding factor for the Pistons, so now he would shatter this deciding factor. The Pistons would naturally have to yield to the Lakers. A good idea, a grand vision, but reality is much harsher. Smack. While Kobe was selecting weapons from his arsenal, Lin Ke had already taken action. What? Should I wait for you to get ready before making my move? Lin Ke swiftly knocked the basketball out of Kobe. At that moment, Kobe couldn't even see how Lin Ke did it. Steal one. So easy. Oh, damn it. Kobe immediately turned around and chased after Lin Ke. Lin Ke wasn't great at dribbling, so as soon as he saw Kobe charging at him, he made a sudden stop and shot the ball just 2 steps past the midcourt line. What the heck? No way. The fans watching the game erupted in cheers at that moment. Wake up. This is the finals. What made Kobe even more furious was that after Lin Ke shot the ball before the final result was even revealed, he turned and tapped his left wrist with his right hand. The time has come. Let the world stay silent and listen to the sound of the bullet being loaded. Swish. The basketball went through the net. Wong Defa. Did that really go in? That has to be a fluke. No matter if it was a fluke, the fact that the ball went in is nothing short of miraculous. It's the focus on whether it went in. The real question is why he dared to throw it like that. This is the finals. The crowd of fans was about to explode. One fan was not wrong. Being able to throw like that while trailing in the finals is not just having a big heart, it's like having a mechanical heart. 4-3-4-1. As soon as Lin Ke stepped onto the court, he took a super long three-pointer, giving the Pistons the lead. Just like that, it was impressive. On the sidelines, Larry Brown instinctively clutched his heart and breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. On the court, he was struggling to maintain a poker face while enjoying the wild cheers from the fans. This time, there was no NG in showing off. Damn it. After Kobe dribbled past half-court again, the look in his eyes directed at Lin Ke was already fiery. He felt as if Lin Ke was slapping him in the face. Hey, Iron King, do you dare to take another deep shot? I can block you. Lin Ke sensed the murderous intent in Kobe's eyes and immediately thought of teasing him. Once Kobe got completely riled up, the Pistons could play freely. Kobe gave Lin Ke a death stare. Thud, thud, thud. Kobe was searching for his rhythm. Lin Ke slowly moved forward, getting closer and closer to Kobe. He had a premonition. Kobe was truly going to defend closely. Blocking him would be quite easy then. The minimum consumption data block cannot be used at any time as a guaranteed buff. You have to be within the range of being able to block. Otherwise, strange events might occur. The same applies to steals. If Kobe truly had the ability to evade Lin Ke's block range, then Lin Ke would also not be able to block him. But Kobe clearly had no such intentions. After 2 dribbles between his legs, Kobe pulled up for a step. He truly targeted Lin Ke. Even without difficulty, he had to create some. Otherwise, why would Kobe always take difficult shots? Smack. Lin Ke was not going to let Kobe off easy. A fierce block for everyone. Lin Ke sent Kobe crashing to the ground, ball and all. I must say Kobe's defensive enthusiasm is truly commendable. After falling to the ground, Kobe scrambled to retrieve the basketball, but it was already too late. Lin Ke quickly grabbed the basketball and charged towards the front court. This time the Lakers gave up on defense. Lin Ke was off to the races. Just when everyone thought Lin Ke was going to storm into the paint for a dunk, he suddenly stopped at the three-point line, pulling up for a shot. Let the three-point rain begin. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. 4-6-4-1. Upon entering the game, Lin Ke dominated both offense and defense. I heard you're the second shooting guard. Sorry, I'm the first small forward. Lin Ke flashed a grin at Kobe. That smile almost made Kobe lose his composure. So arrogant. Too arrogant. Lin Ke didn't resemble a rookie at all. Aren't players from Long Country supposed to be humble? Like Yao Ming. Where did Lin Ke even come from? Toot. The Zen master called a timeout. The Lakers instantly went from leading by 1 point to trailing by 5 points. What the heck is going on? The key is that Kobe was also overwhelmed in his face-off with Lin Ke. Honestly, this is a huge blow to the Lakers' morale. Originally, Malone and Payton's poor performance was already affecting morale. Now that Kobe was also underperforming, how can they continue this game? Are they relying solely on Shaquille O'Neal? Kobe, calm down, calm down, calm down. Important things must be said 3 times. Don't go and fight Lin Ke with balloons. You can restrain Lin Ke. Let the other teammates initiate the attack. Don't get too excited, okay? We are here to compete for the championship. Don't you want to win the FMVP? You can only get the FMVP if you win the championship. Zen Master called Kobe aside, continuously emphasizing. At the same time, Zen Master also wanted to provoke Kobe with the FMVP. But he didn't realize that this kind of provocation had a counterproductive effect. Kobe was now most annoyed by the media and fans hyping up his pursuit of the FMVP. If he wanted to seize it, he would have done so during the three-peat. There was no need to wait until now. Kobe truly had no intention of grabbing this time. This doesn't mean he wants to give up the FMVP, but rather play normally. Whoever deserves the FMVP should take it. Actually, Kobe doesn't want to play with O'Neal anymore. He wants to win the championship and the FMVP after leaving O'Neal. By then, no one would question him anymore. And now, whether he gets the FMVP or not, Kobe will always be the one under scrutiny. If he doesn't get it, Kobe continues to be mocked as the second champion. If he does get it, Kobe will be questioned for grabbing the FMVP. It feels like whatever he does is wrong. Kobe suddenly lifted his head, wanting to argue, but ultimately did not speak. He was tired. I'll let it be. Next, I won't take the ball. Are you satisfied now? Kobe only felt his inner anger rising. The timeout quickly ended and the game continued. Lin Ke noticed that Kobe had become somewhat abnormal. In the past, after Payton brought the ball past half-court, Kobe would always proactively receive the ball. In this phase of the triangle offense, Kobe actually played the role of Pippen the organizer. O'Neal played the role of Jordan the finisher. Indeed, don't say Kobe never passes the ball, but during the three-peat, Kobe often attracted the opponent's defense through drives and unknowns before passing the ball to O'Neal. O'Neal would dunk the ball. After all, if every possession allowed O'Neal to hold his ground in the paint, even he would be overwhelmed. There would also be issues with catching the ball. And when it came to the period of Kobe, Gasol the organizer became Gasol, and Kobe finally started playing the role of the finisher, just like Jordan and O'Neal before. At this moment, after running past half-court, Kobe directly went to the corner to smoke. Payton was a bit confused. If you're not receiving the ball, who is going to handle this play? Payton expressed that he no longer had the ability to force his way in. Helpless Payton had to pass the ball to Malone. He wanted Malone to send the ball to O'Neal from the side. But this tactical idea didn't work out, because Rasheed Wallace stood 2 steps off Malone, cutting off the passing lane between O'Neal and Malone. This was bullying Malone, who was struggling with his shooting this game. A player who shot 0 for 5, is he needed to be defended? No need. Let him shoot. Malone looked a bit awkward. He never thought there would be a day when he would be left open. But for some reason at this moment, when being asked to shoot, he really felt like he wouldn't make it. After hesitating for a moment, Malone chose to pass the ball back to Payton. Payton had no choice but to force his way against Billups. Bang! He slammed an iron. Payton also went 0 for 4. Payton, dude, are you sabotaging me? Malone, let me tell you a story. When encountering a tiger, all I need to do is run faster than you. Payton, get lost. Big Ben jumped up and grabbed the rebound. To be fair, Big Ben is one of the few centers who can excel at both rim protection and rebounding. Generally speaking, when your blocking is exceptionally good, you often fail to retreat in time to grab the board. And when you focus on boxing out for rebounds, you often can't pay attention to help defense and blocking. But Big Ben remarkably found the best balance between these two. The strongest undrafted player. The Pistons attack. Seeing Kobe slacking off, Lin Ke also relaxed. With the team in the lead, Lin Ke went to the corner to smoke, just needing to restrain Kobe. Billups passed to Hamilton. Hamilton's pull-up missed. At that moment, Lin Ke, who had been slacking off just a second ago, charged into the paint. The rebound is mine. Lin Ke shouted, leaping into the air. In midair, he caught the basketball with both hands and slammed it down into the hoop. Thunder struck from a clear sky. Boom. Lin Ke scored a putback dunk, nearly landing on O'Neal's head. Whose subordinate is this? Now O'Neal was nearly outdone. He had painstakingly kept Big Ben behind him only to have others steal. How can this be tolerated? Kobe. O'Neal angrily shouted at Kobe. Who else could it be if not Kobe that let someone slip by? Kobe's face darkened. He truly did not expect Lin Ke to pull such a stunt. 4-8-4-1. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for the Lakers. Impressive. After this finals, Lin Ke's status in the league must soar. He is the leader of the 03 Golden Generation. I have truly never seen a rookie perform so remarkably in the finals. Even compared to Magic, he isn't any. In the broadcast studio, Barkley was deeply moved. This fat guy has a characteristic of enjoying mocking others. But when he truly realizes your strength, he does a complete 180-degree turnaround. Now Lin Ke's hard power has already conquered Barkley. If his previous praise had some teasing flavor, now it is genuine admiration. Charles, I must remind you, there are very few players who can reach the finals in their rookie season. The sample size is too small. Kenny Smith chimed in to add to Barkley's statement. Then Lin Ke is also the best performer in the 03 generation. Don't mention the regular season. The regular season is worthless before the finals. Barkley chuckled. Kenny Smith found himself speechless. It seemed to make a lot of sense. On the court, the Pistons were completely controlling the situation. The internal conflicts of the Lakers were being fully displayed in front of everyone for the first time. Kobe insisted on slacking off in the corner, refusing to receive the ball. Now no one could say he was trying to grab the MVP. Meanwhile, Peyton and Malone entered a battle of who could miss more. O'Neal was left to fend for himself. He fought fiercely with the Wallace twins in the paint until he was nearly exhausted. In the extremely difficult situation of catching the ball, O'Neal had little contribution in the second half. On the Pistons side, they didn't unleash a wave of attacks, but consistently maintained a lead of around 10 points. Whenever the Lakers showed signs of closing the gap, Lin Ke would step up to pour cold water on them. How can they play like this? There's no way to play. Everyone knew the Lakers were going to lose. 8,775. As the timer's red light flared, the scoreboard froze on that number. The victors, the Hwasai team. Such a score is piercing to Hurin team fans. Whether in the Showtime era or the OK Duo era, the Hurin have always been an offensive juggernaut. Though their defense is by no means weak, the Hurin have never been regarded as a defensive squad. Yet this attack-first team managed only 75 points in Game 1. That result concretized Hwasai's reputation as a defensive brigade. The strongest shield can grind the sharpest spear into the dust. The Hurin were mortified. At the final buzzer, coup by Ao near Ma Long and Pei Dun, the four giants strode into the players' tunnel without looking back. They did not want to linger an instant longer on the court. Hurin's F4 were 3 games away from becoming a laughingstock. By contrast, Hwasai's players were wildly celebrating on the floor. This was each of their first journey to the finals. United in purpose, they launched into the final sprint toward the championship. Lin Ke roared. Lin Ke raised his arms and shouted. A chime rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained system points 1. The customary tones sounded. Lin Ke smiled faintly. In this game, Lin Ke again put up the standard line: 10 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks, 2 steals, shooting a perfect field goal percentage. Yet this match offered Lin Ke fresh insights. Unlike before, Lalibu Lang for the first time played him through the entire second half. Lin Ke learned more about allocating his stamina and managing his minimum consumption stats. These were lessons he must master to claim a starting spot next season. Starting and logging 35+ minutes is a fundamentally different way of playing from coming off the bench for about 20 minutes. Previously, Lin Ke would go Allen the moment he entered, collapsing opponents from the outset. That approach will not do when one is truly a starter. Leading by 20 at halftime, but having no reserves does not mean the other side cannot claw back those 20 in the second half. As the league's style evolves, blowout comebacks will become more frequent. Nice work, let's keep pushing, teammates encouraged one another. 3 more wins to the title. Ben came over and threw an arm around Lin Ke. He was growing increasingly fond of this rookie. The future of the Hwasai team belonged to Lin Ke. Ben had already accepted that truth. Hwasai would have a bona fide superstar leader. I think it's 3 more games. Lin Ke amended his wording. Confident enough. They exchanged a look and laughed together. The collapse of the Hurin dynasty. The most failed F4 in history. This Hurin team does not deserve the championship. The next day, major media outlets reported on the game. The mainstream tone was savage criticism of the Hurin. More and more media were writing them off, most arguing that internal strife had self-sabotaged the team. They refused to admit that Hwasai was truly strong. Damn, they still underestimate us. What do you mean the Hurin only need to fix their squabbles to stand a chance? So our championship would be charity handed over by Hurin's infighting. On the flight to Luoshanji, Lin Ke frowned as he read a newspaper he had bought at the airport. It was a stereotyped media impression. After winning Game 1, Hwasai again easily defeated the Hurin in game. The final series now stood at 20. Even with 2 straight wins and apparent domination, a swarm of so-called experts still searched for Hwasai's shortcomings from the perspective of superstar talent. These pundits insisted that if Kubai and Ao Near returned to form and Ma Long and Pei Dun operated at 60%, they could topple Huasai and seize the championship. Lin, don't be mad. Once we win the title, they will have nothing to say, De Ben said with a grin. Then you are mistaken. Lin Ke shook his head smiling. Even though 20 years had passed in his prior life, many still believed that if the OK duo did not bicker, the Huasai had no chance. They casually dropped lines like those who know as if Huasai's championship would carry no weight, as if the Hu Rin had merely handed it over. Then let's blow them out. June 10th, Luo Shan GC Tan Pu Tai Center. Finals Game 3 was about to begin on the Hu Rin's home court. Back at home, the Hu Rin looked more energetic. Whether Chansher had resolved the infighting was unclear, but the players' expressions suggested their spirits were lifted. The F4 finally spoke to one another and even shared laughs. Hu Rin fans quietly breathed a sigh. Before the game, Ao Near in an interview further stirred Hu Rin supporters. There is no private discord among us. On the court we may have had philosophical differences, but those are settled now. You know, 4 superstars together need time to mesh. Now we've gelled. It's not that complicated, it's simply that. We will defend every home game and rewrite the series to 32. Then if we take one road game, the championship is within our grasp. Ao Near painted a vast promise for Hu Rin fans. At 8 o'clock the game was about to begin. Lin, get ready. You're coming in early tonight. Lali Lang called Lin Ke over after the starters took the floor to give a reminder. Okay. Lin Ke's eyes brightened, and he flashed an okay gesture at Lali Lang. His importance within the team was indeed steadily rising. This meant turning Pu Lin Si into a pseudo-starter. Lin Ke thought, I'm sorry, though I admire your unadorned style. But I must have the starting spot. You can settle into the 6th-man role. I will take you all to new heights. Pu Lin Si was left speechless. On the court, as the referee tossed the ball into the air, finals game 3 officially began. De Ben leapt with lightning speed and won the tip again. Got it. Bai Lu Pu Si received De Ben's tap and brought the ball over half court. It is evident that the Lakers were highly focused at the start of this game. After crossing half-court, Billups immediately encountered Peyton's death grip. At this moment, Peyton seemed to be showcasing the prowess of a peak DPOY, with several disruptions causing Billups to lose stability in his ball handling. In the stands, the home crowd of Lakers fans erupted with cheers. They became the team's 6th man in their own unique way. However, it was impossible to force a turnover from Billups. Hamilton was already making his rounds with Kobe at a frantic pace. It is hard to pinpoint a specific tactical route for Hamilton's movements. But if you dare not keep up, he will catch the ball and shoot, showing you what he can do. Kobe had no choice but to chase Hamilton around, his stamina being worn down with every sprint. But if Kobe doesn't guard Hamilton, who else can the Lakers rely on? Small forward Devin George. Don't be ridiculous. George would instantly lose track of Hamilton. At this moment, Kobe was at the peak of his defensive capability. In his past life, after the OK duo disbanded and Kobe led the team alone, his real defensive level was declining year by year. It's simple. When you have to take on heavier offensive responsibilities, there isn't much energy or stamina left to focus on defense. That being said, Kobe was exceptionally good at establishing his persona as a defensive wall. For instance, in a certain possession, he would suddenly ramp up the intensity to pressure the opposing star. Due to the opposing star's momentary adjustment issues, Kobe often managed to achieve good defensive results. By the time the opposing star was ready to take him on, unknown Kobe would usually slip away. You see, this persona was firmly established. Fans loved to watch Excel stats and highlight reels, and they would immediately perceive Kobe's defense as extraordinary. However, the reason many of Kobe's advanced defensive metrics looked poor was not due to his offensive struggles like missed shots or low percentages, it stemmed from his defense. Many of Kobe's defensive advanced metrics were negative, naturally dragging down his overall advanced stats. Of course, there is no direct correlation between advanced metrics and winning championships. On the court, seeing Hamilton fail to create an opportunity, Billups chose to pass the ball to Prince. In the current starting matchups, Prince was the only one who hadn't faced the F4. Prince received the ball and backed down Devin George. After a quick feint, he executed a turnaround jumper. Though the form wasn't picturesque, it was effective. Swish. The basketball gently fell into the hoop. 2-0. Prince scored the first points for This is Prince's greatest contribution to the Pistons. He may lack distinctive features compared to the other 4 stars, but he excels in versatility. He can do a bit of everything, perfectly acting as the lubricant between the other 4 stars. Furthermore, Prince can also lead the bench unit. His functionality is at its peak. To elaborate, Lin Ke is essentially a plus version of Prince. A jack of all trades. Equally versatile. The impact Lin Ke can produce far surpasses that of Prince. Therefore, Lin Ke's rise to prominence is well-deserved. Nonetheless, Prince's role for the Pistons is immense. He is perfectly suited as the 6th man. The Pistons cannot rely solely on the starters to win. Bench depth is crucial. Given Prince's character, he likely won't mind Lin Ke's ascendance. The importance of the sixth man can often surpass that of the starter. For example, Manu Ginobili from the Spurs. Jason Terry from the Mavericks. The Lakers offense. This time Kobe did not play casually like in the last game. Instead, he actively received the ball and passed it to Shaquille O'Neal. Boom. After receiving the ball, O'Neal didn't give Ben Wallace much chance to react and soared for a powerful dunk. Once O'Neal takes flight, it becomes incredibly hard to defend. That massive weight combined with inertia is unstoppable in midair. 2-2. The two teams are tied. Both teams appear to be in good form at the start. However, in the following possessions, both teams entered a bricklaying mode. The intensity of defense surged. Both teams were forced into a 24-second violation. This isn't merely about whether shots can be made, it's about whether opportunities to shoot exist. O'Neal once again became the most stable player for both teams. Kobe's drive-and-dish assisted O'Neal with consecutive dunks. But Kobe's own shooting touch was lacking. After 5 minutes, he was 0 for 3. Lin, get ready to enter the game. After the official timeout, Larry Brown waved his hand, preparing to bring Lin Ke onto the court. This substitution came quite early. This also meant that Lin Ke would need to shoulder more responsibilities. He needed to strategically plan his minimum consumption data usage. Always keeping some cards close to his chest is a key point Lin Ke needs to consider. When the timeout ended, Lin Ke removed his jacket, rubbed his hands, and stepped onto the court. In the first 5 minutes, both teams were tied at 6-6. Yes, such a low score. The 3-second defensive violation had not been called too strictly at this point. At this moment, the league style genuinely bore some resemblance to FIBA rules. After all, the 3-second defensive rule had only recently been enforced. Many rules become somewhat blurred in the playoffs. Don't ask. Just understand that they encourage physicality, encourage players to solve problems independently, and reduce referee involvement. Whether the referees actually control the game is another matter. Just like in his past life, hand-checking had been banned for over a decade, yet during the playoff matchups, no one hesitated to get physical. These rules aren't the main focus. The key is whether the refereeing will be biased. As long as the standards are consistent, it will be fair for both sides. But if you want to attack Lin Ke and defend Liu Zixin, and the referees condone it, then the opposing team is at a disadvantage. On the sidelines, Zen Master noticed Larry Brown had hastily substituted Lin Ke in, feeling somewhat uneasy. Kobe, this time you can't get ahead of yourself. Try to avoid Lin Ke on offense and focus on pick and rolls. The Zen Master quickly reminded Kobe. Kobe nodded, agreeing. He felt the Zen Master was overreacting. After all, he could be impulsive at times. Zen Master, indeed, that's you. Kobe. The timeout ended and the game continued. The Pistons' offense build-ups brought the ball over half court. Defense, defense, defense. The unified chants echoed throughout the Staples Center. Tonight, the Lakers' home crowd was exceptionally supportive. As for whether the team would deliver, that would soon be revealed. Lin Ke stood at the top of the arc, receiving a pass from to distribute or to attack solo. To pass or to attack. This is not merely Lin Ke's personal decision, but a profound defensive dilemma for the Lakers. Averaging 10 points per playoff game. That means nothing. 5 rebounds per game. Do they stir the waters? Not at all. 5 assists per game. Does that make one a maestro of orchestration? Hardly. 2 blocks and 2 steals per game. Does that forge an impenetrable defensive bastion? Not quite. Yet when all these statistics converge in a single player, his threat level escalates exponentially. Why do we invoke the term triple threat on offense? Precisely because possessing all 3 skills, shooting, driving, and passing, transforms every matchup into a nightmare for the defender. The defender cannot anticipate his next move. Thus, every motion appears feigned. For at any instant, what seems like deception may erupt into decisive action. When falsehood masquerades as truth, truth itself blurs into illusion. On offense, Lin Ke now imposes precisely this kind of psychological pressure upon the Lakers. Devin George stands before him visibly overwhelmed. Kobe Bryant remains locked on a Hamilton, temporarily unable to shift focus to Lin Ke. Hey! Lin Ke grins broadly, observing Devin George's taut expression. With a convincing drive fake, Lin Ke forces Devin George to retreat half a step, then instantly converts the feint into a genuine shot, a soaring three-pointer launched with sniper-like precision. What the? Devin George never imagined Lin Ke would release the three-pointer so effortlessly, so casually. By the time he whirls back, the ball swishes cleanly through the net. Swish. The three-pointer drops. 96. Exhilarating. Lin Ke murmurs as he jogs back toward midcourt. Indeed, this season he has launched far more threes than thunderous dunks. First, three-pointers offer superior scoring efficiency, capable of swiftly shattering the opponent's morale. Second, aggressive drives demand ball handling penetration. Yet Lin Ke's ball handling proficiency hovers only at league average, making drives perilous, prone to turnovers. Hence, unhesitating shooting proves the safer, smarter choice. Lin Ke is destined never to be a rim-rattling force, but he can elevate shooting to its absolute zenith. To date, his postseason field goal percentage remains a perfect 100%. Show air, is that you? The roar of Lakers home fans dwindles sharply. Once again, Lin Ke assumes the role of the visiting team's sound suppressor. Lakers possession. Peyton crosses half-court and hands off to Kobe. Lin Ke does not shadow Kobe directly. Instead, he loosens his coverage on Devin George, hovering in active help defense rotation. Since zone defense was legalized, this flexibility has become invaluable. No need to adhere rigidly to man-to-man assignments. In eras forbidding zone schemes, Lin Ke's approach might well have drawn a defensive 3-second or illegal defense call. Seeing Lin Ke absent from his immediate vicinity, Kobe elects to drive hard past Hamilton. The moment Kobe initiates his drive, Lin Ke surges forward, closing the angle with surgical speed. Near the free throw line, Kobe executes an elegant spin move, only to collide squarely with Lin Ke's chest. Step aside and leave the ball. Lin Ke delivers a swift, precise strip. No black tiger claw, just clean, clinical ball theft. When the two separate, the ball rests securely in Lin Ke's hands. Kobe turnover, +1. Lin Ke steal, +1. Damn it. Kobe erupts in frustration, uncertain whether he rages at himself or at Lin Ke's audacious, in-your-chest theft. Kobe charges toward Lin Ke again, even though Lin Ke isn't his assigned defender. There he goes, off the rails again. Lin Ke, however, stays ice-cold, calmly handing the ball to Billups. If ball handling isn't his forte, minimize dribbling. Flashy coast-to-coast dashes work occasionally in regular season mismatches. But in the crucible of the finals, prudence reigns supreme. Should the Pistons seize Game 3, they'll grasp the championship trophy within arm's reach. In NBA history, no team has ever overcome a 0-3 deficit. The Lakers will not rewrite that script. Damn it. Watching Lin Ke fire off a rapid-fire pass, Kobe feels as though he's punched a cloud, soft, futile, dissolving into air. He must pivot once more to chase Hamilton. Wherever Hamilton roams the court, he operates like a perpetual motion machine, emotionless, ceaselessly cutting, endlessly running. Only a defensively obsessed coach like Larry Brown permits such relentless, seemingly chaotic movement on offense. Any coach prioritizing offensive structure would forbid such freedom. Consider Phil Jackson's triangle offense, a system demanding precise spacing and interlocking triangular positioning among players. Introduce Hamilton's erratic cuts, and the triangle collapses entirely. Yet the Pistons, built on defensive bedrock, thrive precisely through such offensive chaos. Offensive disarray matters little. Defense is their foundation. Strong defense guarantees a high floor. That is Larry Brown's immutable coaching philosophy. The Pistons truly can hold elite opponents under 80 points in marquee matchups, an astonishing feat. Larry Brown's defensive acumen is unquestionably world-class. Beyond relentless man-to-man principles, Brown constructs intricate defensive traps designed to snare penetrators. Here, Ben Wallace deserves special acclaim. Only peak Wallace's peerless help defense could activate those traps. With anyone else, that final decisive rotation would falter, and the trap would crumble into a sweet, inviting morsel readily devoured by the opponent. Should Lin Ke start, he subtly dilutes Detroit's defensive cohesion. His authentic defensive impact falls short of Tayshaun Prince's. Yet Detroit's offensive firepower surges dramatically. Net Lin Ke delivers substantial positive value to the Pistons. His per-game averages of 2 blocks and 2 steals more than compensate for his defensive limitations. As his minimum contribution metrics escalate further, more blocks, more steals, he may yet evolve into a true defensive linchpin. Never mind technical nuance, results define excellence. Did he steal the ball? Did he reject the shot? That is all that matters. Billups steadies the tempo, then feeds the ball once more to Lin Ke at the top of the arc, nearly identical to the previous sequence. History repeats itself. Yet this time, how will Lin Ke attack? And how in turn will the Lakers respond? The tactical duel between offense and defense has reached fever pitch. Devin George appeared extremely tense in front of Lin Ke at this moment. He had no idea what Lin Ke would do. To prevent Lin Ke from making another three-pointer, Devin George was closely guarding him this time. If Lin Ke were to comment, he would say it was a good defensive choice, because Lin Ke's breakthrough ability is average. Defending against a shot while preventing a drive is always a bit better. But Lin Ke had a third option, which was to pass. Seeing Rasheed Wallace tussling with Marlin near the 3-second area, Lin Ke swiftly threw the ball. Rasheed Wallace happened to find himself in a favorable position while battling Marlin, and after receiving Lin Ke's pass, he lifted his hand and shot. Bang! Clang! He banked it in. It's in. Honestly, if Lin Ke had delayed his pass even a little, Marlin could have easily taken a better position. In that case, Lin Ke's pass could have easily been intercepted. Still, Lin Ke's passes can be intercepted. After all, Lin Ke cannot mindlessly pass through defenders to get to the other side. But once a teammate receives Lin Ke's pass, they are bound to score. Moreover, as long as there are no obstructions on Lin Ke's passing route, no matter how far the distance or how tricky the angle, he will not make a mistake. This guaranteed buff is evident here. In summary, there will be no supernatural events on the court. 116. After Lin Ke came on with a three-pointer, a steal, and an assist, he helped the Pistons stretch the lead to 5 points. What does it mean to impact the game? This is what it means to impact the game. Damn it. Kobe and Shaquille both muttered in frustration. They thought Devin George's tight defense meant Lin Ke would drive. Shaquille was even ready to help defend. But Lin Ke chose to pass. This is the true power of the... Well done. Nice pass. Rasheed Wallace excitedly ran over to high-five Lin Ke. Lin Ke's choice of passing timing made Rasheed Wallace feel ecstatic. It's nothing. Just a drizzle. Lin Ke chuckled. He knew that he had unknowingly gained the recognition of all his teammates. This made Lin Ke feel incredibly uplifted. Fortunately, Lin Ke's scoring is not high, otherwise he could really be in the running for FMVP. Rich, how do we break through this? In Cleveland, in a luxurious private training facility, LeBron was watching the finals with his childhood friend and a member of his team, Rich Paul. At this time, Rich Paul was still studying at CAA and had not yet started working independently, so he had not officially become LeBron's agent. LeBron had a worried expression on his face. The starting point of his career was exceptionally high. The expectations were also set very high. It was impossible to lower the tone now. He could only continue to maintain a high profile. In a sense, he was in a difficult position. Therefore, LeBron was particularly concerned about comparisons with other rookies from his draft class. Although LeBron's career was modeled after Jordan, if he couldn't even outperform his draft peers, what was the point? In reality, if someone were to review all of LeBron's career choices, they would find many little thoughts and small calculations in them. For instance, signing a contract of the same length with Wade, Anthony Bosch, and others early on to become free agents together in the summer of 2010 and form a team. As long as LeBron became the team's leader, wouldn't he be the first among the 0-3 class? It's straightforward and clear. In his past life, LeBron, Wade, and Bosch indeed formed a team, but in their first season, Wade was a bit hard to control, and there were conspiracies like the 8-point power shift. Although it was indeed a conspiracy theory, LeBron perfectly provided evidence for it. Many of LeBron's fans like to talk about how strong the Mavericks were that year. But in reality, before the conspiracy theory incident occurred, the Heat held an absolute advantage. The incident happened in the fourth quarter of Game 4 of the Finals in the Mavericks' home court. At that time, the series score was 2-1 with the Heat leading. With 9 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Heat were up by 9 points over the Mavericks. It could be said that the Mavericks had fallen into a desperate situation. If they lost Game 4, the series score would become 1-3. Game 5 would return to the Heat's home court, and the Heat would definitely win the championship. If the Heat swept the Mavericks 4-1, would any fans still think the Mavericks were strong? Thus, the assertions that the Mavericks were strong and that the Mavericks had good defense are not very valid. At this moment, LeBron began his performance. Ultimately, the Heat's 9-point lead was erased, and they lost Game 4 with a final score of 8-3-8-6. In the last quarter, LeBron's issue was not about scoring 0 points, but rather about being completely invisible. So what was LeBron's motivation for doing this? He had not performed well in the first 3 games of the finals, resulting in a significant scoring gap between him and Wade, which he couldn't catch up with. LeBron had to score over 60 points in Game 5 to catch up with Wade in average points. This was an impossible. Therefore, as long as the Heat won the championship, the FMVP could only be Wade's. Then this championship would not mean much to LeBron, because he was compared to Jordan. LeBron had to win more championships as the leading man in his subsequent career to redeem this championship and to compare himself with Jordan. In that case, whether he won this championship or not would not affect his future career goals and might even have a negative impact, so why go for it? Did you see how Kobe was mocked for winning 3 runner-up championships? The subsequent developments in his past life perfectly proved that LeBron was right to do this. Even after LeBron went to the Cavaliers, he brought Wade along to play as a role player. Now Wade's status was completely diminished. If Lin Ke were to comment Wade was being foolish, can't he have some pride? I have an idea. From what we see, Lin Ke's scoring output is not strong right now. So in the future, we can take this approach and proactively become teammates with Lin Ke. At that time, as long as your average points are significantly higher than Lin Ke's, even if his impact on the game is stronger than yours, the media and fans will still consider you better than him. Then you will be the team leader, and he will be the second man on the team. What status does he have to compare with you? Rich Paul said with a faint smile. My, sounds pretty good. So I should take the initiative to build a good relationship with him. LeBron's eyes lit up. Exactly. Building a good relationship on the surface is always a good thing. Rich Paul nodded with a smile. At the center court of the Staples Center, the Lakers fans in the stands appeared somewhat subdued. The first quarter of the game has already concluded. The score on the scoreboard was rather glaring for the Lakers fans. 1624. The Lakers were trailing the Pistons by 8 points. After Lin Ke took the court, the Lakers suddenly seemed to forget how to play. Lin Ke was omnipresent on both offense and defense, and his performance was remarkably brilliant. The Lakers continued to miss shots wildly. Meanwhile, the Pistons' offensive efficiency saw a significant improvement. It was not surprising that the Pistons quickly widened the gap. Thus, the question for the Lakers seemed to return to square one: how to contain Lin Ke, this X factor. The Zen master seemed to be at a loss for good strategies. His in-game coaching had always been a point of criticism. The Zen master was more adept at sticking to his own tactics, relying on a luxurious roster of superstar talent, which generally allowed the Lakers to solve problems. To have the Zen master think in the position of overcoming the odds for targeted deployment was not his strong suit. Kobe, I need you to focus on guarding Lin Ke in the upcoming game. You must limit him. This is the finals. This is Game 3. This is a game we cannot afford to lose. The Zen master placed the pressure squarely on Kobe's shoulders. From his understanding of Kobe, he knew Kobe was willing to bear greater pressure and responsibility, because this was inherently a demonstration of his status as the team's leader. When you withstand all this pressure and truly lead the team to victory, the fans will naturally regard you as the leader. Thus, the Zen master believed Kobe would willingly take on the burden. But the Zen master was mistaken again. Kobe did not want to play alongside O'Neal at all. He could take on the burden, but he didn't want to do it in a situation with O'Neal. At this moment, Kobe simply nodded casually. He would still fight. However, when it came to truly exerting himself, he would not. This is because the Pistons have been controlling the flow of the game. Larry Brown has led the team to an exceptional defensive performance in this quarter. Although the offense lacks Lin Ke's contribution, the Pistons have performed excellently on defense. Ultimately, the second quarter ended with a score of 1615. The Pistons once again led by 1 point in this quarter. Moreover, they held the Lakers scoring to below 20 points in 2 consecutive quarters. If this trend continues, the Lakers might not even score 70 points in the entire game. With the F4, the Lakers are showing such poor offensive firepower, it's hard to find words to describe it. Zen Master looked up at the scoreboard feeling quite emo. He had originally emphasized limiting Lin Ke in the second quarter, but Lin Ke never even stepped on the court. The Zen Master felt his tactical deployment was completely in disarray. Now let's calm down. I know you're all excited. I'm excited too, because I've never won a championship either. After returning to the locker room, Larry Brown surprisingly wore a smile and didn't scold the players. In the second half, let's continue with strong and intense defense to secure this game. Then let's win and then embrace the arrival of the championship. Larry Brown vigorously waved his arm. In that moment, Larry Brown truly embodied the aura of a famous coach. For Larry Brown, this finals also represents a chance for revenge. In the 2001 season's finals, he led the 76ers to a 1-4 gentleman's sweep by the Lakers. At that time, the Lakers were too powerful. Larry Brown lost without any complaints. This time, he is determined to fight back. Larry Brown harbors ambition. Last time, it was a 1-4 loss. This time, Larry Brown aims for a 4-0 victory. Lin, be ready to step on the court right at the start of the third quarter. Larry Brown called Lin Ke over, smiled, and patted him on the shoulder. No problem. Lin Ke brought his fingers together and tapped his forehead. The 15-minute halftime quickly passed, and the second half began. Lin Ke stepped onto the court once more. He felt that he was getting closer to his starting position. Generally speaking, both teams would start with their starting lineup at the beginning of the halves. Sometimes Lin Ke feels that Larry Brown has a pretty good understanding of things. His utilization of Lin Ke indeed feels like a steady progression. This approach leaves no room for criticism. It also gives Lin Ke ample time to adapt to the higher intensity of competition and game rhythm. Who says Larry Brown can't develop rookies? Hey, Lin Ke feels a bit like he's getting a bargain and also being tricky. It still requires a system. Without a system, being under Larry Brown would certainly lead to failure. As the third quarter began, Peyton dribbled past half court and handed the ball to Kobe. Kobe sent the ball into Shaquille O'Neal's hands. O'Neal smoothly received the pass while Big Ben was pushing from behind, and Rasheed Wallace didn't quickly come for the help defense. After receiving the ball, O'Neal exchanged a glance with Kobe, and in their eyes there was a hint of something else: happy separation. Now every pass could be the last between the two in their professional careers. Full of chemistry. Love, TSK tisk. Lin Ke felt that their gazes were almost tangling. True CP. Will he also have such a CP in the future? While Lin Ke was lost in these thoughts, he disrupted the chemistry of the OK duo. Watch out. Kobe's voice suddenly echoed in O'Neal's ear. O'Neal's heart skipped a beat. Then he saw a figure rush toward him. It wasn't Rasheed Wallace. It was Lin Ke. Smack. Off you go. O'Neal didn't have time to react before he found the ball in his hands, swatted away by Lin Ke. His hand speed was truly astonishing. Steal 1. Lin Ke exhausted the quota for steals of the minimum consumption data. Billups was already in sync with Lin Ke quickly running over to receive the ball. Lin Ke passed the ball and dashed toward the front court. Billups increased his pace while bringing the ball. Now when Lin Ke is on the court and off the court, the Pistons are essentially playing at two different game rhythms. When Lin Ke is not on the court, the Pistons play with an extremely slow rhythm, focusing on defense. However, when Lin Ke is on the court, the Pistons noticeably quicken their offensive and defensive transitions. At this moment, Billups saw Lin Ke rushing near the three-point line, delivering a no-look pass back to Lin Ke's hands. Up it goes. Shot. Lin Ke lifted his hand for a three-pointer. At that moment, Kobe just barely rushed in front of Lin Ke. Too late. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. Bingo. Lin Ke's three-point shot had an extremely short preparation time, leaving Kobe's defense at a loss. Wong Defa. Lin Ke's three-pointer was devastating. At this moment, the entire Horan team looked shaken. They were already trailing by 9. That three from Lin Ke stretched the margin beyond 10 points. Remember, the Horan team had scored only 31 in the entire first half. What does a 10-point deficit mean now? It feels insurmountable. Yes. Lolly Bulang at the sideline rose to his feet and flung his arm down hard. He sensed the game was secured. This series would be settled. What are Lin Ke's numbers now? Lolly Bulang turned to his assistant coach and asked. 6 points, 3 assists, 2 rebounds, 1 block, 2 steals. The assistant answered briskly. Not bad. Lolly Bulang nodded, planning to rest Lin Ke in about 2 minutes. With a 12-point lead, Lolly Bulang preferred to lock the team into ferocious defense to minimize surprises. It did not matter if his men did not score, so long as the Horan team were kept scoreless. That way a 12-point gap could not be erased. Lin Ke could be reinserted in the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter as the ultimate safeguard. Lolly Bulang already expected Lin Ke to finish with 10-plus points and all the other stats. More often than not, he arranged tactics with an eye on Lin Ke's box score. The thought had a touch of absurdity to it, but whatever works is fine. 2 minutes later, seizing the moment as Lapusi went to the free throw line, Lolly Bulang pulled Lin Ke from the floor. In those 2 minutes, Lin Ke added an assist and a rebound. His line now reads 6 points, 4 assists, 3 rebounds, 1 block, 2 steals. Coach, why are you taking me out so early? Lin Ke was enjoying his rhythm. Save the best steal for the final moments will be yours to secure. Lolly Bulang had anticipated this question and smiled as he replied, oh, no problem. Hey. Lin Ke was pleased to learn the crucial closing stretch would be entrusted to him. A hallmark of becoming the team's core is being left on the court when the game hangs in the balance, not sitting on the bench watching others decide the outcome. I've subconsciously started tending to Lin Ke's feelings. Lolly Bulang chuckled and shook his head. It was unlike his usual manner. Old-school coaches like Lolly Bulang relish provocation to spur players on. Charitably, it is meant to unlock a player's fullest potential. Less charitably, it verges on psychological manipulation. Unwittingly, Lin Ke's place in Lolly Bulang's estimation had grown higher than even he realized. The third quarter continued. Even after Lin Ke left the court, the Horan team could not capitalize. The Hwasai team was delivering an epic defensive performance. 24-19. The Hwasai team once again limited the Horan team to under 20 points in the quarter, outscoring them by 5 in the period. By the start of the fourth quarter, the Hwasai team led by 14. This was essentially a declaration the game was over. Yet, given KB's knack for entering a zone in the fourth, a sliver of suspense lingered. Lin, get ready, you're in at the start of the fourth. Seeing the tide shift, Lolly Bulang altered Lin Ke's rotation once more. If the advantage could be held until the final 5 minutes, the contest could be sealed. To guard against KB dealing a decisive blow, Lolly Bulang set Lin Ke up to match him. Where KB down on both ends of the floor, he instructed. Prevent him from finding his rhythm. Mission acknowledged. Lin Ke replied with unusual confidence. There was even a minimum stat, blocks, that he might deliberately leave for KB. The intermission passed quickly and the final quarter began. Chancellor sent out the entire starting 5. The Horan team had no margin for error left. They could scarcely bear the blow of losing Game 3. In the Satandapai Center, the crowd's shouting reached the Horan team's home fans were making one last push to rally the team. The last quarter is underway. Horan team starting 5 are all in, no surprises. At this point, worrying about fatigue is pointless. No matter how tough it gets, they must grit their teeth and endure. By contrast, the Hwasai team looked relaxed. Lin Ke and Tai Xiaopulency were steering the second unit comfortably. Lin Ke and Tai Xiaopulency were not mutually exclusive, the two could coexist on the floor. Thanks to Lin Ke's rapid growth, the Hwasai team's depth had become formidable. In the broadcast booth, Kenny Misai broke down the game. I think the Horan team's chances are slim now. I used to call Lolly Bulang stubborn, he said. But his deployment of Lin Ke shows real imagination. Interesting. If Lin Ke continues to progress next season, the Hwasai team could very well repeat as champions. They might even build a dynasty. Aside from the Bucksings team, no Eastern Conference team seems able to threaten them in the short term. I like their prospects, Barkley chimed in. There's some truth to that. A little like when KB was drafted into the Huron team back then. The difference is this Wasai team appears stronger than that Huron team of yesteryear. And Lin Ke is maturing even faster than KB did. Kenny Misai nodded in agreement. Championship contenders typically enjoy a window of opportunity, often about 3 seasons. During that window, rosters remain mostly intact. Only minor tweaks, no sweeping overhauls. On the court, the Wasai team ran an offense. The ball quickly found its way to the top of the arc into Lin Ke's hands. KB had slid across and was now in front of him. KB had to stop this possession. His right hand rested on Lin Ke's waist while his left probed occasionally, applying relentless pressure. Using that large palm, Lin Ke cupped the ball single-handed and hit it behind him. There was no way KB could swipe it free. How many points remain on the board? 4 points. Maybe go for a 4-point play. Lin Ke weighed his options. KB disliked having his strongest defensive spot attacked, and now Lin Ke wanted to try it himself. Now Lin Ke decided to give it a shot. Kubai still had one hand resting on Lin Ke. At this moment, the hand check rule had not yet been changed, but that did not mean that when Lin Ke leapt and deliberately sought contact on Kubi's arm to draw a foul, the referees would look the other way. To be absolutely safe, Lin Ke unleashed a sweeping arcing arm. Oh! He emitted an unfamiliar pain. He wrapped his arm around the ball and as if casually lobbed it toward the rim. The referee's whistle sounded at once. It was a textbook play to draw a foul. Where on earth had Kubi's arm gone? What the? Kubai was rattled. He had never expected Lin Ke to run this possession by provoking the foul in that way. What crushed Kubai even more was what happened next. The ball drew a strange arc through the air and obediently dropped through the hoop. The crisp swish left everyone frozen in disbelief. Wang Defa. That actually went in. Even the referees took a long beat to realize what had occurred. To be fair, this was the Lakers' home court. Had the officials known Lin Ke's 3 would fall, perhaps they would not have whistled Kubai for a foul. Lin Ke had just earned the chance for a 4-point play. This was utterly audacious. Oh my God. Many Lakers fans in the stands cupped their heads with both. It was hard for some to accept this reality. The Lakers were trailing by 17. If Lin Ke made the free throw, the margin would stretch to 18. Given the Lakers' form in this game, mounting a comeback in less than a quarter was a tall order. The defeat was beginning to feel inevitable. Lin Ke stepped to the free throw line. Lakers fans erupted in boos and cacophony, trying to rattle him. Hey, if someone shouted MVP for me right now, that would be perfect. MVP. Lin Ke felt a flush of ambition. Swish. Though his mind wandered, Lin Ke's free throw never missed. The 4-point play succeeded, the gap widened to 18. By this point, Lin Ke's minimum scoring quota had been exhausted. Believe it or not, despite having only 10, each of Lin Ke's scores seemed to come with a flourish that left a deep impression on the fans, as if he had been scoring. After the game, glancing at the box score, only 10 points. Did the stats get it wrong? Many fans felt the same disbelief. Lin Ke was destined to be unconventional. The label only plays the big moments was steadily attaching. Lin Ke has never let me down. Never. Truly impressive. On the sideline, Lalibu Lang was moved beyond words. Some players occupy a special place in a coach's heart. Once on the 76ers, Oai Fu's son was that singular figure for Lalibu Lang. Now Lin Ke had become another such player, perhaps even more special than Ai Fu's son. In a past chapter, Chao Jika Air, after taking over the Nuggets, once praised Ndong Ni's smile as sweet. And Ndong Ni thus earned the moniker Sweet Melon. Who knew whether in this life Lalibu Lang might also bestow a nickname on Lin Ke? Come to think of it, the leaders of the 2003 Golden Generation all seemed to have fitting nicknames. Jean Musi, Little Emperor. Way to the Flash. Bo Shur, the Dragon King. And Ndong Ni, Sweet Melon. Lin Ke certainly deserved. On the court, the Lakers' collapse arrived earlier than anyone expected. Looking back, Kobe's drive had been met by Lin Ke's thunderous resounding block. Then Lin Ke launched a quarterback-length pass to Lin Ke for a corner 3. Swish. With that basket, the Pistons' lead surged to 21. What did that even mean? Even Kuair, who in future would scoff that 20 points is nothing, could not confidently erase a 20-point deficit in under a quarter with that Cosmic Warriors roster. The outcome was decided. The last shred of resolve in the Lakers' players evaporated. On the sideline, the Zen master let out a deep sigh. He voluntarily pulled all his starters, effectively surrendering early. There was no point in fighting on in this contest. All they could hope for now was to win 2 at home in G4 and G5. Though hope was slim, it was a dream they still wanted to dream. In the stands, the Lakers' home crowd sat in stunned silence. Many had already begun to file out early. They did not want to linger in this place of heartbreak. They were not incapable of accepting defeat in the finals, but they could not accept a team devoid of fighting spirit and morale. Ao and Air. Kubai. Malong. Paydun. Each member of the F4 had disappointed the fans. None had met expectations. The buzzer blared and the red light flashed. Game over. At that instant, Kubai and Ao and Air sprang from the bench and strode toward the tunnel without looking back. Ma Long and Pei Dun rose more slowly. Their faces were cold and bewildered. It turned out that banding together to win a championship was this hard. Lin Ke watched the F4 depart, feeling an indescribable ache. "De Ben, do you think we'll ever end up like that?" he asked. Lin Ke addressed De Ben at his side. The two had grown close recently. Kindred in temperament, both subduedly ostentatious, while Lin Ke was openly flamboyant. "Maybe." Probably, De Ben answered. He had wanted to deny it, but then he thought of his contract. He wanted to secure much more money in his next deal. That was something the Pistons would struggle to satisfy, especially since Lin Ke's swift rise would almost certainly bring him a large contract. When that time came, the Pistons would be even less likely to give De Ben the contract he wanted. If he left, would the Pistons' defensive system still hold? De Ben shook his head a little wistful. "It would be fine even if it happened. Cherish the present. One more game, and the championship will be ours. And winning the title will be only the beginning of our journey. Our goal is a dynasty." Lin Ke grinned. Hiss. De Ben was stunned by Lin Ke's aspiration. Build a dynasty, like Jordan in that Bulls era. De Ben instinctively clenched his fist. 2 seasons remained on his contract. Just enough. Time to give it everything. The Lakers are truly done this time. All that's left is to see if they can win one game in G4 to salvage some, but to turn the tide is basically impossible. Games 6 and 7 will be held at the Pistons' home court. If the Pistons win just one game, it's game over. I actually think the Pistons will sweep 4-0. The Pistons are truly formidable this season. If the previous Pistons were considered to have a level strength, their actual strength is an S. Now with Lin Ke's rapid growth, they've directly become a ceiling S. How can other teams compete with that? The United F4 Lakers have a strength of S. But once infighting starts, it drops to A. It's no surprise that it gets defeated by S. Those upstairs really know their basketball. With the rise of the internet, more and more fans enjoy chatting online. At this point, no one is betting on the Lakers anymore. The once dominant league champion has finally reached its conclusion. After this season, the dissolution of the Lakers-OK duo has become inevitable. Interestingly, up until now, both Kobe and Shaquille believe they are the ones to leave. Kobe wants to go to the Bulls to inherit Jordan's legacy and help the Bulls rise again. And Shaquille wants to join a competitive team to contend for the championship again. Although the two are still on the same team for now, they are already thinking about who will win the championship first after they leave. Malone and Payton have truly become mere bystanders. This is definitely the most failed attempt at teaming up for a championship. We must pursue the retreating enemy with the remaining courage. Do not seek fame like a tyrant. 2 days later at the Staples Center, the G4 game arrives. In the visiting team's locker room, Lin Ke is enlightening his teammates about Dragon Kingdom culture. "Lin, I didn't expect you to be a cultured person," Big Ben said angrily. "Just a little drizzle. The average person in the Dragon Kingdom can recite 10 ancient poems by the age of 3. Lin Ke chuckled. "However, this ancient poem from the Dragon Kingdom is quite suitable for us." Larry Brown, having listened for a while, also walked into the locker room. "Let's unify our thoughts. The G4 game will be our final battle this season. For me, there's no option to return to the home court to win the championship. There is only this one option of winning the championship tonight. Win tonight's game, and we can take a vacation early." Larry Brown waved his hand, setting the tone. "Win the game. Let's crush them." The Pistons' locker room erupted with a unified roar. Tonight, history will be witnessed. "Lin, come here for a moment." After rallying the team, Larry Brown called Lin Ke aside. Recently, such scenes have become more and more frequent. The other Pistons players are already accustomed to it. "Coach, what are your instructions?" Lin Ke said with a smile bursting with eagerness. He is unafraid of any challenge. "You little rascal." Larry Brown chuckled. He loved seeing Lin Ke's unwavering spirit and fearless demeanor. "Tonight, you will be in the starting lineup. This is a reward for you. But make sure not to mess it up." Larry Brown patted Lin Ke's shoulder. "What? Really? Wow. Incredible. Ahem. I meant to say thank you, coach." Lin Ke was engulfed in a wave of excitement. Previously, Lin Ke's playing time and tactical position had been steadily increasing. But this is different. This is a starting position. The significance is completely different. Does Tyshawn have any objections? Lin Ke scratched his head, thinking of Prince. The little Prince is a pretty nice guy. Lin Ke does not want to create any team conflicts at the last moment of winning the championship. This was proposed by Tyshawn. He said, "Your goal is not merely this championship, but to establish a dynasty. A dynasty team should establish its core early with others uniting around that core. To hesitate is to invite chaos." Those were his exact words. "Lin, your ambition is quite bold. You speak of a dynasty right off the bat." Larry Brown looked at Lin Ke with a smile that was not quite a smile. That Big Ben and his big mouth. He says everything out loud." Lin Ke muttered. However, whether you can become the core of a dynasty team next season depends on your own efforts. Currently, the core of the team is still Big Ben and Chauncey Billups. Larry Brown chuckled. Lin Ke's expression at this moment was particularly determined. The saying, the thin camel is bigger than the horse, does not apply to the Lakers right now. Because the Pistons are not horses, but a growing Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the G4 game, the Lakers merely resisted for a quarter before surrendering. Morale is completely gone. The whole team is playing poorly. Shaquille can't even touch the ball. Kobe is throwing shots carelessly. Malone and Payton are just coasting. To be honest, Lin Ke cannot understand the mindset of these two at all. Since they are teaming up to win the championship, why do they not put in any effort at the final step? It's better to have the OK duo paired with a few decent role players. Looking at Malone and Payton's expressions, sometimes they seem to still want to contend for FMVP. The Lakers' internal situation is truly a mess, a disaster. The biggest highlight of this game, however, is Lin Ke appearing in the starting position. This surprised many media and fans. But upon further thought, it seems entirely fitting. Because all of this is a natural progression. Lin Ke has steadily walked his way to the starting position. Throughout the process, there is nothing to question. I increasingly feel that the Pistons are not an ordinary team. The championship is about to be theirs, yet they can still make strategic adjustments in building the team. Having Lin Ke start in the final game of the finals is a crucial step. This signifies that the Pistons' roster framework for next season has already taken shape, maintaining the overall framework while allowing Lin Ke to rise. With the addition of some experienced veterans, the Pistons will become a unique team in the league. In the broadcast room, Barkley said excitedly, feeling he had discovered a blind spot. While everyone is waiting for the championship to arrive, he keenly noticed the Pistons' differences. Charles, I have to admire you for this one. The Pistons are indeed extraordinary. They have Kenny Smith and Barkley exchanged glances, both understanding the shock in each other's eyes. Dynasty. The Pistons want to establish a dynasty. It's over. Lin Ke, holding the ball with one hand behind him from beyond the three-point line, decided not to attack anymore, waiting for the timer to run out. At that moment, Kobe also refrained from aggressive defense. He simply stood in front of Lin Ke, waiting for the end of the match. Beep. The red light on the timer illuminated, signaling the end of the match. It also marked the conclusion of this round of the series. 4-0. The Pistons swept the Lakers in the finals to clinch the championship. Moreover, the Pistons achieved an undefeated playoff run, winning every game. The Pistons became the first team in league history to win the championship with an undefeated playoff record. This feat surpasses even that of the 2001 Lakers. However, they lost to the 76ers in the G1 match. That 76ers team belongs to Iverson and also to Larry Brown. Larry Brown has completed his revenge against the Zen Master. A perfect revenge. Champions. The championship is in hand. The championship of the rookie season. We are now on the same level as the Magic Man. LeBron. Wade. Bosh. Anthony. Do you envy us? Surprised. Unexpected. Lin Ke appeared extremely excited at this moment. He started shaking his head and swaying. So much so that Kobe, who originally wanted to say a few words to Lin Ke, found no opportunity to interject. By the time Lin Ke finally calmed down, Kobe was no longer in the mood to speak. The Lakers were the losers. Yet Kobe let out a sigh of relief at this moment. His nightmarish bond with O'Neal has finally come to an end. No matter where he goes next season, he will no longer be on the same team as O'Neal. At this moment, O'Neal had almost identical thoughts. He too was weary of Kobe's power struggles. Let's separate. Lil Ke has really won the championship. Though Botter also has a championship ring that can be ignored. Lil Ke's championship ring is truly valuable. In this championship battle, he started as a starter. Longwa Jingxing. After watching the match, Yao Ming spoke to the members of the Yao's team nearby. This summer, the Longwa team had the Olympics to prepare for. Yao Ming had also returned to train early. Since Lin Ke only began to fully explode in the Eastern Conference Finals of the playoffs, he was now in high demand for national team selection, which was somewhat too late. To parachute in Lin Ke, someone would have to be dropped. However, the spots in the national team are limited, one position for one player. Getting rid of any player from a province is not suitable. Therefore, Lin Ke could only wait until the next Olympic Games at home to participate. Although his stats are comprehensive currently, both the media and fans care most about scoring. Unless he achieves an average triple-double in the future, otherwise, as long as his average points don't reach 20, I don't think you'll face much of a challenge. The team leader Zhang Jiming analyzed. That makes sense. But what if he achieves an average triple-double? Yao Ming asked. Then there's nothing we can do. Yao, you understand the value and power of a triple-double better than I do. Zhang Jiming shrugged. Hey, averaging a triple-double is not that easy. This can be ignored. Let's continue. Yao Ming smiled faintly. He has won the championship. So what? We can too. That's right. His championship overall still comes from the identity of a role player, which is nothing. That's right. To win the championship, we must be the main champion. Otherwise, it has no meaning. In Cleveland, LeBron organized a fishing party. Wade, Bosh, and Anthony all graciously attended. They are all young guys in their 20s, some even under 20. Overall, they are still very innocent. At this moment, there were not so many direct conflicts of interest. Gathering together was a joyful occasion. Lin Ke became the first among the 0-3 generation to win a championship. However, the others were indeed somewhat unconvinced or indifferent. Because Lin Ke's championship is not a main champion. Without being the main champion, there is no need to flaunt. Fisher and Horry have also won several championships. Asking them to compare with Jordan is foolish. Thus, this championship does not significantly enhance Lin Ke's status in the league. They were all very clear about this. In the league, comparisons between stars often happen on different tracks. There are tracks for the team leader. There are tracks for the team second. There are tracks for role players. And there are tracks for championship contenders. For example, in his past life, Westbrook as the team leader collected personal honors, but his team's performance was deplorable, often exiting in the first round of the playoffs. If you regard Westbrook as the team leader, you cannot count his honor of following Durant and Harden to the finals, because the actual leader at that time was Durant. Similarly, in his past life, Kobe's main championships only included the last 2 consecutive titles. The dynasty's 3 consecutive titles can only be considered as second-place championships for Kobe, which severely hampered his historical status. Thus, for Kobe to match Jordan, the sooner he separates from O'Neal, the better. Otherwise, he will truly live in O'Neal's shadow for a lifetime. You are all correct. Next season, we must all work hard. For our 0-3 generation, no one should drop the ball. We should quickly make it to the All-Star selection, take the best positions, and kick those old guys out. Although LeBron is the youngest among them, he appears to be the most mature. LeBron, what you said is good. How about we form a small alliance to bully that little Lin Ke? Anthony suggested. No wonder he's a gang member. Society's Wugwagu instinctively wanted to form a small group. Carmelo, that's not right. Lin Ke is also one of our 0-3 generation. Next time, I'll invite Lin Ke again, and the 5 of us will gather together. I truly hope that one day we 5 can become teammates and fight side by side. LeBron stepped forward and said with a smile. Oh, Vision, I was thinking off track. Anthony gave LeBron a thumbs up. LeBron smiled, waved his hand, exuding an air of superiority. Unknowingly, LeBron had already taken on a leadership position among them. At this moment on the television screen, Lin Ke had already touched the championship trophy. Seeing this scene, LeBron, Wade, Anthony, and Bosh all felt a pang of jealousy. The championship. On the court, Lin Ke and his teammates raised the championship trophy high. In that moment, only pure joy filled his heart. Every other emotion vanished entirely. It was not until Billups lifted the Finals MVP trophy that envy stirred anew within Lin Ke's heart. After all, this was the Finals MVP. Next season, I hope this Finals MVP belongs to me, Lin Ke murmured softly. Upon concluding the Finals, his system points had accumulated to 43. Just 7 more system points would allow Lin Ke to upgrade his minimum consumption threshold once again, ushering in another quantum leap in his raw tangible strength. I recall the system promised an extra reward for winning the championship. Where is it? Lin Ke suddenly remembered. Ding. Congratulations, host. The championship is secured. You have earned the bonus reward special skill Inch Palm. A crisp, melodious system notification chimed within Lin Ke's mind. Remarkable. The system certainly knew how to build suspense. Yet what exactly was this Inch Palm? Inch Palm, a unique skill deployable on the court inspired by the Longwa martial art Inch Fist. It channels the body's full power into a sudden explosive palm strike delivered over extremely short range. It may be activated during intentional fouls, delivering devastating impact to an opponent's hands or arms, severely impairing their performance in subsequent play. Yet it causes no physical injury. Limited to 5 uses per game. Lin Ke studied the description in detail and grew even more bewildered. Was this a fusion of Longwa martial arts and basketball? The notion instantly evoked Stephen Chow's Shaolin soccer. Could Shaolin Kung Fu truly elevate football? Absolutely. It held tremendous potential. The Inch Palm is genuinely fascinating. Deployed during intentional fouls, it appears indistinguishable from an ordinary handcheck foul. Yet its psychological and physiological impact on the offensive player is profound. Used judiciously, it becomes nothing short of divine, striking the opponent's primary offensive weapon right at tip-off. Could that unsettle them for the entire game? Lin Ke pondered its tactical application. Surely its effect wouldn't be absolute. It likely hinged upon the offensive player's mental fortitude and psychological resilience. Those with exceptional mental strength would recover swiftly. Those lacking composure might collapse inwardly, thereby compromising their entire performance. Could this be a subtle omen? Lin Ke suddenly considered another possibility, was the system hinting that next season would bring heightened scrutiny and frequent contentious foul calls against him. That was entirely plausible. Reigning champions inevitably become league-wide targets, and Lin Ke's meteoric ascent would only intensify opponents' focus upon him. Before he ascended to the table of bona fide superstars, officiating would undoubtedly work against him. In such circumstances, the inch palm would become the ultimate instrument of quiet retribution, and one utterly invisible to referees and spectators alike. Perfect. Excellent. A hallmark of system craftsmanship. Lin Ke's understanding crystallized further. This system reward, truly outstanding. Lin Ke has finally completed his rookie season. Next, he plans to spend a few days sunbathing on the beaches of Miami before entering training mode. He is set to make significant progress in the upcoming season, and he must put in enough surface effort. This way, he can provide a reasonable explanation for the rapid enhancement of his strength. It is quite reasonable for a player who has trained hard all summer to show some improvement. This summer is bound to be tumultuous for the basketball world. First, the U.S. men's basketball team had a shocking defeat at the Olympics, losing in the semifinals to the Argentinian team, leaving everyone stunned. The combination of Duncan and Iverson failed to secure another Olympic gold for the U.S. team. The class of '03 also merely played a minor role at this Olympics. James, Wade, and Anthony. Considering that all three had just completed their rookie seasons, the blame for the U.S. team's debacle cannot fall on them. However, for James and the others, there is still some frustration. They had hoped to earn an Olympic gold medal alongside Duncan and Iverson, which would provide a benchmark against Lin Ke's championship title. But they crashed out. As for Lin Ke, his focus remains more on the Dragon Kingdom's men's basketball team. Thanks to their 2 wins in the group stage, the Dragon Kingdom team has made it to the quarterfinals again. Yao Ming's performance was incredibly brilliant. He even showcased the towel toss moment. After this Olympics, Badier would never return to the national team again. The game is indeed very deep. Lin Ke concluded this after piecing together various news reports. Meanwhile, in the league, after the free agency market opened, the Lakers put Shaquille O'Neal on the trading block, making headlines. Between Kobe and O'Neal, the Lakers chose Kobe. Ultimately, the Heat sent Odom, Karen Butler, Brian Grant, and 2 draft picks to acquire O'Neal from the Lakers. Wade immediately recovered from the disappointment of the Olympics and turned into a state of ecstasy. He knew that the first window of opportunity for his career championship had arrived. If Kobe and O'Neal could establish a dynasty, why couldn't he wait? James, Bosh, and Anthony were all frantically trying to catch up. Damn it. Why is the management of their team so ineffective? O'Neal's move to the East has captured everyone's attention. In a corner of the West, Nash was abandoned by the Mavericks and returned to the Suns. At this moment, aside from Lin Ke, no one knew what kind of storm the combination of D'Antoni and Nash would unleash in the league. The era of extreme fast-paced play is about to emerge. The defending champions, the Pistons, are also steadily reinforcing their roster. The Pistons let go of the three-point shooting center Oker and signed the former 2010 big man Antonio McDyess. Compared to Oker's preference for floating outside to shoot threes, the more rugged Antonio McDyess clearly aligns better with the Pistons' team-building philosophy. Other reinforcements are merely minor adjustments. The Pistons' biggest reinforcement will be Lin Ke's further evolution in the new season. Bang! Swish! Swish! After returning from Miami, Lin Ke spent every day practicing intensively at the Palace of Auburn Hills. After offering a generous salary, Lin Ke also assembled a small team of trainers to help him train more effectively. As for the training facilities at the Palace of Auburn Hills, Lin Ke naturally used them freely. The Pistons management was quite generous in this regard. Lin, you truly are a game player. With your shooting percentage during practice, I can't fathom how you maintain a 100 shooting percentage in games. After getting familiar with Lin Ke, the trainer spoke more casually. Huh, you're absolutely right. I'm just a game player. The more important the game, the more excited I become. Shooting accurately during practice holds no significance, right? I prefer to correct my technical movements during practice, whether I make the shots or not is not my main concern, Lin Ke said, putting on airs. By early October, the smoke of the free market had gradually dissipated. The new season is upon us. On October 3rd, it is the Pistons Media Day. Lin Ke once again saw his teammates. Oh wow, Big Ben. Did you spend the entire offseason lifting weights? This muscle looks even more solid. Haha, Rashid, you've gained a little weight. Chingshi, you seem to have lost some. Where did you hang out during the offseason? Lin Ke greeted each of his teammates. Today, Lin Ke arrived the earliest. He lives right next to the arena, so how could he not be early? The biggest difference this season is that Lin Ke is no longer a rookie. At this moment, the atmosphere of greeting and joking with his teammates is evidently so harmonious. The Pistons' 5 Tigers have fully accepted Lin Ke. Moreover, they are mentally prepared to give Lin Ke the core position in the team. The excitement of winning the championship still lingers in their hearts, but a new goal has also emerged: defending the title. During this period, the Pistons indeed possess a unique aura, low-key, yet pragmatic. Lin, I heard you spent the whole offseason practicing hard here. That's right. Big Ben put his arm around Lin Ke's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Hey, stay low. I actually spent 2 days relaxing on the beaches of Miami. Lin Ke grinned. Oh, did you see any beautiful girls? Big Ben and Lin Ke exchanged a glance, both wearing mischievous smiles. Soon the Pistons will be doing their official photo shoot. Last season, Big Ben and Billups clearly took the center stage, even shooting individual core photos. Then came the official photos of the Pistons' 5 Tigers. As for Lin Ke, he only appeared in the corner of the team photo. Back then, Lin Ke had no prominence at all. But this time it is completely different. Lin Ke took the core photo together with Big Ben and Billups, giving it a slight, 3-headed monster feel. Then the Pistons' 5 Tigers became 6 Tigers with Lin Ke and Big Ben standing at the center. The implication is already very clear. In the new season, Lin Ke will be the one that the Pistons focus on developing and supporting the true second overall pick. Compared to the 0-3 golden generation, the rookies of 2004 are indeed lacking. Only Dwight Howard is worth looking forward to. But honestly, Dwight's height is a bit inflated. I don't think he can become a versatile center. So in the new season, I am more focused on the progress of the 0-3 generation. In the Turner Sports broadcasting room, Barkley and Kenny Smith were discussing the upcoming season. In the new season, Lin Ke will definitely take on a more important role in the Pistons. He should directly appear in the starting position. The Pistons roster hasn't changed much. They remain strong championship contenders. And with Shaq now on the Heat, they will also join the championship race. Similarly, Dwayne Wade will become the second player from the 0-3 generation to pursue the championship. From the perspective of competing for the championship, LeBron, Carmelo, and Chris seem to be falling behind. Kenny Smith analyzed. That's true. It all depends on whether LeBron and the others can achieve something in terms of personal stats and honors. Barkley nodded in agreement with Kenny Smith. Well, they both seem to have sentenced James Anthony and Bosh to death before the season even began. That feels a bit dismissive. It is said that James angrily threw the remote control. On October 31st, the opening game of the 2004-05 season officially arrives. The defending champion Pistons will host their opponent from last season's finals, the Lakers. This is an old tradition for the league to arrange the opening game. However, the Lakers roster is no longer the same as last season. The OK combination has officially disbanded, leaving only Kobe, and Malone chose to retire. His last year in the league was terrible. Payton chose to join the Celtics to continue chasing his championship dream. He did consider joining the Pistons during the offseason. However, Payton's asking price was too high, expecting to get a contract worth over $5 million. In this era, a $5 million contract is still quite valuable above the mid-level exception. The Pistons lost interest. The Lakers head coach also. Detroit Auburn Hills Palace. The stands are once again filled to capacity. For the first game of the new season, the Pistons fans are full of enthusiasm. Before the game tonight, there will be a ceremony for the championship ring presentation and raising the championship banner. This will be the most wonderful moment for the Pistons players and fans. Lin Ke received the championship ring from Joe Dumars, the Pistons general manager, and a legendary figure in the team's history, and quickly placed it on his left index finger. The first one. Lin, I hope you can stay with the team for a long time and become a legend of the Pistons. Joe Dumars specifically paused with Lin Ke and said a few more words. He'll think about it seriously. Lin Ke chuckled. As for the future, we'll talk about it later. Right now, Lin Ke just wants to enjoy the joy of receiving the championship ring. Hey, Kobe, I'm going to catch up with your championship ring count soon. Lin Ke felt a bit elated, feeling his own power, and couldn't help but tease Kobe a bit. Rookie, Kobe said lightly while chewing gum, then fell silent. This season, after Shaq's departure, Kobe felt he could finally breathe. At this moment, Kobe's fighting spirit was very high. He wanted to prove that he could lead the Lakers better without Shaq. TCH. I advise you not to be ungrateful. I've decided that this special skill Cun Zhang will be used on you first. Lin Ke muttered, then swaggered back to his own half of the court. The game is about to start. Both teams' starting players are getting ready on the court. The Lakers' starting lineup: Chris Mim, Odom, Karen Butler, Kobe, and Chucky Atkins. The Lakers' roster has undoubtedly dropped several tiers. Odom and Karen Butler are decent, but they need someone to lead them. It all depends on whether Kobe can step up. In his past life, Kobe did not manage to do so, and this season saw injuries, which directly led to the Lakers not making the playoffs. The Pistons' starting lineup: Big Ben, Rasheed Wallace, Lin Ke, Hamilton, and Billups. Lin Ke officially took his place as a starter in the first game of the new season. Big Ben and Mim arrived at the center circle ready for the jump ball. The game is about to begin. As the referee tossed the ball skyward, the opening game of the 2004-05 season officially began. Ben Wallace soared upward and cleanly won the tip-off. Though he hadn't trained daily like Lin Ke during the offseason, Ben Wallace had diligently completed restorative conditioning throughout September. Consequently, his physical condition was exceptional. Since last season Ben Wallace had entered his true prime, his dominance across every facet of the game was nothing short of awe-inspiring. His ferocious, commanding playing style had won over legions of fans, a fact unmistakably reflected in All-Star voting, where his tally rivaled that of Vince Carter, the half-man half-myth dunk king, a truly astonishing feat. Few pure defensive centers in the league commanded such widespread popularity. Chauncey Billups advanced the ball past half-court, then gestured for Lin Ke to come off a screen and receive the pass near the three-point arc. Larry Brown imposed rigorously strict defensive principles, so stringent they bordered on obsessive, yet granted remarkable freedom on offense. He largely entrusted ball handling and play calling to Billups, empowering him to dictate offensive schemes freely, much as he had done with Allen Iverson in Philadelphia, where the superstar was free to dominate at will. Lin Ke felt a flicker of surprise. The first offensive possession of the game had been entrusted to him. Clearly his teammates were rallying behind his ascension. Now Lin Ke's path to leadership no longer hinged on outcompeting his peers. It rested solely on whether he could deliver statistics befitting a franchise cornerstone. That pressure weighed heavily upon him. He still needed 7 victories to accumulate 50 system points and thus elevate his minimum performance benchmark. This meant that early in the season Lin Ke remained capped at averages of 10 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. Numbers perfectly respectable, even outstanding for an ordinary starter. Yet for a team leader they fell just short of expectation. Lin Ke would need to wield his talent with surgical precision, maximizing his impact per minute on the court. It conveyed an effortless mastery, an air of, I could easily post greater numbers yet I choose not to. And such understated brilliance demanded real artistry. Another approach was to clock out after 3 quarters. Achieving identical stats in fewer minutes dramatically intensified the density and intensity of his performance, reshaping media narratives and fan perception alike. In less than 1 second, Lin Ke had already processed countless possibilities. Before him stood Caron Butler, a proven secondary star, a former street tough who transformed himself into a professional basketball player behind bars, a living testament to resilience. Lin Ke casually dribbled the ball behind his back with his right hand, savoring the showmanship more each time. Michael Jordan often did it. Tracy McGrady occasionally pulled it off. Now Lin Ke had inherited the flourish and made it his own. After executing a textbook triple threat stance, Lin Ke feinted a shot before exploding past the still young Caron Butler, sending him airborne in vain. Then Lin Ke swiftly retracted the ball and stepped back, clear beyond the three-point line. Caron Butler was utterly disoriented, left stranded without defensive positioning. The sequence flowed with seamless grace, no accident but the fruit of relentless off-season labor. Though his overall ball handling remained unchanged, these precise, rehearsed combinations had reached elite fluency. Indeed, Lin Ke's shot mechanics had evolved. The pre-shot motion, the wind-up, no longer affected accuracy, but it profoundly shaped aesthetic impact. That wind-up determined whether the moment would dazzle or detonate. And now Lin Ke's fluid execution delivered pure visual fireworks. Before Lin Ke even released the shot, home fans erupted from their seats, arms raised high, fingers splayed in triumphant threes. He rose, released, his shooting form refined over the summer, now approached sublime elegance, clean, balanced, painterly. What precisely had Lin Ke practiced all summer? This, and only this. At the instant of release, nearly every fan in the arena surged upright, hands aloft, in unison, fingers forming the number 3. Celebration was already choreographed. Only the final swish remained. You can always trust Lin Ke. Swish. The ball kissed net. Unbelievable. Told you it'd go in. Pure exhilaration. This is why I love watching Lin Ke shoot threes. The crowd exploded. Lin Ke had delivered. 30. The scoreboard blinked, confirming the lead. Lin Ke flashed 3 fingers, then sprinted back on defense. Something's different. Lin Ke this season. He's fundamentally transformed. Rumor has it he didn't take a single day off, just trained relentlessly. And now that discipline bears fruit. In the broadcast booth, Charles Barkley watched electrified. Lin Ke's combo had been silk smooth, and crucially it culminated in a 3-point field goal. That alone made it extraordinary. Such dynamic on-the-move threes remained rare in today's game. Most were static catch-and-shoot attempts. Ball-handling threes were still uncommon. Yes, he trained hard. No question. Though word is he also spent 2 days unwinding on Miami Beach. Let's keep it factual, Kenyon Smith added with a grin. What? Kenyon, don't dwell on the details. Barkley protested, exasperated. Seriously, you're undermining me mid-broadcast. Meanwhile on the court, the Lakers advanced. Chucky Atkins crossed half-court, then swiftly fed the ball to Kobe Bryant. This Lakers squad belonged unequivocally to Kobe. Lin Ke watched intrigued. How would he command the game? Would he unleash his full offensive arsenal? Lin Ke recalled that in his prior life Kobe's scoring average had skyrocketed season after season, starting precisely this year. Kobe caught the pass guarded closely by Richard Hamilton. Lin Ke held his ground. On defense, he adhered strictly to Larry Brown's system. Offense offered creative liberty, defense demanded discipline. Defying expectations, Kobe chose not to attack solo, but instead orchestrated a drive-and kick leveraging his gravity to ignite his teammates. Kobe blew past Hamilton, drove hard toward the rim, drew Ben Wallace's help, then fired a crisp pass to bang swish. Campbell converted a quick type-in. 23. The Lakers' first points came courtesy of Kobe's assist. Ben Wallace murmured, genuinely surprised. This departure from Kobe's established identity unsettled his instincts. In last season's finals, Kobe had attacked relentlessly, rarely passing. Yet here he was, distributing. Ben Wallace's instinctive leap for the block stemmed directly from ingrained assumptions about Kobe's tendencies. Fascinating. Lin Ke arched an eyebrow. Kobe's evolution had taken an unexpected turn. Was Kobe truly transforming into the Pennsylvania magician? In the opening exchanges, Kobe was uncharacteristically different, constantly driving and dishing to animate his teammates. Don't even mention it. Seriously, don't. The Hosai team failed to adapt to Kobe's tactical shift. Their help defense on his drives was overly aggressive, allowing the Hurin team to blossom with contributions from all around. Were it not for Lin Ke's equally dazzling offensive exploits, the Hosai team might well be trailing now. Because Lalibu Lang had not altered defensive matchups, Lin Ke could only stand and watch Kobe's driving showcase. In truth, if Lin Ke were switched directly onto Kobe, he could instantly silence those drives. Lin Ke had deliberately reserved 2 of his minimum consumption steal quotas. 2 consecutive steals off Kobe would force him to change his approach. But Lalibu Lang refused to adjust. If Lin Ke switched on his own, it would imply a lack of trust in his teammates. Lin Ke had not yet assumed the mantle of team nucleus. Such unilateral moves would breed internal friction. One must advance step by step. Everything according to the coach's plan. 5 minutes into the first quarter, the score stood at 1,010. All 10 points for the Hurin team had been provided by Kobe's teammates. Remarkably, Kobe had recorded 5 assists in those opening 5 minutes. Can you believe it? Not only the crowd, but the entire league was stunned by his audacious playmaking. Was Kobe vying for the assist title this season? Preposterous. Lalibu Lang called a timeout. He was profoundly displeased with his team's defense in those first 5 minutes. Hanmier Dunn had contained Kobe well in last year's finals. Yet in this game, each of Kobe's powerful drives past Hanmier Dunn landed with uncanny precision. After Kobe shed Hanmier Dunn, the Hosai team's help defense appeared slightly chaotic, an intolerable sight for Lalibu Lang, who had a near-obsessive devotion to defense. It's understandable you weren't perfect in the season opener, he said, but from this moment on I want each of you to deliver the form you showed in last season's finals. Lalibu Lang said with a grim face, Lin, you guard Kobe next. Don't disappoint me. With that, he implemented a modest defensive adjustment. No problem. Lin Ke replied, not anxious but thrilled. He had been yearning for a chance to perform, and now that opportunity had arrived. Besides, compared to Hanmier Dunn's prior work on Kobe, Lin Ke's defensive evolution would appear all the more striking. The numbers might be the same, but the manner of performance was entirely different. Lin Ke felt himself advancing ever further down the path of showmanship. Lalibu Lang nodded in satisfaction. He liked Lin Ke's unwavering self-confidence. More importantly, Lin Ke had never once disappointed him. Lalibu Lang believed this time would be no different. Lin Ke, coach as you wish. The timeout ended, and play resumed. The Hosai team ran an offense by Lu Pu Si, elected to attack on this possession. The shot rimmed out. Yet Lin Ke slyly slipped into the paint and converted on the putback. 1,210. After nailing a 3 earlier, Lin Ke refrained from attempting any further shots in the ensuing possessions. When the score tightened, Lin Ke rose to the occasion again. His timing was impeccable. We still have to rely. Lin Ke influences both ends greatly. He should guard Kobe. Hey look, Lin Ke really is guarding Kobe. In the stands, Hosai's home fans lit up. Had Lin Ke heard their calls? On the court, when Kobe received the ball, he found Lin Ke standing in front of him. Having just dished 5 straight assists, Kobe was on a high. His frenetic passing to energize teammates was driven by a hunger to shatter the media's and fans' stereotyped image of him. He was neither a cold sharpshooter nor a ball hog. He delighted in passing provided his teammates could finish. So when Lin Ke stepped up to guard him, Kobe felt no tremor of concern. He had no wish to hoist wild shots. It mattered little who guarded him. Drive and kick, that was enough. Without much preamble, Kobe crossed his right foot and violently slashed past Lin Ke's shoulder. Such a drive was sleek and devastating. At Kobe's physical peak, few could stop him. But Lin Ke was no ordinary defender. The man sped by, the ball stayed. Snap. Lin Ke launched a minimum consumption steal. What Kobe believed to be a flawless dribble was flicked away by Lin Ke with an astonishing angle and technique. Steal +1. Kobe's driving rhythm had been interrupted for the first time. The crowd erupted with exclamations of astonishment. The arena roared. Lin Ke scooped up the ball and sprinted toward the front court. This time he had no intent. He left everyone in his wake. Kobe chased desperately, but it was too late. One step within the free throw line, Lin Ke launched. Midair he spun his body like a gyroscope. A full 360-degree rotating dunk. Within his minimum consumption scoring allowance, Lin Ke was free to perform such a spectacle. Lin Ke might commit pressured mistakes, but he would never make an unforced error with the rim undefended. Boom. Gripping the ball with both hands, he thundered it into the hoop. The sheer force of the dunk made the entire backboard tremble. Remember, Lin Ke had the build of a center too. 13 meters tall and 110 kilograms. All the more surprising since he was nominally playing small forward. Oh my god. Wong Defa. I always thought Lin Ke could only shoot. Who knew his dunks would be so explosive? What can't he do? Lin Ke's development is astonishing. Compared to his rookie season, he's climbed several rungs. All anyone could say was holy, unbelievable. The atmosphere in AO Benshan Palace Arena surged to a new peak. 1,410. With a single sequence, Lin Ke began to dominate both ends. In the direct duel with Kobe, Lin Ke had once again seized the advantage. King against king. Han Mier-Dun lifted an eyebrow. He felt the gap between himself and Lin Ke. Impressive. Han Mier-Dun raised a thumb toward Lin Ke. The Hu-Rin team ran an offense. Lin Ke again appeared in front of Kobe. A subtle change flickered across Kobe's face. He pondered whether to alter his approach. Boom. Kobe chose to continue forcing drives on Lin Ke. Though he had shifted from reckless isolation to flamboyant passing, his temperament remained the same. Kobe would not stop shooting after 10 misses, nor would he cease driving, because Lin Ke had stolen from him one. Snap. Lin Ke's long arm reached out and knocked the ball from Kobe's hands again. Thanks to Kobe's generous miscue, another steal was recorded. I once had a chance to reinvent myself. I could have become a player like the magician. But Lin Ke ruined it all. Years later, retired Kobe Bryant recalled his career with a wry, resigned smile. On the court, Lin Ke seized the basketball and chose to pass. Kobe's pursuit had grown even more ferocious. Lin Ke was neither swift nor physically imposing. His height and bulk naturally placed him a step behind. Forcing the ball forward carried the risk of a turnover. Kobe might steal it right back. The Pistons' other players had already grown intimately familiar with Lin Ke's style of play. At that moment, Chauncey Billups and Richard Hamilton surged toward the front court, each flaring out to the wings beyond the three-point line. The Lakers' defense was already struggling to keep pace. With a new head coach and an entirely revamped starting lineup, save for Kobe, the Lakers possessed virtually zero on-court chemistry. Lin Ke delivered a graceful bounce pass straight into Billups' hands. Swish, Billups rose and launched the shot, clean, decisive, flawless. Assist 1. 17-10. The point differential surged toward double digits. The Lakers called an immediate timeout. Stay calm. Stay calm. I must stay calm. It's all my fault. Not my teammates' fault. I'm the one who played poorly. I must stick to a pass-first approach. Only by elevating every teammate can we overcome a stronger opponent. Along the sideline, Kobe muttered quietly to himself, wrestling fiercely to suppress the inner demon rising within him. Kobe took several deep, deliberate breaths. Meanwhile, the Pistons' home crowd erupted in unrestrained exhilaration. Lin Ke's performance over those minutes had utterly captivated them. Lin Ke already has 7 points. I bet he'll score at least 20 tonight. 20. Too modest. At this pace, he'll easily surpass 30. There's no way he ends up with just 10. Pistons fans nodded emphatically in agreement. They longed above all for their team to possess a true superstar, a transcendent force of its own. Last season, even after capturing the NBA championship, the Pistons remained largely overlooked, bereft of spotlight or momentum. It was as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. Media discourse centered instead on the Lakers' failed F4 experiment and the dissolution of the Shaq-Kobe dynasty. No one acknowledged the Pistons' formidable strength, nor did anyone share in the joy of their title triumph. All this stemmed from the Pistons being labeled a blue-collar team, a squad without a clear singular leader. Ben Wallace and Chauncey Billups both seemed like candidates, yet neither fully embodied the role. Perhaps only together, merged as one, could they approximate what a franchise cornerstone should be. Had the Pistons possessed their own Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, or Tim Duncan, would they still dwell in such obscurity? Certainly not. Now Lin Ke had become the living embodiment of Pistons fans' hope. The timeout ended. Play resumed. This time Kobe confronted his inner turmoil head and drove hard at Lin Ke once more. Lin Ke's baseline defensive threshold, the minimum steal quota, had already been exhausted. Another theft was simply impossible. Unless Kobe attempted a direct drive to the rim, Lin Ke's block quota remained irrelevant. And so Kobe leaned into Lin Ke, feinted a shot, then delivered a dazzling precise pass. Lamar Odom caught the ball at the left corner beyond the three-point arc and launched it instantly. In Klang Nit missed, and Ben Wallace secured the rebound. Lin Ke noticed Kobe's expression flicker, momentarily stunned as though he'd grown accustomed to the ball finding net the instant it left his hands. And what's he thinking? You don't have a system, you know. And Lin Ke muttered inwardly. And the Pistons advanced. Lin Ke initiated the offense from the top of the key beyond the three-point line. Once again Lin Ke threaded the ball to the corner, this time to Rasheed Wallace, who rose and fired over Lamar. Rasheed Wallace, brother, I can shoot threes, and swish, Nit dropped cleanly. And 3 points secured. In 2010. Hey, this is how you shoot threes. And Rasheed Wallace tossed a barb toward Odom. And Kobe heard it, and nodded solemnly in agreement. Look at how effortlessly he sinks them. And Odom, what in the world? And the Lakers' possession resumed. Kobe attacked again. Truth be told, Kobe's penetration tonight was extraordinary. Neither Hamilton nor Lin Ke could truly Lin Ke relied solely on his baseline steal quota to curb Kobe's dominance, but that quota was now depleted. And given Kobe's explosive driving form, scoring efficiency would surely soar if he chose to take matters into his own hands. Yet Kobe passed once more. And Karen Butler cut inside for a layup. In Klang, an impossibly close shot rattled off the rim. Ben Wallace grabbed the board. Pure luck. But within Kobe the inner demon surged uncontrollably. Is this some kind of joke? How is none of this going in? Everyone's damned. Let me handle it. And Kobe suddenly gasped, breathing heavily. Yet the game had barely begun. His stamina couldn't possibly be failing this soon. He was fighting a final desperate battle. Rationality versus the demon within. In swish, NAS Lin Ke assisted Hamilton on yet another three-pointer. The demon triumphed. 2,310. And the Lakers were slipping irrevocably toward the abyss. And Kobe toward the depths of his own darkness. On the court, Lin Ke noticed Kobe tugging his jersey over his mouth. And Lin Ke murmured, faintly surprised. Was this the prelude to a full-blown eruption? In truth, a lingering question had always nagged him. Isn't this unhygienic? Kobe's jersey bore far more than just his own sweat. NTCH. And gooseflesh prickled across Lin Ke's arms. And it's over. Frank Hamblin, the Lakers' new head coach, watched Kobe dribble solo past half-court, and knew instantly the game had slipped beyond control, entering a quantum state of uncertainty. Either Kobe would unleash irrational superhuman brilliance, and the Lakers would win, nor he would descend into irrational relentless bricklaying, and the Lakers would suffer a humiliating rout. Hamblin felt the latter outcome loomed infinitely probable, because their opponent was the Pistons, the league's undisputed defensive juggernaut. On the court, Lin Ke bent low, lowered his center of gravity, and hardened his expression. And he knew the Pennsylvania magician version of Kobe had vanished. In his place stood the Black Mamba, or perhaps the Bricklayer. And whichever guise emerged, Lin Ke knew he first needed to match Kobe's tempo and maintain impeccable defensive positioning. And if he hoped to deliver 2 perfect blocks, only then could he execute a flawless rejection. Thud, thud, thud. Kobe's eyes were bloodshot, exuding a hint of ferocity. After a series of dribbles between his legs, Kobe suddenly lunged forward with his right foot. At this time, Kobe's explosive power was remarkable. Although he was not known for the fastest first step, his initial speed was undoubtedly quick. Lin Ke's quick steps had already taken flight, swiftly shifting sideways, attempting to block Kobe's path to the basket. Not quite catching up, Lin Ke was brushed aside by Kobe. But Kobe didn't completely shake him off. Lin Ke maintained a tight defense. In this moment, Lin Ke's defensive intensity was at its peak. As the saying goes, to where the crown won must bear its weight. As Kobe approached the free throw line, he made a sudden stop, faking a shot. Then with a swift 360-degree spin, he switched to the other side. He elevated. He shot. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, showcasing Kobe's mid-range skills. Lin Ke was indeed momentarily faked out by Kobe, but he did not jump. With the minimum consumption data as a certain buff, Lin Ke did not need to jump early to seize the advantage. Instead, he could react later, waiting for his opponent to fully jump before he leaped to block. Unless the opponent shoots with extreme speed, Lin Ke would certainly have enough time to react. Kobe's mid-range shot was a typical double-action shot technique. He would release the ball at the peak of his jump, stabilizing his hand position. Depending on the opponent's defense, he decided whether to use an extended hang time to handle the ball. Thus, even though Lin Ke was faked out for a moment, he still had ample time to react. Lin Ke forcefully pushed off the ground, soaring into the air. At that moment, the basketball had just left Kobe's hands. Smack! Lin Ke's left palm accurately caught the basketball in midair. Not only did we aim to complete the block, but we also wanted a perfect block-a-catch block. Oh, my God. I have never seen such a great player. In the stands, some Pistons fans were already shouting this. Lin Ke, keep it low-key. Stay calm. This is getting a bit theatrical. I am still a bit far from greatness. After landing, Lin Ke immediately launched a half-court long pass. The Pistons took off in their counterattack. They had grown accustomed to Lin Ke's long passes. Hamilton received the ball and launched another three-pointer. Swish. Again it went in. 2-6-1-0. The Lakers had completely collapsed. Damn it. That Richard kid is really fast. If it weren't for that, I would have made that three-pointer. Billups muttered, feeling particularly regretful. In terms of running, he was indeed no match for Hamilton. Since the last season's finals, Hamilton had often benefited from Lin Ke's assists. It was almost as if the FMVP was meant for Hamilton. There was certainly healthy competition within the Pistons, but overall there was no issue at all. Billups may be a hothead, but after winning the championship and FMVP, he had become incredibly mature. He and Big Ben both showed their support for Lin Ke's rise. Lin Ke. After crossing half-court, Kobe fixed his gaze on Lin Ke and shouted, then launched. The demon within him was fully unleashed. If his teammates didn't score, he would become a devil himself. Smack. Lin Ke decided to give Kobe a wake-up call with another catch block. Before Kobe could go wild, Lin Ke's assist count went up by 1. This time Billups nailed a three-pointer. Lin Ke was sharing the love. 2-9-1-0. The Lakers had completely fallen into a disastrous state. Bang, 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 bang. Sitting on the bench, Lin Ke glanced at the hoop, worried it might truly be destroyed by Kobe. By this point in the game, Kobe had already missed over 20 shots. His shot attempts had skyrocketed to over 30, heading towards 40. Despite his high number of attempts, Kobe's points had only reached 20. Ignoring the missed shots, it wasn't too bad after all. Lin Ke had been resting on the bench for the last 5 minutes of the third quarter and hadn't re-entered the game because it was no longer necessary. The Pistons were already leading the Lakers by 30 points, and the game had entirely entered garbage time. This victory was easy and enjoyable for the Pistons. It was even too easy, because the Lakers had been utterly crushed in the first quarter. To be precise, the Lakers, led by Kobe, had only lasted 5 minutes against the defending champion Pistons. However, it wasn't embarrassing. After all, last season the F4 Lakers had also been completely swept by the Pistons, and there hadn't been a single game where the scores were closely contested until the end. Now, with only Kobe remaining on the Lakers, it was no surprise they were being thoroughly beaten by the Pistons. Oh no, this game was over too quickly. I didn't even get a chance to experience the power of the special skill short palm. Lin Ke suddenly slapped his thigh, feeling somewhat regretful. The short palm special skill, after all, is different from the minimum consumption data. It does not directly enhance Lin Ke's strength or stats. It is a skill meant to weaken opponents, thereby indirectly amplifying Lin Ke's or the Pistons' advantages. Such skills are generally more effective in close or evenly matched situations. In today's one-sided game, if Lin Ke were to use it against Kobe, it would be a bit too much bullying. Before the game, Lin Ke indeed considered using it on Kobe, but he hadn't expected the game to turn into a rout so quickly. Kobe leading the team alone was indeed a long road ahead. After this game, Kobe would undoubtedly be ruthlessly criticized by the media and fans. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned system points 1. In his mind, the system notification rang out as usual. The game had concluded. The Pistons had overwhelmingly defeated the Lakers at home, achieving a great start to the new season. This is a good. In the first game of the new season, Lin Ke secured his starting position, delivering an impressive performance markedly different from the last season. Come see how many points Lin Ke scored in this game. I feel like he has been performing well, at least 20 points. What the heck? Why is it only 10 points? Is there a mistake in the stats? It should be correct. Another 10 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. A shooting percentage of 100. This is Lin Ke's standard data. It's all the Lakers and Kobe's fault. They're too weak. They didn't allow Lin Ke to contribute more. Kobe, I bought a watch last year. After the game, Pistons fans felt a sense of disappointment upon seeing Lin Ke. They clearly felt Lin Ke was everywhere on the court. How could his scoring be so low? It must be said that the majority of fans still only recognize scoring. If your average points are high, then you are impressive. If you are the scoring champion, then you are incredibly impressive. For example, Tracy McGrady attracted a large fan base just by being the scoring champion. To be fair, Lin Ke's performance in the opening game has received completely different evaluations from fans watching the game and those analyzing Excel data. For the fans watching the game, Lin Ke's stunning performance still occasionally reverberates in their minds, leaving a lingering echo. On the other hand, fans focused on Excel immediately exclaimed with just this, upon seeing the unchanged stats of 105,522. Honestly, even for a true professional like Larry Brown, there is a slight sense of regret, but it can't be called. Larry Brown quietly lowered his expectations for Lin Ke, believing he still needs more time to refine his skills. However, with last season's experience, Larry Brown does not think Lin Ke has reached his limit, but rather decides to give him more time to rise. In Larry Brown's eyes, who the team's leader is doesn't really matter. What matters is whether the team can continue to. LeBron. I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? In Cleveland, the Cavaliers defeated the Wizards at home tonight, bringing their record to 3 wins and 2 losses. This also relieved James. The win percentage has finally surpassed 50. Such a win rate gives the Cavaliers a better chance to reach the playoffs. Last season, James missed the playoffs, which left him feeling frustrated for a long time. In front of his peers Lin Ke, Wade, and Anthony, who made the playoffs, he always felt inferior. This season, James is evolving at an incredible speed. In the first 5 games, he posted stats of 3,077. Such numbers have once again focused the attention of the entire league on James. This is the true little emperor. At this moment, James had just finished showering in the locker room when he saw Rich Paul approaching. Let's hear the bad news first. I like to save the good news for last, James said with a faint smile. A confident aura rose from him. The evolution this season is in line with expectations, making James feel he is performing even better. The bad news is that the Pistons have won 6 straight, and they are unstoppable. It seems that no team in the league can stop their victories. Almost every game the Pistons cruise through 3 quarters, turning the 4th quarter into garbage time. Rich Paul smiled wryly, also surprised by the true strength of the Pistons. He knew James was eager to compare regular season records with Lin Ke, but now it seems impossible. Even if the Pistons' record fluctuates later, it's not something the Cavaliers can take it. The smile on James' face suddenly faded. What's the good news? He shook his head, hoping that the good news could lift his spirits again. The good news is that Lin Ke's stats remain unchanged consistently at 105,522. From a statistical standpoint, he poses no threat to you. Rich Paul smiled when mentioning the good news. Are you sure about these stats? James also raised, although he later preferred to use Excel to validate his prowess as a professional player, James certainly wouldn't simply use Excel to assess the true strength of his competitors. James watches Lin Ke's game tapes every match. Lin Ke's impact on the game is enormous. It's not something that can be reflected in these stats post-game. This also makes James feel very uneasy. Of course it's accurate. LeBron, just as I suggested before, actively build a good relationship with Lin Ke. If you two can play on the same team, it would be a match made in heaven. He ensures the team's victory. You focus on racking up stats and honors. Rich Paul gave James a knowing look. I understand. James grinned. I just need one more system point. It's coming. It's coming. Phew. This has been quite a struggle. After 6 straight wins, Lin Ke has accumulated 49 system points. He is just 1 system point away from the upgrade of the minimum consumption data. This has made Lin Ke's excitement hard to contain. At this moment, Lin Ke was sitting on the plane to Miami with it. The Pistons are about to embark on a series of away games. The first match is against the Heat, who also have a 6-game winning streak since the start of the season. After acquiring Shaquille O'Neal, the Heat's strength has surged. The combination of O'Neal and Wade has unleashed tremendous power. After just 1 season, the Heat can be said to have completed their rebuild and are directly contending for the championship. O'Neal has extensive experience collaborating with shooting guards. Moreover, after the dissolution of the Shaq-Kobe duo, O'Neal has matured considerably. Upon landing in Miami, O'Neal stated, "This is Wade's team. I am here to support Wade." Honestly, at that moment, Kobe's heart shattered. It has always been the newcomers who laugh, while the veterans cry. If you had said this to me, would we have had to part ways? Kobe felt his heart bleeding. The Lakers' start this season has been rather poor. They were thrashed by the Pistons in the opening game. Following that, they went on a 3-game losing streak. In the end, they barely managed to win against the expansion team Bobcats thanks to Kobe's explosive 57-point game. Immediately after, the Lakers suffered another 2-game losing streak. With a record of 1 win and 5 losses, things are looking dire. At this moment, it's hard to say whether Kobe is missing someone. When you miss me, I'm far away. Lin, don't mind the opinions out there. Believe in yourself, take it 1 step at a time. Your evolution is actually quite rapid, much faster than I was back in the day. Big Ben noticed Lin Ke constantly rubbing his hands, thinking he was affected by recent gossip. At the start of the season, Lin Ke was undoubtedly the center of attention. He garnered more media and fan attention than James, standing out among the 0-3 generation. At this moment, as long as Lin Ke significantly boosts his scoring stats, he could instantly become the hottest player in the league this season. Unfortunately, Lin Ke's stats have shown no changes compared to his performance in last season's playoffs. With stats of 10 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals, he is indeed versatile, but his appeal to the media and fans is still too small. With 6 consecutive games of such stats, most media and fans have lost patience with Lin Ke and have turned. They believe that Lin Ke's ceiling is merely that of a decent role player. He can only thrive in a top team like that. If Lin Ke were to lead a team like James, the results would surely be dismal. Even Nike, who was previously considering offering Lin Ke a big contract, has chosen to keep watching. Last season, Lin Ke's stats were even worse, and Nike had no interest in signing him. Big Ben, don't worry. I'm not anxious. I'm excited. Hearing Big Ben's words warmed Lin Ke's heart. His teammates truly cared for him. That's good. But what are you excited about? Big Ben nodded and then curiously asked. After winning tonight's game, I will give you all a huge surprise. From the next game onward, I will average a triple-double. Lin Ke declared, emphatically exuding confidence. That evening as he stepped into the American Airlines arena, the words of Lin Ke echoed into Ben's mind. He aimed to average a triple-double this season. A triple-double is no small feat. How could it be possible? In today's league, many players engage in stat padding just to achieve a triple-double in a single game. Yet once accomplished, regardless of the game's outcome, teammates will congratulate the player, and even opponents might join in the celebration. This indirectly reveals just how difficult it is to achieve a triple-double. However, Ben always felt that Lin Ke could truly accomplish it. Thinking back to when Lin Ke entered the league, has there ever been a promise he made that he didn't fulfill? It seems not. Larry Brown certainly has the most authority to comment on this. Every task given to Lin Ke was completed flawlessly. Hiss. Could it be true? If it is, wouldn't he be the MVP? Let's go. I can't believe I'm going to be teammates with the MVP. Ben felt a mix of emotions, overwhelmed with emotion. He noticed Wade was directing harsh words at Lin Ke, thinking Wade was being a bit childish. A little bird cannot know the aspirations of a swan. While you're still plotting to defeat Lin Ke, he is already aiming for a triple-double to vie for the MVP. At 8 p.m., the Pistons were set to challenge the Heat in an away game, and the audience was already filled. Last season, thanks to Wade's arrival, attendance here improved significantly. This season, with O'Neal's landing, attendance skyrocketed. The combination of Wade and O'Neal is essentially a remake of the OK duo, sparking endless imagination for the Heat fans. Championships are now within reach. The starters for both teams took to the court. For the Heat, the starters are O'Neal, Haslam, Eddie Jones, Wade, and Damon Jones. This season, Wade was officially placed in the shooting guard position by Riley. Eddie Jones had to shift to small forward to accommodate Wade. In the previous season, Eddie Jones was traded to the Grizzlies by Riley, bringing in James Posey. The reason being that Eddie's height made him somewhat disadvantaged at small forward. On the surface, the head coach of the Heat is Stan Van Gundy, but in reality, the one in control of the team, as Riley's disciple Stan Van Gundy had to work under Riley's tyranny, making it hard for him to have many of his own ideas and opinions. For the Pistons, the starters are Ben, Rasheed Wallace, Lin Ke, Hamilton, and Billups. Ben and O'Neal approach the center circle ready for the jump ball. These two are old rivals. The scenes from last season's finals are fresh in their minds. This made O'Neal cast a somewhat unfriendly glance at Ben. O'Neal was looking to settle the score in this game. What are you staring at? Ben asked O'Neal with a hint of irritation. What about you? O'Neal shot back. Even before the game started, the tension was already palpable. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, the game officially began. For this jump ball, both Ben and O'Neal exerted all their strength. Yet O'Neal, being a big fish, was at a disadvantage when it came to jumping. His height couldn't make up for it. Ben was the first to touch the basketball in midair, winning the jump ball. Billups received Ben's tap, dribbled past half court, and then passed the ball to Lin Ke. This season, the Pistons' offensive strategy has been steadily evolving and coming together. Lin Ke initiated a play from beyond the arc, becoming the most conventional approach. Even if Lin Ke's minimum consumption data increases, it wouldn't affect the strategy. It merely upgraded various stats, showcasing a more explosive performance. After gaining possession, Lin Ke saw Billups and Hamilton running around without the ball. Ben and Rasheed Wallace provided off-ball screens for the two. Don't say it. The Pistons' offensive style is now somewhat resembling the former Splash Brothers of the Warriors. Due to Larry Brown's lackluster offensive design, Lin Ke has gradually shaped the Pistons' offensive system into that of the former Warriors. Funny. JPG. Similarly, Lin Ke's minimum consumption data assist quota allows Billups and Hamilton to achieve three-point shooting efficiency akin to the Splash Brothers. Now please refer to the Billups-Hamilton duo as the original Splash Brothers. Seeing Hamilton quickly position himself at the left corner beyond the three-point line, Lin Ke executed a stylish no-look pass, delivering the ball accurately to Hamilton's hands. Rise up. Steady your hand. Shoot. Swish. The crisp and pleasant sound of the basketball going through the net made Hamilton feel a bit addicted. The warm rush that coursed through his body made Hamilton feel utterly unable to stop. So satisfying. Hamilton moaned. 3-0. The score on the scoreboard flickered. The Pistons' offense was just that clean and efficient. In the new season, while maintaining the league's top defensive efficiency, the Pistons' offensive efficiency has also soared to second in the league, second only to the Suns, who are igniting a fast-paced frenzy. Can you believe this? The Pistons are visibly stronger than last season. The reasons for this need not be the Pistons, Suns, Heat, and Spurs have all ignited boundless imagination among fans. The official abolition of the handcheck rule has prompted every perimeter penetrator across the league to experiment with how best to capitalize on the evolving meta. Among them stands out Dwayne Wade of the Heat. The Heat initiates offense. Damon Jones crosses half-court and hands the ball to Wade. Shaquille O'Neal voluntarily calls for a pick-and-roll beyond the three-point line, a rarity during the Lakers dynasty era. Indeed, Shaq is evolving. His maturity has deepened considerably. Bang! Ben Wallace is caught squarely by the screen. Shaq's massive frame naturally yields exceptional screening efficiency. Slipping past such a screen proves exceedingly difficult. Exploiting Shaq's screen, Wade explodes into the paint in an instant. His speed so blistering that even the rotating Ben Wallace is momentarily flustered. LeBron James has evolved, so too has Dwayne Wade. Lin Ke remains just one victory away from his own evolution. Swish! Wade elevates through Ben Wallace's block attempt, executing a graceful reverse layup. 23. Unyielding. The moniker Flash is truly earned. Whoa! Incredible speed. Ben Wallace's eyes narrow sharply, his expression instantly turning grave. Last season Wade was not yet this swift, or rather he had not yet mastered how to harness his speed to its absolute zenith. Lin Ke's eyes gleam. Instinctively he rubs his palms together. He yearns to switch onto Wade. The special skill inch palm and used in the first 6 games shall now descend upon the court. Coach, can I switch with Richard? Lin Ke thought and acted upon it. With his rising status in the team, Lin Ke no longer had to worry that a small suggestion would anger the head coach. Of course, the treatment of core players and the water boy is different under the coach, which is quite normal. Oh, Larry Brown succinctly agreed, just like that. Wait, this is it. This old man's coaching isn't so rigid after all. Lin Ke didn't expect that his tentative suggestion would actually be accepted. On the sidelines, Larry Brown smiled faintly at this moment. A simple switch between positions 2 and 3 did not disrupt his defensive strategy at all, so why would he reject it? On the contrary, Lin Ke's proactive approach to countering the opponent's offensive spearhead greatly impressed Larry Brown. If we were to analyze it, the Pistons' interior defense was solid both in individual and combined defensive capabilities. However, the outside defense by Billups and Hamilton wasn't as outstanding individually. So far, neither Billups nor Hamilton has ever made it to an all-defensive team. In his previous life, Billups was selected to the all-defensive second team twice in later seasons. Hamilton never made any defensive team throughout his entire career. They relied on the Pistons' defensive system and their proactive defensive attitude to bring the outer defense to its peak. The Pistons actually lacked a defensive ace who could lock down the opponent's offensive key player. It seems Lin Ke is developing in that direction. This is what Larry Brown is pleased to see. On the court, Billups dribbled past half-court, continuing to pass the ball to Lin Ke to orchestrate the play. Hamilton and Billups continued their off-ball movement. This time Billups found an open spot. The ball arrived just in time. Swish! Billups also hit a three-pointer with ease. So easy. The off-ball movement of Hamilton and Billups combined with Lin Ke's playmaking buff created a feeling of overwhelming dominance on the offensive end. 6-2. Don't panic. Lin Ke's offense and defense only have 3 tricks. Once pressed, his offensive and defensive power will diminish significantly. At this moment, Wade clapped his hands to encourage his teammates. This moment truly felt like the presence of a team leader. Last season, the Heat's team leader was not so clear-cut. Eddie Jones was considered the nominal leader. This season, Riley has fully established Wade as the leader. Even Shaquille O'Neal openly stated he would support Wade, no matter how much Eddie Jones wanted to be the leader, he couldn't. Interestingly, O'Neal and Eddie Jones were teammates on the Lakers. Wade was right. Don't be fooled by Lin Ke's performance at the start. His post-game statistics will only show so much. This indicates he cannot maintain such a strong performance. O'Neal voiced his support for Wade. Their analysis was not wrong. Lin Ke is now being closely analyzed by many teams. Looking beyond appearances to the essence, Lin Ke is far from being strong enough to instill fear in all opponents. With the encouragement of Wade and O'Neal, the Heat players steadied themselves. Being rained down by three-pointers at the start can indeed dampen morale, especially when the Heat's defense is not significantly flawed, and yet the opponent's three-pointers just keep going in. It can truly create a sense of helplessness. During the Heat's offense, Damon Jones brought the ball past half-court and continued to pass it to Wade. O'Neal stepped up for a screen, which made Lin Ke sigh. Indeed, he likes to play the role of a little sweetheart. Kobe never got to enjoy such treatment. Mrs. Cow confirmed it. Lin Ke, with his past life memories, understood Wade better than anyone else, even better than Wade himself. This time, Lin Ke decisively took 2 steps back, avoiding O'Neal's screen to block Wade's drive from inside the three-point line. At this stage, Wade's three-point shooting was a weak point. In his past life, Wade never developed a reliable three-point shooting ability throughout his career. Conversely, LeBron found a remarkable three-point shooting efficiency in later years. Joking aside, facts must be acknowledged. Wade was briefly unguarded beyond the three-point line, but he indeed had no intention of shooting from there, choosing instead to continue driving. Wow, that's really fast. Facing Wade's drive, Lin Ke couldn't help but exclaim. Wade almost breezed past Lin Ke like the wind. This time Lin Ke chose not to use his minimum consumption data, steal quota, nor did he use the block quota, but instead employed his special skill, Chunjong. No other reason. He had to keep some trump cards. He couldn't really go all in with every minimum consumption data quota at the start. If the game became intense and went to the last moment, Lin Ke would have no cards left to play. Slap. Lin Ke's right hand seemed to have brushed against Wade's right wrist. Bang. Swish. Wade scored with a bank shot. Beep. Ah. The referee's whistle and Wade's scream sounded almost simultaneously. Lin Ke was called for a defensive foul, while Wade was awarded a chance for a three-point play. However, the next scene left many people confused. Wade looked extremely pained, constantly clutching his right hand, seemingly unable to stop screaming. This made the fans in the stands instinctively look up at the replay on the big screen. It seems like there's nothing there. Lin Ke just brushed against him. Indeed. To be fair, Lin Ke's foul was quite clean, and it might not even be called in the playoffs. Cough. Is Wade's acting a bit over the top? The Heat's home fans began to murmur. Acting is fine, but you need to pick the right moment. There was really no need to act for such a seemingly light foul. On the court, the expressions of the other Heat players were also slightly awkward. They didn't know whether to play along with Wade's performance. But why did it feel a bit shameful? Dwayne, are you okay? O'Neal walked over to Wade and asked, simultaneously signaling him with his eyes know when to stop. That's enough. Shaq, that kid was too rough. I want to get back at him. Wade finally calmed down a bit and said fiercely, this isn't really necessary. Everything should be about the game. Don't act impulsively. O'Neal scratched his head and looked up at the big screen again. On the big screen, the slow-motion replay of Lin Ke's foul was being shown repeatedly. But no matter how you look at it, there didn't seem to be any issue. Why is Wade acting so whiny? Isn't he a man? Huffed. Lin Ke couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. The system produces quality goods. The power of Chunjong is terrifying. Wade really suffered a silent loss. Even his teammates looked at him with strange expressions. Since Chunjong does not cause injury to the opponent, but greatly affects their game state, Lin Ke felt no moral pressure at all. He even incurred a foul. Used confidently. Used assuredly. Used thoughtfully. At the edge of the court, Larry Brown stroked his chin, noticing that Lin Ke seemed unable to guard against Wade, even committing a foul. Previously, he had been slapped in the face by Lin Ke. Bang. Bang. Wade, stepping up to the free throw line, clearly had not yet recovered from the power of the inch palm, missing both free throws. Missing both free throws, Big Ben grabbed the rebound. Larry Brown instinctively looked up at the big screen, and the slow-motion replay had already ended. Could there really be something fishy going on here? Reflecting on Wade's painful expression and the missed free throws, Larry Brown pondered thoughtfully. Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu. I must say, Larry Brown's ability to make connections is truly exceptional. If Lin Ke knew of Larry Brown's speculation, he would certainly exclaim, no way. Impressive. Although the truth was a supernatural ability brought by the system, not real Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu, the speculation was quite close. On the court, the game continued. After crossing half-court, Billups routinely passed the ball to Lin Ke. At this moment, Eddie Jones guarding Lin Ke felt the pressure building. It was unacceptable to allow Lin Ke to make such fluid passes. This time, Eddie Jones chose to step up for tight defense, entangling him, providing no space for Lin Ke to pass easily. At the same time, the Heat executed an unlimited switch defense strategy, with even O'Neal chasing Hamilton near the three-point line. Kobe watched nearly in tears during his time with the Lakers. O'Neal would never leave the paint. With such defensive intensity, Hamilton and Billups had yet to find any open opportunities. Meanwhile, the time for the offensive possession was quickly running out, with only 5 seconds left. On the sidelines, Riley felt a surge of joy, believing they had executed a successful defense. The recent unlimited switch defense was indeed the instruction Riley had given to Van Gundy. Although Van Gundy and Riley had a mentor-student relationship, their tactical thinking differed greatly. To be honest, being a head coach like Van Gundy is quite a struggle. Now it all hinges on whether Eddie Jones can contain Lin Ke. Clearly it was impossible to contain him. With just 2 seconds left on the shot clock, Lin Ke suddenly leaped into the air. Reaching the highest point, he smoothly released the ball. Eddie Jones stood at 1.98 meters while Lin Ke was 2.13 meters tall, giving him a full 15 centimeters advantage. As Lin Ke jumped, Eddie Jones could only watch in vain, unable to interfere at all. Of course, even if he had interfered, it would have been futile. Lin Ke's focus was solely on the aesthetics of his shooting motion. The system was responsible for whether the shot went in. Swish. The crisp sound of the basketball net echoed. The lights flashed as the ball went in, but alas, it was not a true buzzer beater. Lin Ke smugly tapped his left wrist. Noon has arrived. 9-2. The point difference between the two teams was rapidly widening. Eddie Jones, I'm done for. He felt that he was getting closer to leaving this place. Look. I say Lin Ke could compete with Larry Bird for the title of Best Showman. He clearly only scored 3 points, yet played with the momentum of scoring 30. In terms of the Best Showman, only Lin Ke and Larry Bird can be considered. In the broadcast room, Barkley was so excited he felt like reciting poetry. Charles, did you notice Dwayne Wade's condition? After Lin Ke's slap foul, Dwayne's state seems to be quite problematic. Several layups have just slipped off the rim, and there was one dunk attempt that missed. Kenny Smith reminded Barkley, "You wouldn't be suggesting that Lin Ke's slap foul was the issue, would you? That would be too far-fetched." I believe Lin Ke's defensive quality is very good, managing to contain Dwayne in unknown situations. This shows that Lin Ke's defensive ability has greatly improved. He hasn't even gone for steals or blocks yet. Barkley shrugged, clearly not overthinking it, taking the chance to cheer for Lin Ke with a shout of 666. Let's keep an eye on that. Kenny Smith felt there might be a connection. The first quarter of the game was already over. The score on the scoreboard was 29-26. The Pistons were leading the Heat by 3 points. After Wade was contained by Lin Ke, O'Neal stepped up strongly. Pick and roll, screens, high post plays, rebounding, low post attacks. O'Neal did everything he could. Many of his actions were things he had never done during his time with the Lakers. At this moment, O'Neal looked like a normal center, rather than previously when he had taken an extreme approach. In his past life, many young fans viewed O'Neal as the template for the center era. They assumed all centers were like O'Neal, heavyweights. This is a mistaken view. Ewing is the textbook center. His weight isn't heavy, only 109 kilograms, and he didn't exceed 120 kilograms even after gaining weight. David Robinson and Olajuwon are small variants of the standard center. One can break through like a small forward. The other has perfected low post offense and defense while possessing decent mid-range shooting ability. A center like O'Neal, who gained weight dramatically and had no shooting ability, is a true oddity. But despite being odd, he was incredibly effective. O'Neal maximized the threat of inside scoring for centers through simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, achieving a level of unstoppable. In other words, as soon as peak O'Neal stepped onto the court, he severely disrupted the opponent's defensive system. Opponents had to rely on strategies like switching, double-teaming, and fouling to limit O'Neal's offense. Opponents had to stockpile beefy centers to withstand O'Neal's initial force, buying time for subsequent At this point, if you added a Kobe, the Lakers could easily dismantle the opponent's defensive system. As for why O'Neal chose this path, it was not by choice. In the finals back, then being outclassed by Olajuwon and getting a buzz cut made O'Neal fully aware of his strengths and weaknesses. In terms of low-post footwork, he couldn't compare to Olajuwon. In terms of overall center skills, he couldn't compare to Ewing. In terms of ball handling, breakthrough threats, and defense, he couldn't compare to David Robinson. So he had no choice but to go all in on gaining weight. The essence of basketball is that in an environment without a difference in athletic ability, the taller and heavier player holds a natural advantage. O'Neal possessed iron knees and iron ankles, strongly supporting his massive weight. This is also a talent. Top-tier physical talent. Others truly cannot replicate. In his previous life, Zion the Fat Tiger also had significant weight, but he was either nursing injuries or was on the road to recovery. He simply couldn't play normally and consistently. Meanwhile, O'Neal's overall attendance rate during his career was still decent. I never expected O'Neal to become so diligent now. This is the honeymoon period between O'Neal and Wade. Seeing Wade being contained by me, O'Neal immediately stepped up to share the burden with Wade. TSK. Big Ben and Rasheed Wallace were a bit unaccustomed to O'Neal's sudden shift to a playmaking center style. Lin Ke glanced at the first quarter statistics and analyzed them himself. Big Ben wasn't incapable of defending a playmaking center, it was just that O'Neal's sudden change in style caught him off guard. This season, O'Neal and Kobe seemed like entirely different people. This damn stereotype. However, Kobe has indeed reverted back. Dwayne, my physical exertion in the first quarter is enormous. I can't sustain this intensity for the entire game. Therefore, you must step up in the second quarter. On the sideline, Shaquille O'Neal pulled Dwayne Wade aside for a quick. After relocating, Shaquille had truly matured. He knew that leading the team single-handedly offered no realistic path to another championship. Even at his absolute peak, Shaquille had never won a title without elite co-stars. Thus, for the Heat to prevail tonight, Dwayne's performance had to match his own. It didn't matter if Dwayne's form fluctuated early. Shaquille could shoulder the burden. That was the very essence of a dual-star system, far greater margin for error than a one-star roster. But if Dwayne faltered all game long, Shaquille would truly be unable to carry the team. Understood. You can count on me. Leave it to me from now on. Dwayne bumped fists with Shaquille, speaking with quiet confidence. The opening play by Lin Ke had indeed rattled him. Though few believed him, and many dismissed it as theatrics, the truth remained undeniable. Now Dwayne had fully recovered. His right wrist had returned to full function. With that restored, Dwayne felt unstoppable once more. Excellent. As long as we coordinate seamlessly, we'll dethrone the reigning champions. If we achieved it in the regular season, we'll achieve it again in the playoffs. Shaquille injected both himself and Dwayne with a surge of fierce determination. Both sides have made some rotations. Lin Ke is sitting on the sidelines to rest. At this moment, the Pistons are on the court with Prince and Rasheed Wallace leading the bench players. On the other side, Dwayne Wade is leading the bench players for the Heat. As a result, Wade immediately showcased an unstoppable breakthrough performance. His relentless driving tore through the Pistons' perimeter defense like a sieve. Whether attacking the rim himself or driving and distributing to his teammates, Wade displayed an exceptionally high efficiency. This allowed the Heat to quickly take the lead within just a few possessions, pulling ahead by 5 points. 2. The Pistons were forced to call a timeout with Larry Brown grimacing as he signaled for a pause. The arena erupted with deafening cheers. Wade's dominant performance thrilled the home fans of the Heat. In the first quarter, Wade was completely at a disadvantage in his matchup against Lin Ke. Now Wade has finally regained his footing. As he walked back to the bench, Shaquille O'Neal kept applauding for Wade. This season, the Heat have great potential. On the other side of the court, Larry Brown was venting his anger. Our defense has been absolutely terrible. Ben, Lin Ke, get ready to come in. Defense, defense, defense. I don't care about the offensive end, but anyone who doesn't do well on defense won't get to play anymore. Larry Brown shouted angrily. Without Ben on the court, the Pistons' defense dropped a level. And with Lin Ke off the court, their defense dropped another level. After starting with 6 consecutive wins, Larry Brown sensed that some players were getting a bit too complacent. Their attitude towards the game had become lax. This is the difficulty of being the defending champions. After winning the championship, many role players inevitably become complacent and slack off. The reason is that for core players, the more championships they have, the higher their status in the league. This also extends to greater commercial value, leading to more earnings. However, for role players, the increase in these aspects is very limited. Continuing to fight for championships can become a thankless task. In such a situation, expecting role players to give their all every game is unrealistic. Role players will only exhibit 2 states. One is when they are far from their contract year, and they primarily coast. The second state is when they are in their contract year, and they are more focused on padding their stats rather than winning games. Larry Brown noticed that the Pistons bench players were already showing signs of this. And this is just about defending their title. If they aim to establish a dynasty, the challenges multiply. At that point, it's uncertain whether the second or third options will have the same competitive spirit. Because clearly the star player of a dynasty team reaps the most benefits. This presents a small paradox. If a team's second option merely follows the main star to win a championship, then he is regarded as a very capable second option. For example, Murray from the Nuggets in my past life. No one would consider him a superstar at the level of Jokic, even though he has had several standout performances in the playoffs. But if a team's second option has won several championships alongside the main star due to the overwhelming honors, this second option inevitably becomes a superstar in the league. For instance, Pippen next to Jordan and Kobe next to Shaquille. At this point, Pippen would be compared to Jordan and Kobe would be compared to Shaquille. Since they are stars of the same caliber, the second option must prove their worth by leading a team to win a championship. And here lies the contradiction. After leaving Jordan, Pippen has always sought to prove his leadership ability. Similarly, Kobe, even before the OK duo disbanded, experienced intense competition within the team. For a second option, having more championships isn't necessarily better. Generally, just one is enough. This is also true for Lin Ke at this moment. Winning a championship as a role player last season was enough. Continuing to win as a role player will only turn Lin Ke into someone like Horry or Fisher. Only by winning more championships as the main star can Lin Ke sit at the same table as Jordan. Fortunately, the entire Pistons team is waiting for Lin Ke to rise to prominence. Now, the only thing standing between Lin Ke and his ascension is a bit of luck, just a little more explosive performance. Coach, relax. Just leave Dwayne to me. Once I take care of him, Shaq will be left helpless. I believe Ben can handle Shaq as well. At that point, we can continue to win effortlessly. Tonight, with the King of Heaven here, I must win. Lin Ke said as he vigorously waved his arm. Tonight, I will gain 1 system point, which is priceless. Lin Ke does not want to wait any longer. You kid, so confident, so domineering. I like it. Then let's go out and crush them. Larry Brown's style has been somewhat influenced by Lin Ke. How did the originally mild-mannered coach with glasses become a bit over the top? This game was an agony for Wade. He had barely overcome the pain in his right wrist when Lin Ke struck him there once. Wade clutched his wrist and wailed for a long time. His teammates' gazes toward him grew increasingly uneasy. Wade wanted to explain to prove how much it hurt, but he seemed utterly powerless. His teammates trusted their own eyes, and the replays shown on the big screen more than his words. They were not blind. As the game continued and Lin Ke repeatedly employed Seuyun, Wade oscillated between feeling he was finished and insisting he could still play. The consequence was that Wade's performance fell apart. After O'Neal suffered a physical crisis at the start of the third quarter, the balance of victory tipped decisively toward the Pistons. Dribbling once more, Wade reappeared before Lin Ke. This was the fourth time he had pulled himself back from the sharp pain in his wrist. If one watched closely, Wade's footwork betrayed a certain lightness adrift. No one knew the magnitude of the suffering he was enduring or how much he was forcing himself to overcome. "Lin, you already have 4 fouls. I do not believe you have the nerve to foul me again. You are out of answers. It is my turn to take over." Wade spoke each word deliberately, glaring at Lin Ke with venom. Truth be told, even Lin Ke admired Wade's ironclad resolve. Although Wade's teammates did not share that admiration. It was not only Wade who knew how much he had endured, Lin Ke knew as well. Yet when Lin Ke looked at Wade, there was a hint of pity in his eyes. "I'll wait on my minimum consumption data. The totals for blocks and steals remain unused. It was time to put a bow on this. If he did not use them, now the rest of the game would be garbage time." Wade in that instant transformed into a medieval knight and charged at Lin Ke with brazen courage. As he planted his right foot, Wade felt an elevation wash over him. In the next heartbeat, he expected to become the king of the court. There is no next heartbeat. Wake up. With feline swiftness, Lin Ke extended his long arm, and with the lightest touch, the ball vanished from Wade's hands. A steal. Just like that. Wade stiffened. When he glanced back, Lin Ke was already streaking toward the front court, leaving everyone behind. The other Heat players simply had no energy left to chase. They had exhausted themselves trying to compensate for Wade's poor condition. From behind the three-point line, Lin Ke stopped on a dime and launched a running three. He used the final 3 points from his minimum consumption data scoring allocation. The margin swelled to 15. "Oh my God," the crowd murmured. "Wade is utterly abysmal. Lin Ke has flattened him. This is brutal. We are going to lose. There is no saving this." Heat fans in the stands shook their heads in disbelief. Wade had undoubtedly disappointed them. Before facing Lin Ke, Wade had grown rapidly this season, but when matched against Lin Ke, his apparent growth faltered. The gulf in true star quality between them became glaringly apparent. A sense of dissonance blossomed in the minds of every spectator. Wade's stat line padded when Lin Ke was off the court, and through scattered plays still looked respectable. Lin Ke, despite providing the crowd with another visual feast, recorded a box score of 10.550. Indeed, Lin Ke still had 2 blocks and a steal left unclaimed. Lin Ke is truly an eccentric player. The fans sighed. His statistics repeatedly failed to match his on-court brilliance. There was no player quite like him. The game continued, and Wade endured blow after blow. Lin Ke promptly piled 2 blocks and a steal onto Wade. This Heat squad relied heavily on Wade to initiate offense, so Lin Ke had ample opportunity to accrue stats. And then there was no more. After Lin Ke delivered the final block, Wade collapsed to his knees and lingered there long before rising. With Rasheed Wallace dunking the gap stretched beyond 20 points. The outcome of the game could be declared. Lin Ke was substituted by Lalibu Lang and sat on the bench clocking out for the day. Stefan Gandhi wore an expression of helplessness. Seeing an exhausted O'Neal and a broken Wade, he abandoned the contest and removed all his starters. Wade returned to the bench, buried his face in a towel, and began to sob. O'Neal, seated nearby, was startled. "Who is crying? Who is crying?" When he realized it was Wade, O'Neal looked speechless. "What is this? Are you feeling aggrieved now? If you are going to act, at least make it convincing. Learn to seize the moment. A light touch on your wrist from Lin Ke is not a cue to put on a show. Have some backbone, or do not expect pity at every turn. Dwayne, after the game, stay behind. Do not rush off. I think we need to have a man-to-man conversation." On the bench, O'Neal spoke to Wade with a stern face. He thought Wade had been overly effeminate tonight. O'Neal felt compelled to straighten him out and make him a real man. "What the hell?" Wade lifted his head and glowered at O'Neal, his humiliation deepening. "Be good," O'Neal said. "It is fine. I am here. We are a duo. I will shelter you." He clapped a hand on Wade's shoulder with a shake. Wade fell silent. On the other bench, Lin Ke had yet to notice the scene. He stared intently at the game clock, waiting for the final buzzer. 3, 2, 1. Lin Ke mouthed the countdown, and at last the moment arrived. The red light on the clock sounded, and the game ended. A chime rang. "Congratulations, the host received 1 system point." A second chime reminded him that system points had accumulated to 50. With that, he could upgrade his minimum consumption data. Lin Ke sprang up and pumped his fist fiercely. Ben looked on, stupefied. "Young man, you have boundless energy with nowhere to expend it. There is a club that might suit you. Want to try? System upgrade minimum consumption data." Lin Ke stared at the 50 accumulated system points and could not wait a moment longer. He was about to ascend officially. A clear tone announced, "Congratulations, minimum consumption data upgraded to level 415101055. It consumed 50 system points." Another prompt reminded him that 100 system points remained to reach. The crisp melodic system tones echoed in his mind and intoxicated him. It felt sumptuous, wonderfully satisfying. 15-10-10-5-5, in averaging triple-doubles. Has it finally arrived? And not just any triple-double, but the legendary quintuple 5 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 steals, and 5 blocks. Either one of these feats alone would be extraordinary, and yet I intend to achieve both simultaneously. And Lin Ke could barely contain his exhilaration. A foolish, radiant grin spread across his face. Who is this heir to a landed gentry gone utterly daft? And my sole regret remains the modest point total. And still it's only natural. I deliberately chose the all-round build with its minimum viable stat line at the outset. This path is now irrevocable, and being all-around is splendid enough. And once next season's advanced metric, the PER, makes its debut, my stat profile will shatter every expectation. Even LeBron's 37-7 won't stand a chance against such dominance, unless of course the PER formula strips weight from blocks and steals altogether. Moreover, my field goal percentage remains an unblemished 100%, and that defies all logic. And ha ha ha, and Lin Ke laughed, a villain's cackle dark and resonant. And truly he had grown audacious. Yet now he possessed the undeniable authority to back it. Just do it. And far too arrogant. And Shaq. And next time we will defeat them. Wade and O'Neal watched Lin Ke's unrestrained laughter, their hearts churning with complex, bittersweet emotion. And we will. And we must defeat them. For the Pistons stand as our gatekeepers, the very obstacle blocking our ascent from the Eastern Conference. And they are the threshold we must cross. And O'Neal declared, his voice grave and resolute. Though already crowned thrice Shaquille O'Neal's hunger for another championship burned with undiminished ferocity. O'Neal had locked horns with Kobe Bryant. And since arriving in Miami, he'd spared no barb or taunt aimed at Kobe. And now his singular ambition was to claim the title one day before his rival. Nothing else mattered. And if Lin Ke sustains only these numbers, his ceiling is fixed. And I'll pull far ahead of him soon. Wade offered himself quiet reassurance. And this time O'Neal remained silent. And the following morning, major media outlets published extensive coverage of last night's game. This matchup marked the first head-to-head clash among the standout high draft picks of the famed 2003 class, and drew considerable attention. Lin Ke won the game, but lost in statistics, and who can topple the Pistons? Urgent answers needed, and the undisputed king of the 2003 class, the chosen one, LeBron James. Oh, come on, and what does last night's game have to do with LeBron? And how did he even enter this conversation? And aboard the flight to Cleveland, Lin Ke flipped through today's freshly printed newspapers. A contest between the Pistons and the Heat somehow veered, abruptly and inevitably, toward LeBron James. And such is the gravitational pull of the chosen one. Lin Ke understood the skepticism, yet understanding did not soothe his irritation. Knee's stats simply refused to rise, fueling widespread doubt. Lin Ke acknowledged their criticism, but still bristled. And enough? And starting tomorrow night, prepare yourselves, a banquet of triple-doubles awaits you all. Lin Ke couldn't suppress another broad, toothy grin. Imperfect. Let LeBron become the first offering sacrificed upon the altar of the triple-double blade. Been your closest to Lin Ke. Keep a close eye on him. And he's acting strangely these past 2 days. And Larry Brown settled beside Ben Wallace, nodding toward Lin Ke seated in the front row. Oh, no worries, coach. And that kid's brewing something massive. And Ben Wallace rumbled, his voice thick and low. And something massive. Larry Brown wore an expression of utter bewilderment. And he conceded that in the previous game, Lin Ke had elevated his psychological warfare on defense to a new art form. His foul discipline, too, was masterful, striking the perfect balance, restraining his personal fouls while simultaneously unraveling Wade's composure. Yet elsewhere, Lin Ke remained unchanged, stuck in his ageless static rhythm. Truth be told, a line of 10 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, even if Larry Brown insisted on billing Lin Ke as the team's cornerstone, simply lacked gravitas. Scoring volume need not surge dramatically, but overall statistical growth across the board was essential. And meanwhile, the Suns, the league's other undefeated team, centered their success around Steve Nash, whose averages were deceptively understated. Yet Nash's 15 points and 11 assists per game commanded respect. Now, on the latest MVP rankings, he had surged to the very top. Why? And last season's cellar-dwelling Suns had transformed overnight, solely because of Nash. The contrast was staggering. That the defending champion Pistons remained undefeated came as no surprise. But the Suns' flawless start relentlessly spotlighted Nash's transcendent brilliance. As for Lin Ke, he hadn't even appeared on the MVP list. Yes, something massive. And you'll find out soon enough, coach. It happens tomorrow night. I trust him. Ben Wallace deliberately withheld the secret, leaving Larry Brown hanging in delicious suspense. Larry Brown smiled wryly. These players, how delightfully mischievous they'd grown. Very well, Let's see what Marvel Lin Ke unveils tomorrow night. Cleveland Cavaliers home crowd jeering. LeBron's dismissive indifference. In the press's condescending disregard. In Gund Arena Cleveland. In the visiting locker room, Lin Ke pulled out his personal notebook, a small worn journal he'd originally kept to record grievances. Its earliest entries consisted solely of 3 scathing lines. And later, however, Lin Ke repurposed it, transforming it into a tactical log capturing rapid-fire analyses of opponents' tendencies and weaknesses. The section labeled grievances contained only those initial 3 lines, 2 concerning LeBron James, and the third, the press's disregard, had long since been answered fiercely and definitively. Lin Ke recalled vividly his first visit to Gund Arena last season, his duel with LeBron James, and the crushing moment LeBron had looked right through him. Who is Lin Ke? Tonight LeBron will finally know my name. And Lin Ke flashed a sharp, confident grin. Instinctively he glanced up, only to see LeBron James mid-interview filling the locker room's large screen. Lin Ke in. Oh, I suppose I could say he's the player I admire most. And don't fixate solely on his box score. Watch how he moves, how he commands the floor, how he bends the game to his will. His influence on winning is unquestionably elite tier, the very best in the league. And I'm honored to share the 2003 draft class, the golden generation, with Lin Ke. We'll grow together, forging a legacy worthy of our generation. And one final note, the player I most wish to partner with, above all others, is Lin Ke. On camera, LeBron spoke with effortless charisma and sincerity. Puffed. Lin Ke spat water, spraying it across the locker room. Is this really LeBron? Has he been possessed? Has he become my doppelganger? Now, Lin Ke was the one utterly flabbergasted. Lin Ke, we class of 03 are all brothers. At 8 p.m., the starting lineups from both teams had already stepped onto the court. Then LeBron James casually strolled over and embraced Lin Ke, a gesture brimming with the unmistakable aura of lifelong brotherhood. A subtle thread woven far in advance now began to unfurl. Had LeBron's mastery truly reached such a refined level? If the two ever genuinely collaborated in the future, journalists and fans alike would inevitably trace that partnership back to this very embrace, before the game even began. A truce sealed in one embrace. After all, last season LeBron had deliberately ignored Lin Ke. No problem, no problem. Lin Ke chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying anything. One never refuses a smiling face. Truth would be revealed on the court, and he hoped LeBron wouldn't crumble post-game, as Wade once had. Cleveland's starting 5: Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Drew Gooden, LeBron James, Ira Newble, and Jeff McInnes. Objectively speaking, Cleveland's roster this season lacked cohesion, relying almost entirely on LeBron to carry the team. In his previous life, Cleveland had missed the playoffs again this season, making the so-called Kings' early reign especially arduous. In his race to emulate Jordan, he'd already fallen behind at the starting line. Jordan, by contrast, had led the Bulls into the playoffs during his rookie season. Though he exited in the first round for 3 consecutive years, he had still reached the postseason. Detroit starters Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, Lin Ke, Richard Hamilton, and Chauncey Billups. Ben and Zydrunas met at center court, poised for the tip-off. Lin Ke rubbed his palms together, a telltale sign of mingled tension and exhilaration. Triple-double, I'm coming for you. Ben leapt skyward, defying a height disadvantage of over 10 centimeters, to seize the tip-off with commanding authority. Billups caught the tap and advanced across half-court, dribbling with poise. Lin Ke stationed himself beyond the arc at the top of the key. This time LeBron pressed tight, determined to deny him an easy catch. Yet Billups still delivered the ball cleanly via a handoff. Lin, drive it. LeBron's voice. Was this a challenge issued on the spot? Lin Ke decided to stir the atmosphere, stepping right past LeBron with a swift crossover. Wait, was it that easy? LeBron seemed to offer only token resistance, eyes tracking, body barely engaged. Lin Ke glided unimpeded toward the free throw line and sank a long-range floater. Swish. 20. Now that his minimum scoring threshold had risen to 15 points, Lin Ke felt luxuriously unburdened. Play freely. Lin, brilliant move. With me around, you'll definitely surpass 10 points. LeBron, far from irritated by Lin Ke's basket, sprinted over to praise him and winked playfully. Whoa. Lin Ke sucked in a sharp breath. This guy was unhinged. What on earth was he up to? Had he drunk too much or inhaled too deeply? Blurring friend and foe. Cleveland's possession began. Still puzzling over LeBron's cryptic agenda, Lin Ke momentarily lost focus, failing to stay tight on defense. LeBron caught Jeff McInnes' pass and charged straight into the paint. 3 explosive strides, each one a thunderous declaration. Boom. A tomahawk dunk, raw, ferocious, seismic. The palace at Auburn Hills erupted in deafening. LeBron's dunk dwarfed Lin Ke's earlier floater in sheer visual impact. The blame rested squarely on Lin Ke. He drifted mentally on defense. On the sideline, Larry Brown instinctively furrowed his brow, then relaxed. Trust Lin Ke. It was just the opening minutes. No need to panic. Lin, that's exactly how it's done. You know what I mean. We can do this, again and again and again. LeBron winked once more. What the A? Lin Ke couldn't take it anymore. LeBron, your performance is overdone. Next, are you planning a tender affection fist or a kindling inflamed palm? Lin Ke finally grasped LeBron's intent mutual stat padding, a well-rehearsed commercial dance. He understood. Last season, he and teammate Mike James had been seasoned partners in precisely this art. But now promoted to starter, Lin Ke no longer needed such arrangements. And poor Mike James had mourned the loss for weeks, his averages plummeting accordingly. Yet collaborating with an opponent in this manner. This was Lin Ke's first time. What a coincidence. They shared the same surname, James. A time-honored James family technique perhaps. But had LeBron sought Lin Ke's consent? Unilateral stat padding held no validity. Lin Ke steadied his composure. That was my mistake. It won't happen again. He raised a hand to signal, no big deal. Just stay focused next time. I didn't block that guy either. His teammates offered gentle. Lin Ke had become the team's cherished cornerstone. Play resumed. Billups crossed half-court, ball in hand. This time Lin Ke moved aggressively to receive the pass. LeBron continued conceding Lin Ke's drives, and Lin Ke unsurprisingly accepted the invitation. Penetrating inside the arc, he drew Zydrunas' help defense, then lofted a graceful pass high into the air. Behind Zydrunas, Ben had already launched himself skyward, snatching the ball midair with surgical precision before slamming it down with brutal force. Fire in the hole. Ben's two-handed dunk was pure unrelenting power. Boom. He nearly hung suspended from the rim. A thunderous iron-willed dunk. Roar. Ben landed and roared in primal triumph. The alley-oop tasted exquisite. And Lin Ke logged another assist. Solid execution. Zydrunas grimaced, venting quietly to LeBron. His perimeter defense was infuriatingly porous, letting Lin Ke blow right past him. LeBron's expression darkened slightly. His gaze toward Lin Ke carried bewilderment and quiet reproach. We agreed on mutual stat padding. Why did you stop? I'm doing you a favor. Lin Ke shrugged and flashed a grin. LeBron instantly understood Lin Ke played outside the rules, unbound by convention. Then let's fight, Heaton. No pretense, no theatrics. Don't blame me later when my stats eclipse yours. LeBron's demeanor hardened, serious, resolute. He harbored little hope of winning this game. Detroit was simply too strong. But in raw statistical competition, he refused to believe he'd lose. He would dominate Lin Ke. After all, Lin Ke's ceiling had always been modest: 10 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks. LeBron aimed for total supremacy: 30 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks. Post-game headlines would surely read, King James gave his all. Teammates failed him. Lin Ke wins only by leaning on elite teammates. Victory without honor. Lin Ke versus LeBron James. LeBron prevails.